First, before we do get into all of that conversation, we do want to touch on our sponsors, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel. And again, like I said, of course, DFRAG for making all of this possible. But welcome Pilski and welcome Daddy Slim to the desk.
What's up, gamer?
Yeah, not too much. Just a lovely day in Brisbane. 4 days of Aussie CS ahead of us. Should be pretty good.
I mean, look, I'm actually a little bit disappointed because Daddy Slim, if you turn around, I was expecting we were going to get the real Daddy Slim on the show. As we've seen, so expertly drawn by me earlier this morning. But unfortunately, we had to go with...
It's lifelike. Really.
Yeah, we had to go with budget Daddy Slim instead. That's all right. At least this one can talk. Pilski, you've come all the way from Korea, all the way to Brisbane, ready for this show. How's it to be back for some Counter-Strike?
Oh, fantastic. You know, it's really giving me vibes of the old days of LAN events. When I used to play about 50 years ago, back in the dinosaur days.
Right.
And yeah, it's really exciting.
It is exciting. It is exciting. We've got obviously a big tournament. We've got 4 days of competition. We've got that top 8 teams. In Oceania, I mean, is it fair to say it's the top 8 teams? What do you think? Because obviously there's a few in here, and we can have a look at the teams while we touch on that, that you could maybe argue are like on the cusp of a top 8, but aren't necessarily a top 8. So where do you sit on the teams that have qualified?
It's pretty close. I mean, the top, at least the bottom 5 down the bottom there. I mean, Semperfire, Thunder Down Under immediately stand out. Ground Zero, Mind Freak have also been putting in decent results. Rooster, you know, roster changes have been there, but they can still perform solidly when needed. And then you've got to sort of got your 3 from the top, the VRS invites. I mean, Arcade, of course, being the former Underground roster, I think that they've definitely, you know, earned their spot around the top 6. Skelly and Time Waves, those are those ones where you can maybe swap them out with a couple of other teams, but still can absolutely perform and hopefully can put up a decent, fight over the next few days.
Yeah, I think to Time Wave's credit, and I believe Arcade as well qualified to the upcoming LAN after Wildcard. The only one that kind of missed out of the 8 that we've got here, to my knowledge, is Skelly. I'll have to 100% confirm on that one. But, you know, I guess with that in mind, you obviously have 2 top 8 LANs basically in a row. If you qualify to the 2 top 8 LANs in a row, are you a top 8 team in ANZ? Yeah, I think you can make the argument, right?
Yeah, especially in the days of VRS where, you know, you really have to earn all of your points for, as opposed to, like, you know, maybe you peak out in one particular qualifier or something like that and make it through. So, yeah, we'll see how they do. Do have some pretty fierce competition. It's awesome that we actually have a top 8 LAN. Even back in the day, I feel like, for some of the nationals events, even put on by, like, ESL and things like that, we would only have, like, 4 teams most of the time, you know? So 8 teams on LAN for a domestic Nats is huge.
I think I'm gonna try and avoid going remember back in the day too much throughout this show, Pilski. But at the very start of this show, I feel like at least we can indulge ourselves a little bit because we were driving on the way here. And for those that don't know, obviously we used to work back in the ESL studio in Sydney like 10 years ago, for example, and we were driving through where the studio is located here in Brisbane for DFRAG, and we're like, man, you know what? It kind of feels a little bit like the same sort of area. It's the same kind of vibe, you know? So it does feel a little bit like that, rocked up in the morning, all the players standing outside, and it sort of is a bit of a throwback, and that is kind of nice to be able to have some of these kinds of events. Again, for those that are not from ANZ, they probably are just like, whatever, you know? It's like, it's just a LAN, but like for us, it's like, this is the only LAN, basically, of the year. There are a couple of other ones that kind of get put up here and there, but I think for the most part, something like the Wildcard LAN in relation to an invitational that we had last year, the DFRAG Invitational, very similar, obviously, in terms of vibe. These are like the big deal LANs now in ANZ.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to keep talking about the other stuff, the old days, I can go off screen.
Yeah, if you want.
You know, podcasts keep going, but no, I mean, like these are the events that we want to see, and I think everyone wants to see around Oz. And you know, the DFRAG boys being able to put this together is just it's a great help for the community in general for CS, and you know, and again, like the VRS that goes towards this, the chase for this year's first major, is very, very important. So. Yeah, like for a lot of these teams, this is, you know, keeping that pace. I mean, the 2 that come to mind, of course, are the Thunder Down Under, Semperfire. They're hanging around sort of that qualification spot if they want to get there. So it's a pretty important couple of days for them.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think we should slide into that conversation as well because, again, like you say, Thunder Down Under and Semperfire are probably the 2 teams that we're really touching on here to, in theory, maximize their VRS points gains. But there are also other teams in the picture, and we'll touch on each group specifically here as well. This is the Group A bracket. Again, in particular, Thunder Down Under there. But I think also looking at that Ground Zero Rooster matchup, for example, those are 2 teams that are on the rise in a sense. Ground Zero's certainly been together for a little while now. They've been slowly but surely kind of chipping away at things. Rooster, another amalgamation of a Rooster lineup. We'll get to see whether or not they're going to be able to put much together here. And then Time Waves, I think you could also kind of lump them in that same bucket in that they've been a team that's kind of been on the rise. They've been grinding away as a lineup for quite a long time. We probably don't have as high expectations of them, Pilski, but for all of the 4 teams in this group, again, VRS points, maximizing that as much as possible is going to be key. But in particular, eyes are certainly going to be on the likes of Thunder Down Under, because if they are able to win the Wildcard LAN and the ANZC LAN after this, if they win both of them back-to-back, that's really going to be a big benefit into potentially qualifying for the upcoming Cologne Major. There's not a huge amount of time left to get those VRS points. After this couple of events as well in ANZ, that's like your maximum available. That's the most points you're going to basically be able to get. And for Thunder Down Under with 0 LAN points as well, these are incredibly important games. So we're going to be keeping a keen eye on them specifically in this group.
Yeah, I think the VRS it kind of like legitimizes events like this even more and makes it super interesting for the racing towards the major, where I think previously there wouldn't even always be like any kind of a pathway. We would just have national LANs for the sake of having national LANs and to like prove who's the best and for a little bit of bragging rights and a little bit of prize money and things like that. So the fact that it actually contributes all into the overall circuit is really good. I think we're in a bit of a race against Asia in a way as well, because they have all these tournament organizers that put on a million events as well. So the fact that we even have organizers like DFRAG that are willing to put in the work and DFRAG.
Well, we'll get it eventually. We've got 4 days to get it all together.
It's just one of those words, isn't it? It's really tough to say.
DFRAG. That can kind of give our local teams a chance to earn themselves some points and get some games under the belt is super good as well.
All right, let's jump into the other side of the bracket as well. We've got Group B ready to have a bit of a chat about, and I think you were mentioning earlier, obviously Semperfi, a big focal point for you coming into this one, but obviously Skelly, Mindfreak, and Arcade to round that group out. This one, to me, feels like it should be a little more cut and dry. I feel like Mindfreak over Arcade seems maybe a little bit more solid than the Ground Zero over Rooster game, and then obviously we would have Semperfi being the team to walk away from that game against Skelly in the same way that Thunder Down Under are expected to beat Time Waves quite comfortably. But again, similar situation for Semperfi, right? They've just been overseas in Europe for a couple of months, and you could argue how worth it that has been in terms of the VRS points gain that they've gotten, but certainly has put them in a position to, if they do well at these upcoming LANs here in ANZ, maybe snag a spot at Cologne.
Yeah, I mean, and look, the experience from that, I would say, is invaluable, just going across and playing in the European sort of tier 2 scene. You go to the Pro League side as well, where they went out 0-3, but definitely, like, they showed enough that there is, or possibly they'd hope there's going to be improvement. You come back to the OCE side for this LAN, of course, the one following. Like, I think we're all sort of expecting Semperfi to be that 1-2 or to win both LANs, and they would probably be putting a little bit of that pressure on themselves as well, because, they are that close to the major bit, and then, of course, Down Under, when it comes to VRS, they are slightly ahead of them at the moment, so they know how massive it's going to be. So, look, and I guess in the essence, can they handle that pressure? I think on paper, again, as you said, they should win these games, but being in a LAN environment, it's a bit different from, playing online.
Yeah, especially, look, obviously in the group stage, that may be one thing, but I think when we do get into the playoffs, that's where things can kind of start to falter a little bit. Obviously, we saw even back last year at the DFRAG Invitational, Semperfi was a team at the time, obviously a bit of a different lineup back then with Alistair and Valiance in the squad at the time, but they were very much tested by the ex-Talon roster, which wasn't even like really a roster at the time. Like, that was a team that was like, we're just kind of still sticking around, and Malta was playing as a stub stand-in, Sterling and Brace were in the line. Like, haven't seen them play again since that point. So that was quote unquote a dead team, right? And they were testing Semperfi. If the same kind of occurs here at the DFRAG Wildcard LAN, Semperfi up against Thunder Down Under on LAN, like, you've got some very, very well-tested players on that Thunder Down Under lineup. I could see a world, right, where Thunder Down Under would be able to upset. I think it would be an upset. I think it's fair to say Semperfi at this point. But, two teams that really are in similar positions, but unfortunately only one of them can really walk away with the maximum points that they would need. And if they do, then, again, even qualifying to the major is still a bit up in the air, depending on how some of the tournaments over in China go, some of the tournaments in Mongolia, whether or not they even exist. That's all conversation that we're going to happen over the course of this week. But we should jump into our first match here and talk about what we're going to get to watch in just a minute. It is going to be Ground Zero and Rooster on the main stream. There is a B stream, by the way, as well. You can check that one out. It'll have the other match, the Thunderdown and Time Waves game, if you're interested in catching up with that one. But let's touch on Ground Zero and Rooster. Two, I think, very different vibes coming through from these two teams. Ground Zero is a team that's been plugging away for quite a while together as a lineup. And for Rooster, well, Pilski, we saw them forfeiting their ECL games. They were forfeiting their CCT games. I think as a result of the fact that the team didn't exist at the time. But now they're back with a new lineup. So what's your take on this new Rooster lineup and Ground Zero and how they've been going lately?
I don't really have a take on the new Rooster lineup yet. I'm kind of waiting to see how they're going to be when they play. I mean, Chelios has been through the hard yards, rebuilding the whole team from scratch pretty much. So I think he's gone in an interesting direction that Rooster has never gone before. Rooster has always been the club of, old mates, basically. It's like, oh, old mate, I play Face-It with him. Let's put him in the team. You know, they've never really kind of merged their roster with some new players from other teams. So this is kind of, Skull and Reckons together with this core three of some of the old mates club in Rooster. And we'll see how this kind of combination goes, because I feel like now Chelios might have a bit more help with some of the calling with someone like Skull. He's got some good kind of aggressive rifling in there. Reckons at times has been, I mean, I have no idea what his form is at the moment, but at times he's actually been a very, very good rifler inside of Oceania. So I think Rooster might be a team that, in the best case scenario, should things come together, could be a little bit underrated in a competition like this.
We were hanging around upstairs just prior to the show, and Chell came up and we were sort of asking him, what's the deal with the new roster? How's it feeling? And he said, I like Skull and I like Reckons. So that must be a good sign, right?
Yeah, well, I think it'd be a problem if he said no.
If he said no.
Yeah. It's not going well at all. But yeah, I mean, that's the situation where you've got a sort of new roster together. And the guys, they know each other, at least the OCE scene, but haven't played as many scrims together as that squad. So, I mean, looking at this one, it should be Ground Zero just because they've had that time together. Their form, as of late, hasn't been fantastic. I mean, CCT, they actually had a pretty decent run to start with, but then ended up losing 2 in a row in the lower bracket. Actually lost to Mind Freak in the consolidation final. Yes, that's the word.
One of the lower bracket matches,
But, yeah, so they're actually not in the greatest amount of form. So if Rooster are going to get a win over them, this is probably the best time right now.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I don't know where you sit on this, but I had Ground Zero, to me, were kind of like the top 3 team in ANZ, right? It would have been obviously Semperfi and Thunderdown under 1 and 2 respectively, and then in third place I kind of had Ground Zero above Mindfreak, and then Mindfreak, and then kind of the rest. And obviously this was the period where Rooster was not a team, and even were they a team, they hadn't necessarily been having fantastic results like at the start of the year with that sort of mixed team that they had put together. So I felt like Ground Zero was actually in a good spot, but as of the last couple of weeks, having seen those results that you're talking about, I'm now kind of starting to feel like that position in third is quite tenuous at best, if not maybe even having been overtaken by Mindfreak.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a spot really where it was, I think you talked to us 2 months ago, you say, yeah, they're ahead of Mindfreak by not a massive margin, but enough. I'd pretty much almost say that Mindfreak are probably actually a step ahead of them now, just going off recent form. Look, hopefully, you put those results behind them. They had the whole interesting affair with, of course, Rare Adam earlier in the week, so that probably doesn't help things a lot. But, yeah, I think that, again, looking at this match, they should take this one in around 2-0, like a 2-0 sort of side things. I think Rooster, if they play well, can probably take a map, but this one, I feel like, is Ground Zero's to lose.
Well, what does that look like from your perspective, Pilski? I mean, obviously, Rooster, I think there's enough talent in this lineup to take a map off of Ground Zero, but we should be coming in with Ground Zero as the favourites, no?
Yeah, I think so, but I wouldn't underestimate a team like Rooster. I really think that, you've got someone like Chelios, who is IGL'd at this level for a very, very long time. All of these players are pretty familiar with this level of competition. Of course, the fragging's going to have to come together. I think you're going to have to see Skull. He's like that kind of high-low ceiling player that when he's having a good game, he can put up some good performances, have some impact entries and things like that. Going to have to see Juices in the same level of form he was in Rooster. I think you're going to have to see star level AWPing from Chelios. But look, I think there's a chance if they get the right veto and there's some good prep there or some good calling from Rooster, they could definitely give Ground Zero some trouble here and maybe even cause an upset early on.
Yeah, I mean, what are the keys on the side of Ground Zero? I think you and I have particularly been talking quite a bit about PZ of late. I feel like his form has really taken a bit of a step in the right direction, but APOC Dud, always a reliable player, particularly when it comes to an event like this. Like, this is kind of his bread and butter at this point in his career. He's been there, done that, really. And so those will probably be the two guys that I'm looking at in particular to kind of step up and start well today for Ground Zero.
I like Omicella. I think Omicella is like the player that puts him over the top, to be honest. In fact, he's been one of the better performers in some of the games against like Thunder Down Under, against some of the better teams as well, right up there with APOC Duds. So I think they actually have a pretty well-rounded team. It's just that some of the players can be a little bit up and down on Ground Zero at times.
On the behalf of Rooster, is there a focal point that you're interested in? I think I would probably throw Juices in the mix. I really liked what I saw from him on an individual basis. I think he obviously has the mechanics still. Like we sort of questioned him coming back into that lineup in place of Slimy last year, and we thought, oh, you know, is he going to be able to cut the mustard? Obviously hasn't been really competitive in terms of that environment, or he hasn't been in the competitive environment, I should say, for quite a while. But came back in, I thought, mechanically, he looked like he certainly fit the bill, right? He was fragging nicely. He was hitting some good shots. The one thing that I would have to criticize Juices a little bit was, I think, you know, some of the decision making when he was playing well was almost a little bit overzealous, right? Like he's like, oh, I've got the 2K, I'm going to go for the 3K now, and he sort of swung a little bit too much or got a little bit too greedy in kind of moments. And yeah, and I think that's viable in certain instances, but there was definitely moments where I thought, oh, if he was just reined in a tiny bit, you know, not gave up the advantage that he just gained, maybe that works out a little bit better for them. But is there somebody else that you're interested in keeping an eye on?
I think just both the ex-Fury boys, honestly, like Rek and Skull, how they're going to perform there. I think they showed enough on that Fury roster when it was together. Again, the results, it was kind of there early, and I feel like that's a lot of a problem with OCE teams. They usually start out like a house on fire, everything's going well. You run into that sort of first block in the way, and everything just sort of falls apart. So I think the barometer here is probably, of course, just he's playing well, he's going to get the others around him playing well, and that's what they're looking for. And look, again, if they can just play solid team Counter-Strike, and you know, maybe they have to be a bit overzealous. Maybe you have to be more aggressive to try and upset a team like Ground Zero, just catch them off guard.
Yeah, I mean, solid team Counter-Strike, I guess, is the question when it comes to Rooster, because they haven't been a team for very long. So that is something that we can get into in a moment. Before we do that, though, we did actually ask the teams about how things are looking coming into the DFRAG Wildcard LAN. So let's hear from them and see what they have to say about this first match.
I think against Rooster, we should be the favoured team. We've played them quite a lot recently, and I think they haven't been practicing too much either. So yeah, we should be the favoured in that matchup.
Our matchup against Ground Zero, I think they're a very prep-heavy team, and we have played a few online qualifiers that they could probably look at, but I don't think it's enough to fully prepare for what we've got in store, I suppose.
I think Rooster's new lineup is definitely interesting. Bit of a merge between two different playstyle teams, so don't really know how they play yet, but it'll be fun.
In the match against Ground Zero, I think we're going to do pretty well. I think it's going to be a great match. They're a great team. You know, they've been together for a while. We're a bit new, but you know, I think we got the firepower to take them down, and you know, they're not. I don't think they're really used to our gameplay too much. So I think it'll be quite a good fight. That's what I'll say.
I think the chances that we win are pretty solid. We beat them in the qualifier for the second DFRAG, and we're pretty confident right now.
They're a good team. They practice a lot, you know, but they're kind of boring and uninspiring in the way they play, you know.
Shit talking, psychological warfare, everything. Maybe we have someone on the side ready to unplug a PC. See what happens.
Rooster are a bit of a rough one. I think they've struggled recently, so I'm not sure who the best player is at the moment, but probably Chelios.
The scariest on Rooster? Probably Chell, just because of his experience.
I'd say the worst player on Rooster would be Chell. I think we can always run at him. He just misses.
I lost to Ground 0-2, definitely just blamed my teammates and not take any responsibility, and on to the next game.
Somehow Chelios keeps like getting his teammates poached and then keeps going, and I respect that shit because I've been there, so good on him. And he can IGL, like he can just mid-round with anyone, it seems. So always impressed by him.
Probably most scared of Damio. He's incredibly talented. He could easily entry into a site and murder us all if he wanted to.
If we lost, feel pretty bad straight after, and then for every game after that we'd just reset and go straight back into it.
Oh, it's just not going to happen. I think if we didn't beat them, I think that might be the end for me. That's CS done. I can't lose to Russo. It's not happening.
If we lost to Ground Zero, I'd be pretty sad because I think it's a match we should definitely win with how we've been playing. But yeah, I'd be very sad, I suppose.
For Rooster, good luck. I guess you guys need it.
It's always a very insightful interview from the players. Bit of smack talk back and forth as well, fellas. What do we think about unplugging PCs as a strategy mid-game?
That's like
it would work.
That's like a throwback back to like the BYOC qualifier games where people are like raging and kicking PCs, and then power cables are falling out and stuff like that. I heard a little bit about that of like back in the day, more than 10 years ago.
There's always been interesting things happening at LAN. There was a mouse pad slapping incident about 10 years ago. Someone walking around hitting people with mouse pads. That was a thing for the youngins. Maybe haven't heard about that one. But
it's a throwback.
Yeah, look, yeah. End of the day, obviously, it feels like both teams coming into this one, looking at it as a very winnable game. I think both really feel like this is going to be a decider game for the group, right? Let's be real. If you lose this, obviously that then means you have to beat Thunder Down Under potentially, or have a rematch against one of these two teams again, and that's tough going. So you really want to be winning this one to get that leg up in the start of the event.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's going to be kind of one of those matches that early on will kind of set the tempo a little bit. We can see Thunder Down Under setting up here, getting ready. They'll be in another game that is running concurrently to this one, I believe, on the B stream against Time Waves, right? So I think that's kind of like a comfortable warm-up game for them, really. Whereas Rooster and Ground Zero, they're going to have to be hot out of the gate straight away.
Yeah, I was talking to TJP a little bit earlier today as well. There's the new PCs, as you can see as well in front of them, the Omen PCs. And I said, what do you think about the new PCs? He said, well, they have lights, so they must be good. And that's really all you need to know, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's also, I think, enthralled by the lights on the pokies probably as well in similar fashion, to be honest. So that's not particularly a surprising response from TJP.
This will be Time Waves. They're looking still like they're maybe a little bit away from getting underway, unfortunately.
Cool jersey, though. The black and purple.
You like the
Respect
purple?
that. Looks nice. Yep.
You don't see a lot of purple these days, especially the mix like that, but it's actually quite a nice one. Well, seems to be someone missing. I'm sure they're not too far away from that one. And
they can 3v5 it.
Yeah.
Easy.
And just to reiterate, that game, by the way, will be on the B stream. So if you want to check that one out, make sure you go and have a little bit of a look. I'm sure there's some links over on the HLTVs, but check out the DFRAG social media as well. There'll be links everywhere. You'll be able to find it, and we'll be looking forward to catching up with what Thunder Down Under looks like on LAN is probably the biggest takeaway from that match for me. From what I'm being told, we're not too far away from jumping into Ground Zero and a Rooster here on the mainstream, so stick around here if you're interested in catching up with that one. I guess now's a good time to get into the predictions, guys. Obviously, moments away from jumping into this game, so put your money where your mouth is. If you want to put $5 on the table now,
I don't carry cash around, unfortunately.
You don't carry cash?
Does anyone carry cash around anymore?
I don't have any money, like, period, so
well,
I'm sleeping on your couch.
It's not very high stakes then, is it, really? So, but what do you think? Are we looking at a 2-0 here, or is this a 3-map?
Fuck it, Rooster 2-1. Let's
Wow.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe in the Chell.
You believe in Chell?
Yeah.
Is
I think
it
it's
all,
unlikely.
is it all Chell, really, though?
No. I think they have an interesting team, to be honest. I think in the best case scenario, you've got someone like Skull Juices that can get you some entries, be your aggressive riflers. I think Reckons is kind of an underrated closer, to be honest. Chell is a good closer. He can do some supportive AWPing. They've got a decent calling. I think the whole... And then 80k has been like a player with some decent experience. I haven't seen him play in a while. But honestly, I look at the whole roster, I'm like, it kind of makes sense. The roles kind of make sense. Like, they could actually do something here. So, I don't know.
If the individuals are firing. If the individuals are firing, there's a possibility.
Or they get shit on. I don't know. One or the other.
Are you going to go the other side of the coin?
I was going to say Ground Zero 2-0. I think that they should lock in for this one here. I think Rooster will make it two pretty close maps. I'm thinking like a 13-10, 13-11, but Ground Zero just the team cohesion. The togetherness of the boys will just bring them together. That should give them the 2-0 victory. Yes,
well, that's probably where I would be leaning on things as well. I think, it would be I don't know that I would say it would be an egregious result for Ground Zero to lose here, but it would be an upset, in my opinion. I think Ground Zero should definitely come into this one as the favourite. Obviously, they've been the team that's been together for quite a while. Even the core of this roster can go back years. You've got players that have played together in multiple different iterations of different teams. You do have some fresher names coming in there. Omnichannel being a particularly interesting one, obviously.
I like what Juice has said in the interview, though, because I kind of agree with that.
They're uninspiring.
I fuck with that mentality. You know? Like, yes, they're practicing, they're playing Counter-Strike the right way, but I just want to see a Rooster that is not doing that and is just
Right.
like pugging a little bit, like the individual.
You want a Mad
players
Black
up-
Wizards Rooster.
Yeah, I want them to be a little bit loose.
I see.
You know, you get some cheeky little calls in there. The boys are recognizing the gaps. You've got players who have played with some of these players on the other side of the server as well, might know some of their tendencies and things like that as well. And I want to see them, you know, be a little bit cheeky in this matchup. Maybe win some clutches, maybe win some forces, have some
Yeah.
good reads.
Is that liable to be what we get out of Rooster? I think it has to be, surely.
I mean,
coming into
it's either that or they're just going to get domed. Like, honestly, like either they actually care and the players are switched on, they put in a little bit of prac, maybe they've done a little bit of prep, or Chell has a cheeky little read on how they like to play, having played them before, and they can have a chance, or Ground Zero is just going to play how they always play and just win. You know, and that's going to be the boring outcome where we just see them go through the group, and then we have a pretty straightforward cut and dry group here.
All right, well, I have some unfortunate news for you guys. We were lied to, and the game's not ready to go. So now it's time for us to go to a break. We will be taking a short one, hopefully. We'll see how long it ends up being, but we'll be back ready with a bit more information for you when it is applicable. So don't go too far away. But we're jumping into the next match as soon as possible.
DFRAG.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of Counter-Strike for your eyes, and one of the best duos here in OCE for your ears. It will be myself, Flamboyant, joined with one of the best, Churchy. How are you, mate?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am really happy that we are finally getting this game underway. It's only taken us like 30, 40, maybe 3 hours, I don't know, but we are here now, kicking off Ground Zero versus Rooster. Just want to say welcome aboard everybody that is here. Of course, with the most masculine caster, flamboyant in OCE. We are ready for this. Look, I'm kind of interested to see what happens with this game because, look, you know, as you guys would have heard throughout the start of the game, you know, Rooster, lots of roster changes. Their Ground Zero have kind of been together for the longest, I think maybe 6 to 7 months in totality. So I definitely want to see how they match up against Rooster, which is, oh, it's a free win, but anyway, kicking off round number 1 for the pistol round. It is taking control, middle up towards the mid side, but right into the ambush. That is Ground Zero, with kills working back and forth. Juice is finding himself a few kills just as Rooster get that bomb down to the ground.
Michelle has a lot of work to do here to cut this mid-rotation. Gets himself the first nice little kick for him, but PZ deals with him accordingly. Back to a 2v2 now. Bomb will be ticked. This B-side so difficult to retake into. But Reckons and Juices, do they have what it takes to get rid of the double mid retake, a double doors mid take? Charge out, falling. Mostly trades come out for Juices. Or Juices, it's the Roosters. Jesus, say that 10 times fast. Going to be able to pick themselves up the pistol here on Dust 2.
Roosters, Juices, Roosters, Juices, Roosters, Juices. Well, it's a good start for Rooster. This is going to be exactly what they need. As I already did mention at the start, right? I think they're going to take almost every advantage that they can get because, you know, the longest standing member on this team, Chelios, of course, you know, probably just scrounging for players for this LAN. Like, oh, quick, just get anyone. Get all of them. You know, of course, Ground Zero, you know, having a lot more experience, you know, I think going overseas recently with the Odyssey LAN and potentially other LANs and all that stuff. So, you know, it looks to be that they would have the advantage. But Rooster is a household name that has been around the OCE scene, known as one of the pinnacle or the top. But times are changing, right? That is just the inevitable part of life, that things do change, nothing stays the same. And maybe, just maybe after this game, we'll get to see what direction Rooster will go in.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see where Rooster go. Because we heard, you know, Pilly and we heard Haz on the analyst desk before talk about their thoughts of it. I feel like they've made a pretty heads-up roster move, right? Bringing in Skull, bringing in Reckons into this Rooster roster, right? Pilly brought up the fact that, you know, they're sort of leaning away from it being a friends club and, you know, old mates getting back together to play a bit of Counter-Strike. We saw them move away from it when they, you know, picked up Slimy. When he had departed Mind Freak, and, you know, we've sort of seen Viridian go in and out of the roster a little bit. He's now, you know, decided to do the very Rooster thing and follow in the footsteps of ASAP and TJP and leave the Chook, leave the Chook's nest. He's gone out to TDU to coach there. Bit of fun. But yeah, something that the analyst desk didn't touch on because they didn't have it at the time was the vetoes, which we haven't even spoken about yet. Dust 2, as you can tell, is map number 1 for this series. Anubis to be picked by GZ, map number 2. And then Nuke, if we do require it, as number 3. Now, in my mind right now, Churchy, Dust 2 is a must-win map for Rooster to even get to 3. Okay. Because it is going to be very difficult for them to beat GZ on Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had to see the follow-up maps that they played in their recent matchups, you know, to see like what their strongholds were, like their strong maps. I mean, look, obviously we're going off what you're saying, right? So you're saying that Ground Zero is Anubis's bread and butter. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, look, I always like to see, you know, 3 maps. You know, the more action we get to see, the better. Look, maybe we don't get too crazy into it to kick off in the first game of the DFRAG WILDCARD.
Doesn't want a bar of it. 5-7 will have to be supported here by the scouts as Rooster will have that phantom pressure right now. They'll look to sort of shoot in through that smoke, and as it fades, they'll take the long control. They do still have Skull over towards B waiting for a push, but it looks as if that push is never going to come through. Michella holding his line, holding his nerve as he's done so well through his career. With a minute now, it's all quiet here on the long front. As Rooster start to make their ascent, start to get their walk up. Oh, that's a big smoke. That could be very, very bad.
Oh, no. Oh my god, Reckons almost looking like he was going to go for the entry, but he just cops a bullet straight to the face, and with Ground Zero now with a man advantage, Rooster kind of have to double commit onto this. They still have Skull Hunter lurking outside a tunnel, but the remaining 3 players ready to push and cross for that long, and hopefully get that bomb on the A side. Of course, Demio with that scout, crucial miss shot, allows Chris to be able to get control onto the side and plant that bomb. Of course, Skull Hunter just happy to sit back and play the waiting game and maybe deny anyone from ground zero to catch any long rotations. So it will be ground zero. All right, we will have a player come out toward the top of the middle, and exchange coming, or just a little bit, but no one's going to really die as a result. Bomb now ticking away.
5-man rotate. JZ coming up through short at the moment. Damien with that scout, he's been able to spot ahead. PZ as well, they haven't been able to find any kills at all. Vision does at least double up, but Omicella has fallen. Vision has got himself a 3-piece, sorry, 2-piece with that 5-7. PZ to at least find one for the scout. As everybody will depart, as that bomb is about to go out. A little bit of good damage here for GZ. If they were able to pick up a rifle through it all, it's really handy. Skull's only going to come through with a Mac 10, so for Rooster right now, they are in a little bit of a weird spot economically, right? They'll still be able to buy through. They won't necessarily have as strong of a util set as they would like, but you know, for Rooster, getting these rounds early, being able to establish a bit of momentum early, sort of makes rounds like this one, where we're finally going to have the rifles come out for GZ. We're finally going to have, oh sorry, no, they're on the Deagles for this one. They forced into the last one. I completely forgot about that. I got to pay attention, Cherokee. I got to pay attention, man.
Nah, it's all good, man. It is what it is. Although, for round number 3, of course, with Rooster in a bit of a weird situation, they will be opting to go straight out toward the B site, where round 0, they've already got 4 players here waiting for this, and with a great shot coming in from Omicella, Rooster needed to capitalize on this because they are down 2 players, and with Chelios going down by a USPS, somehow Rooster need to get themselves onto the site. Ultimately, that is going to be Reckons taking APOC Don down. It is all left down to Vision on a 1 versus 2. Coming in from tunnel. Now Rooster, they have no information on where Vision might be coming from. He has the timing of this. They might just spot him out. Oh, that timing is sickening. Vision not going to be able to get much done as a result. And Rooster now picking up their 3rd round. And as you said before, Rooster really do need to take anything that they can get at this point. You know, if they have a hope of potentially bringing this to a map number 3, you know, or even closing this out against ground 0. But again, ground 0, of course, not letting them take those advantages for free either. You know, the fact that they're able to stick around in round number 2, you know, cause as much damage as possible to the economy of Rooster to not allow them any sort of comfort whatsoever. You know, just kind of squeezing the life out of them. Even though Rooster are converting the rounds, you know, there's no like moral increase that Rooster are getting just because they're winning, right? They're still kind of like, oh crap, we got to force up, we got to, you know.
Double up in through short. Here for Rooster to at least kick this one off. It's going to be PZ settled up as Damio gets himself too early. Over 3 times. Omicella won't be able to get another one. Both of those B players have fallen. 2 for 2 trades here on B. Rotations will come through for GZ, but the question is, can PZ stay alive? He's been tagged down to 50. HG Nate will go through. It won't necessarily give his mark all too well. APOC does be fighting in through mid doors. Doesn't necessarily have help around here. As we will see, APOC does finding 1. Trade will be there, but PZ with that AWP looking for anything. That B side is going to fall into Rooster's hands yet again, and Rooster just sheer aggression. They're manipulating these rotations so well, and they're being paid very, very handsomely for their efforts right now.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you know, what's the question here? Does PZ go for this? I mean, he's got such a valuable weapon that is that sniper. It was at $4,750. Schmackaroos at this point. But, you know, it's only 1 versus 2. So it's like, oh, you know, do you sacrifice the round and allow Rooster to now pick up a 4-0 lead, or, you know, potentially go for it and, you know, also potentially risk losing that sniper, that expensive weapon? They don't want to allow too many advantages in favor of Rooster. So at this point, though, PZ has opted to save up onto that sniper into round number 5.
Yeah, I mean, if he was able to see the HPs, that was nearly a bit of a cheeky exit for the PZ there. But if he was able to see the HPs, what, it's like 4 and 12 or something like that, or Juices and ADK, he probably could have been convinced to pick up a rifle and go for it. But, you know, that's the joy of being a viewer in these games sometimes, is you get to see what the players get to see. We're better than the players.
It's like watching live poker, you know, it's like, call him, he's only got a 2 and a 7 offset, call him. But, you know, obviously he's just looking so strong, so. Yeah. Poker enjoys him.
Yes.
Oh, actually, yeah, there are quite a few.
That's a number, but I like that.
All right, now for round number 5, of course, it's going to be a somewhat of a gun round. Of course, the only person without a rifle is going to be Omicella with the MP7. Nice and slow default for Rooster, just maintaining middle control. One player waiting outside of bedroom to make sure there's no aggression coming in from ground zero. And of course, one more player sitting inside of tunnel just to counteract any nasty surprises ground zero want to throw. So while they have maintained this middle control, it looks like they might progress onto their pathway toward the A site, maybe just make up a bit of a ruckus, considering that bomb is still toward the top of middle. Of course, Rooster have not yet committed. It's going to come down to how these exchanges occur. With PZ on a missed AWP shot, that's crucial information for Rooster now. They know there's a sniper onto the A site. They don't want to be contesting this. They may have to start considering alternative options.
I mean, yeah, for APOC right now, being able to maintain this mid control has to be priority number 1. Smokes do bloom up as APOC finds one. Is he able to escape? That's got to be the question. Tagged down to 17 points of health. He barely gets away. As Omicella now has to be put under the pump just a little bit. Playing up close in towards the tunnels. He'll be able to at least find the pick over towards Skull. Escapes into tunnels as well, so it's been smash and grab kills here for GZ, but the bomb will still go down. A 5v2 for Rooster to convert to keep their streak alive, and it's that big site on Dust 2 yet again that they have gone after, they have targeted. Juices, however, has had an incredible showing in this game so far. Will require the ace for the win, but GZ get themselves their first round here in the DFRAG Wildcard LAN. Of course, brought to you by Logitech. Big fans. GZ pick up their first.
Well done, Ground Zero. Well done. Welcome to the game. About time we've finally shown up. Only took 5 rounds, but we're here now. We're here now. All right, it's not about the past. It's about the present and what's to come. Of course, though, where do they go from here? Do they have the capability of stringing along consecutive rounds, or is that just a luck round? You know, is it just going to be a 1 round off where they're like everything went in their favor, and maybe Rooster with this current lineup, maybe they've got all the the advantages to potentially have a showing against Ground Zero? Because again, at the moment, 4-1 is the score, and with Rooster not really having the full set of rifles, how are they going to be contesting this? Of course, Chelios onto the sniper to combat what PZ's throwing at them with his own. If he can get a kill towards lower tunnel, reckons, goes down. Surely Rooster to try to capitalize on this and try retaliate with more players coming up towards short, but they cannot work a trade whatsoever. Nobody was in close proximity to take down that sniper. If they get more control, so far, Rooster scratching their heads a little bit. You know, their gun's not looking so crash hot. You know, the Galil in Juice's hands, the Tech 9 for ADK. The Ground Zero looking very, very strong on these defensive forces. Rooster might just be walking into an immovable wall.
I mean, PZ has been an immovable wall throughout most of his career. He actually will spot out the head of ADK there. Just looks to back off. Right, look to back off, take a little bit of pressure in through long, give up short if they need to, because the retake is still there for PZ. And the short take eventually does come to fruition. PZ lets a shot off yet again, a rare miss for him. APOC died under a bit of stress here and through CT, but the bomb will go down. So for Rooster, it's the small things that are giving them their opportunities at the moment. Chelios with that AWP is still nothing to scoff at. If he can get settled up onto a line, he can be dangerous. He's picked short so far, nowhere. Oh no! GZ have available to them. The molly will go wayward as the jump up will be had. Juices finds himself one. The trades are going to be going all the way of GZ. Chel to at least get himself a pick and scramble with that AWP still on his back. GZ will pick themselves up a second off the back of the defusal. As Chelios sent to run for the hills.
Yeah, not a whole lot more Chelios could do there. I mean, look, good on him for getting that kill, but at that point, you know, when the site's already been overtaken by the enemy, you know, and you want to save onto that sniper, that expensive sniper, at that point, you're just like, look, hey man, we're currently up, I think it was 4-1, and, you know, it doesn't matter if they get an extra round, you know, we still got a little bit of wiggle room to work with, so may as well just save onto this weapon and build up on our economy going forward.
Yeah, and here's the thing for GZ, right? They've had so many games on Dust 2 where they've had these early deficits and they just haven't been able to recover from them. So for GZ, if they're able to at least recover from this early deficit, even though it is a 4-0 scoreline, it'd be fairly handy as Damio goes bang. That's going to be a pistol that falls. That's okay. It's only just a pistol. I'd be a little bit more worried if it was Chelios and his AWP. That's the second time Chelios has missed his jump behind. Or sorry, his jump throw. Maybe he's getting a little too overzealous. A little too excited to throw these jump smokes.
His hands are shaking right now. This is his LAN. He's feeling the pressure.
Chell's played enough of these, it doesn't matter to him anymore, bro. Damio was just going to have a firing squad set up for him as they come out of B. Tons, flashes will come out. Pistol is clinical under Chelios' head. That's going to be the AWP taken away. I mean, we're seeing GZ keep the rifles. They get themselves a nice little win. Keep 5 guns, especially keeping that double AWP set up right now. Their money is going to be absolutely beautiful here. And for the CT side, being able to get your money under control is so difficult, and rounds like that are just a gift.
Yeah, very, very helpful for Ground Zero. Their economy is looking very healthy at the moment. And even if they were to lose maybe even like the next round, they'd be able to reinvest straight away with yet another sniper. Potentially even 2 rounds. If they lost 2 consecutive rounds in a row, they'd probably still be able to buy up. So, yeah, Ground Zero currently in a strong position despite losing in terms of the scoreline. How we're going to see this play out though for round number 8. Roosters, quick outside of long already. Vision is to fall. And Ground Zero only have 2 members left to kind of defend and fortify onto the A site. But Rooster slowed the pace for the time being. See if they can maybe get Skull Hunter to catch any stragglers from Ground Zero, maybe getting a map control. And it looks like they might be pushing toward middle here. This is exactly what this play is for. This is exactly why Skull Hunter plays this late position toward the top of middle. But, of course, you don't want to be going out for a wander around at just the wrong time as Rooster walking out into the line sight of PZ. There's a kill for him. So far now it's just an even 4 versus 4. As Skull is actually going to turn the tides back and forth. Skull falls.
No Bogdan. What can he do here? The trigger discipline is perfect. He gets 1, make it 2, but the trade will be there. At the bare minimum, to leave Juices by himself. The 1v2 is able to at least remove the AWP, but it's all going to be down to Omichella. The youngest on this GZ roster. The former Blingus boy. In a 1v1 that is going to be able to potentially turn the tide.
I don't know. The Juices might not even expect this. He's got to recover that bomb, but the fact that he's looking everywhere else but where Omichella is toward this ninja or quad box.
Doesn't expect it at all.
He's testing it though.
Oh. That was nervy. That was nervy, young Jack. Very, very nerve-wracking there.
Well, it's like how you started about how you finish, in this case. So Ground Zero will convert that round. Of course, great stuff. Juices, it looked like Juices might have. He was, despite him, of course, making sure he's checking all the angles and even putting in that fake plant just to maybe bait out someone that would be quad box, in which case, it was Omichella and he was actually in that spot. There's great awareness from Juices, just unfortunately unable to convert the kills. He's just not hitting the shots that he needs to. So as we now come into a 4-all scoreline, Rooster once again on the back foot with their economy, only able to have this AK into the hands of Juices with some upgraded pistols. Might even go for the push through the smoke off the back of a flashbang. Omichella's already here though, lining them up, but oh my god, a TK coming in from ADK as he picks up a Tech 9 kill. Omichella only good for the 1, but Rooster any second might be able to try to get that bomb down to the site, but Ground Zero swarming around them like sharks.
As long as that plant goes down, it's a win here for Rooster. Their money just not in a healthy spot at the moment. They're going to leave Juices with that AK. See if he can create some magic. If he could. That's ADK falling. Juices to follow with the pistol from PZ. Beautiful shot, young Jordan. That's going to be a 5th picked up here for Ground Zero.
Who needs a team when you just PZ with a USPS? I mean, considering that Rooster didn't really have a whole lot in terms of their arsenal, it's still a huge plus for them that they even managed to get the bomb down. Honestly, they'd have to be praying to at least 3 different gods if they wanted to convert that one and follow through with it. But Ground Zero now in the lead, 5-4, and we will see a healthy gun round. Both sides rocking snipers and the full roster of primary weapons. We've got M4s, we've got AKs all across the board. We're going to see Chelios maybe potentially granted an opportunity of a kill. Any members of Ground Zero crossing toward that middle door, but a missed shot. Rooster Again, they need to play this a little bit more safely because, again, Ground Zero taking some aggression. They've pushed toward double door, and with PZ onto the line, oh, that's a great bait from the shot.
That's going to actually discover PZ, and he's going to be sprayed down through the smoke. Beautiful little info to be gained there out of Skull. Hasn't necessarily had the impact statistically, but Reckons is. Nice little double up. That's going to give the A side straight into the Rooster boys. And the Chooks feasting on the grain that Ground Zero provide. And Omicella here, just with an M4. I'd imagine it's going to be a save. What is ADK doing? What is ADK doing?
Nah, it's going to work out. We're going to have that answered any second now. Wait for this.
I can't believe this is going to work out.
Yeah, so obviously they're preempting that, you know, that Omicella's already going to go for the save, and Rooster, I mean, look, their economy is not the hottest right now, but of course with a lot of map control, with ADK still in T-spawn, that might just grant them exactly what they're looking for. Omicella only good for the 1 kill before he goes down and loses that M4, unable to bring it into round number 11. And Rooster swinging right back at Ground Zero, not allowing them to get any greater disparity in the round with score. We are now back at a 5-all tie game.
Yeah, look. I can't believe that's worked. ADK has not moved the entirety of the round. Oh, that shot nearly connecting here for Chell. Let's open this round up. The AWP of Damio isn't quite able to find the opener. Instead, a little bit of damage to be taken at the legs for the secondary AWP here for GZ. I mean, a bit of a different setup for them. They've really gone heavy on defending this A site right now. They've left Omicella with what seems like an impossible task of both mid and B. As low as does see Reckons fall, Skull will be potentially even seen up as the next victim. Are we going to get a 4-man retake long?
This is very dangerous. I mean, look, good on Ground Zero for taking the initiative, but they're also playing a double sniper setup, right? And that's a very expensive weaponry for them. And if they lose this round, they could find themselves in deep trouble territory. As Rooster so far giving it to Ground Zero. They've already got 2 kills, working up toward the A side. Again, that stack towards A, again, just absolutely falling apart. There's nothing that they can do against Rooster, only taking down Reckons. And it's left down to Omicella and Vision. 2 versus 4, just as that bomb's getting put down to the site. And what do Ground Zero do here? Are they going to go for the save, or are they just going to, you know, they're feeling confident? They're like, oh, no, we got this 2 versus 4. I mean, look, if I was a betting man, which I'm not really, but, you know, I'm probably going for a save here.
For Rooster right there, ADK has done so much, just catching the timing for the pick out in through that 4-man long retake. He's going to get himself the exit here over towards Young Vision. Omicella not faring too much better than his teammate, but ADK being able to find that pick in that 1v4 on that long take, being able to find himself the 1 pick, not only take an AWP away, but also keep 3 people engaged in that long fight, even though he doesn't necessarily know that there's 3 there. Just allow that shore presence to come through. Does allow Chell to be able to find and hit his shots on the PZ. Allow that A side to essentially crumble, being able to isolate those fights against PZ, against Vision, against Damio. That's where we see Rooster at their best, when they are causing chaos, when we are seeing unexpected results come out. And that's going to be perfect timing for Vision, so he at least gets 1 back here on Chelios, and that's going to be a nice little opener here for GZ to potentially even this up before the half is up.
I got to respect the confidence on the man, Chelios, at that point, just jumping outside bedroom by himself with a sniper. Again, doesn't work out in his favor, and we might just see if Riss are going to bear the brunt of the realities of that decision. So they are now stuck in a 4 versus 5. Riss, though, looking like they might gear up towards the B take. Ground Zero, they have 1 player, Damio, with the MP7, just waiting on top of the stacked boxes. Good for the 1. There's 1 more player in close proximity. Is he going to commit to the trade? Hello, where's my teammate trading the kills? It will be Reckons at the mid, though, working it up for his teammates. And as Rooster now 3 versus 4, any second now coming out toward the B side. It's going to be Omicella picking up a double, getting 2 kills through the smoke. It's all left down to Reckons now, 1 versus 4 for the last round of the first half.
If anyone can do it, it'd be Reckons. If anybody is a chance at a massive 1v4 clutch, it would be Reckons.
Come on, Reckons, come on, come on.
Time will slowly tick as GZ sort of have no idea where Young Reckons is. Reckons will at least be spotted out. That's the AK taking on the swing against the AWP and the M4, both Vision and PZ. But a 6-6 scoreline here at the half here. Dust 2 won't necessarily see a difference between these two rosters in a match that our analyst desk especially has, and Pilly had as a GZ, you know, a GZ, I don't want to necessarily say stomping, but a GZ sort of the GZ magic, I guess, that we're sort of used to when it does come to this GZ roster.
No, look, so far what we're seeing at the moment, again, you would put the performance of each team down to, like, you know, team chemistry, right? And again, with Ground Zero being a more solid team longer than this current Rooster roster, you know, initially I was expecting Ground Zero to kind of have a bit more of a better showing so far into the first map. But again, just because, you know, I guess team chemistry isn't always everything, especially in OCE Counter-Strike, right? Just even as individuals, this current Rooster roster are not to be underestimated, and they are making a statement so far in map number 1. Again, going 6-all through the first half, as we are now kicking off the pistol round for half number 2. What do Rooster do here?
Well, we'll have to wait and see where GZ want to take this pistol round. It looks as if they're just going to have the mid to B split. Question is, Skull and ADK, are they going to be able to contend with it? Well, ADK is at the bare minimum, gets himself 1. Is there anything more? Car's going to get absolutely swarmed. That's going to be GZ getting themselves a nice little opener. Nice little opening double to get into B. There's Chell on the retake. He's at least trying to isolate a few fights to get a little bit aggressive. That's where we see Chell at his best. But I think it's interesting for GZ here in this T side, because we often see Rooster as a very T-sided sort of side, as Juices will be the last left alive in the 1v2. If there's anything he can do, it'd be getting himself a nice little pick here. On to PZ. The answer will be a very, very swift Ground Zero opener here in this second pistol round. Don't worry, chat. The HUD will be flipped. Don't you worry. Takes a little bit of time. LHM's a great program, but you know it has its flaws. And when it's okay, chat. Twitch chat's freaking out right now, Churchy, and I need them to calm.
Guys, settle down. All right,
down.
we're doing our very best.
Settle down. Jesus Christ. Just a lot going on with them.
It's alright, guys. Hopefully we'll have your nerves calmed by the end of this round, or at least by the end of this game. With Ground Zero, they've got the full 5-man stack onto the B side. If Rooster even opt to go here, they'll just be walking into an ambush. But considering the lack of arsenal that Ground Zero do have, I mean, look, not to say that they're absolutely going to lose and get demolished, right? I've seen both of these teams convert pistol rounds all by themselves. You know, rounds that they would appear to have no business in winning, and yet somehow they've turned the tides in their favor and even converting the round. And I've seen games get flipped on its head basically off eco rounds. But is this one of those rounds? I guess we'll find out. Probably not, just because Rooster appear to be gearing up toward the A site. They've got 4 players coming out toward long. They've got a lurker toward middle, and with Ground Zero still onto the B site, just like, look, we've got a minute left. They'll get here eventually, guys. Just hold the fort. Hold the fort. They're probably hearing all the flashes over on the other side of the map. Look, don't worry, guys. We'll just stay here. Don't worry about the rotating. They'll come to us eventually, maybe in the next round. This potentially will be the Ground Zero round, of course.
Yeah, it's alright. Also, for the people in chat complaining, the HUD's flipped now. Calm down. I'm throwing a hissy fit the audio. Question is, can the Pistols potentially even get themselves a bit of an upset? If they're able to get themselves a nice little gun or two, it'd be handy. Damio will be under a bit of stress, and the stress test for Damio sees APOC Dart bailing him out. Juices will at least be able to find one. That's a little Mac 10. Is he able to get a kill with it? The answer's no. The answer is no. GZ pick themselves up a second after the pistol, get themselves an 8th up on the board. They not only are able to keep the 3 rifles they brought in, but then they've also got the potential to go out and get themselves yet another rifle, which always helps when you are taking on the full power of this Rooster CT side. And just a point here, Churchy, that I do want to point out is that we've heard about how Rooster has recently sort of acquired 2 new people into this roster, and I think what Chelios does really well is set the T-sides and be aggressive in those T-side callings. But then where Rooster sort of falter as a team is when they're playing on the CT sides, where they need to have sort of protocols, they need to have reactions that are just based off things happening and having those protocols set up, where that's where we sort of see Rooster crumble a little bit. When they have their set players on the CT side, it works, but when they don't, it really can fall apart, as we'll see APOC done, at least being able to find the opener.
You are absolutely right. Oh, okay. It looks like Ground Zero potentially going for a split toward B. And Skull Hunter's actually good for 2 defensive kills, as we will see back and forth trades. Juices coming in towards CT spawn, kind of working out in Rooster's favor. They are now up 1 player, but Ground Zero have full reins over the B site. They're still yet to get that bomb down. They actually might even need to recover it, but they can't, because Juices with the sniper already watching the lines, denied vision, picking up the bomb, and it's all left down to Omichella. 1 versus 3, and he can't do anything. Reckons has closed him out. And now Rooster fighting back, not allowing Ground Zero to run away with this game. We might just see an absolute back and forward slugfest at this point. I mean, look, it's Dust 2, right? And look, it is top of OCE Counter-Strike, Rooster versus Ground Zero. This is some of the biggest names in OCE at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of those 2 kills from Skull to find that round, right? He gets completely overrun there, only finding either 1 or not being able to find any more than that. It can really become a little bit dicey. It can really become a bit testy. But for GZ right now, right, they've got themselves sort of this awkward buy. They're just fully forcing in. Nice little kill there from Omichella. That's a rifle that is going to potentially be recovered, as well as the Galil that is now dropped.
So far, it's been great damage from Rooster. So even like from the 2 rounds ago, even though Ground Zero won that round, there was a lot of economy damage that Rooster caused. Where, you know, going into the follow-up round, Ground Zero did not have the better weaponry despite winning that previous round. But ultimately, Rooster were able to capitalize on that. And, you know, now we see the 7-8 scoreline as Ground Zero making their way toward the A site. Chelios with a sniper kill to try to keep them at bay. 3 versus 3. They know Chelios is in the smoke somewhere. They can't afford to kind of, you know, just go straight for the plant and have members of Rooster just kind of hone in on their position from every single angle. Ultimately, though, they do get the bomb down. And look at this already. Rooster have got 2 players already up toward the side. APOC are going to expect this. Surely up close and personal once these flashes come in. Oh my god, he's already been dealt with accordingly. But Damio there for the trade, going absolutely back and forth. It comes down to Chelios v PZ, 1 versus 1. Chelios might just go for the stick of the defuse here. I don't think PZ's aware of this. Oh my god, you hate to see it. Eddie, just to add insult to injury, Chelios is like, take that, Ground Zero. I'm going to defuse in front of your face. There's not a damn thing you can do about it.
That's just balls of steel from Phil there. That flash that we saw over towards Goose as well was so perfect, right? Because they had that crossfire set up from the site player and from Goose with a bit of long support to come through to clear out anything that came through CT. That flash, perfect. It hits Goose square in the face. It hits the site player too, which does just allow that extra second for the side swing to happen. Then you get the trade from the Goose player as he becomes unflashed, and then we get a trade yet again out the back of it. Oh my days. Oh my gosh.
That's alright, it's not the real Sponge.
Mav just walked in and I just thought he was just carrying Sponge. That's okay, don't worry about it. I'm gonna leave that as a secret for the analyst desk. Don't tell anyone, chat. You tell anyone, you're in trouble, chat, alright? I think they're not gonna snitch.
Don't snitch, guys.
If you snitch, I'm just banning you.
You'll get stitches. Us lad. Us.
No, we're not gonna threaten them. We're just gonna ban the Twitch chatters that snitch.
It's just as good as an us.
It's like, yeah, it's the internet us.
Yeah.
Because we're not gonna fight them, but we'll ban them. Anyway, we'll see the short take coming up. Now here for GZ, Juices will be the first responder here with that M4 in through the back. That A side gets himself a nice little 2-piece, has to swap over to the pistol. Juices for 3, make it 4! Juices, my word, have yourself a hold, young fella. It is APOC done to crumble elsewhere. Rooster pick themselves up 9 off the back of the 4K from Juices.
Yeah, great round from Juices, even with the spray down catching off the 2, and even able to recover, pulling out his USPS and picking up a double kill. Of course, I mean, look, the fact that they only really had pistols, you know, trying to storm the A site, he kind of had a bit of the advantage there, but of course, you know, you have to be able to follow through and commit, you know, to actually convert those kills. Just because you have an advantageous situation doesn't mean it's automatically yours. We've seen time and time again around OCE, you cannot say it's over until it is actually over.
Special.
Look at this, oh my god, pistol, Oos lad! Go on, one more, give us one more, son. Oos lad!
That's where Juice is at his best, right? That's sort of what he used to bring to this Rooster squad back in 2017, back in 2018, then when he came back for a little bit in 2021, and now that he's back into this roster full-time and is looking to be a core member of Rooster full-time, that's where, you know, he's sort of at his best. Look at the stats at the moment. He's sitting on 22 kills. I'm sure his personal round win share percentage is going to be somewhere in that 5 to 6% range, which is where you really want your star rifler to be, right? We can consistent fight between him and Omicella, but we'll see the push coming up. That's Omicella actually finding 2. The Skull reckons both of them falling. The ex-Fury boys, I'm sure, would be furious with that result. They can only find Damio. But I mean, it's been a neck-and-neck race between Juices and Omicella for top of the server. Ooh. It's 1-for-1 trading through bedroom. Potential here for ADK to potentially be a bit of a cheeky clean-up crew. Oh no, he'll still be found by the AWP Vision. Okay, Vision, my word. It's just going to be down to Juices by himself, a 1v3. Does have Vision and Omicella low, though.
There is an opportunity for Juices to convert this. I mean, Ground Zero, they've still got a whole minute to play with. They've got almost everything. They cannot afford to make these mistakes, especially up against a player like Juices, who is able, you know, as we've seen a few rounds ago, able to pick up that 4K. You know, you put him in the right scenarios, and this man is able to convert. But, of course, once they find out a little bit of information on Juice's location, which I think they have now, where they will be now taking that bomb, just rushing it toward the B site. But Juice's already onto the rotate. This man does not want to give up, allow them any leeway whatsoever, but surely with PZ already out toward the middle door, I don't think Juice is going to be aware of this. Oh my god, well, there you go. He goes down. Great distraction from Vision with that sniper through double door. Obviously, he had no clue that there was going to be one playing already outside, and that is now a 9-all scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. This is okay, I don't know if you call it a blockbuster thriller, but the fact that it's 9-all, it's close, right? It's an interesting game, which, you know, I'm not just going to say it was going to be a Ground Zero blowout or anything, but I like seeing close games personally.
Oh, I think everyone loves a good close game, except maybe Wanda. Something about his beloved schedule or something that... Yeah, anyway. I mean, yeah, no offense to any of the other teams, but when we saw this match come in through the bracket, a lot of the casters had said that this is probably the closest matchup that we're going to get for most of the bracket. This is going to be a matchup that we're probably going to see for either one of these teams to escape Group A alongside what we presume to be Thunder Down Under. I'm not sure how Damo and Ish are doing over on the B stream, but if you're here, you're watching the right stream, you know, just a bit of a shout out to you guys. And if you're on the B stream, then you're not going to hear it, so I don't really care about you.
Even if Flame's coming in with the lad.
The B stream isn't real. The B stream's not real. It can't hurt you.
Yeah, look, that honestly, the other stream, was it Thunder Down Under versus Time Waves? That's almost like a classic David and Goliath matchup, you know? I mean, like, I remember Lolk being like, look, they've got everything to lose, we've got nothing to lose, so, you know, we're just going to throw everything we can at them, which, you know, if they, look, I'd like to see what the scores are on that one as well. Again, that's going to be casted over onto the B stream from DFRAG, if you guys want to check that out. But
they're on map 2.
This is Rooster v Ground Zero.
They're on map 2 right now. It's like 6-0. It was a 13-0 map one. I'm kidding, I haven't seen the scores yet. But bomb will go down at the bare minimum here for young GZ. Of course, the pistols for Rooster haven't necessarily been a problem, but where it could potentially be a problem is if we see GZ go hunting to try and take this AWP away from Chelios. It's really interesting to me that Rooster continue to sort of buy in the AWP when they're on the pistols. You know what I mean? Like that's an interesting sort of thing for me to look at. Like, I understand why they do it. I understand, but I'm also like, I don't necessarily think it's the smartest idea.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen time and time again, though, Chelios, just the confidence on the decisions that this man makes. Like, for example, earlier in the game where, you know, he's kind of sniping out toward bedroom, and then, you know, with that smoke coming down, his option is to either, you know, fall back, you know, retreat behind the smoke, or option B, jump out into the open by yourself with nobody there to trade you out with that sniper, you know, and ultimately he picked option B, which didn't work out in his favour. But, you know, I'm not saying that's ultimately a bad thing, right? Because, again, that the confidence for him to make those types of decisions is also what allows him to pick up those multi-frag rounds, which does turn the tides in his team's favour. And I've seen a lot of games where Chelios does, off the back of him with that sniper, turn games in his team's favour. You know, it looks like Rooster are down. It's like, oh my God, they're getting absolutely demolished. Oh no, what is this? Chelios got a sniper. He's already got 3 kills. Oh my God, he's done it again the next round. And the next round, and Rooster close out the game. So, you know, look, I respect the confidence on the man. And of course, sometimes, you know, not every decision you make in hindsight is going to be the best one. But look, sometimes there are risks you have to take. And again, Chelios is that man with the confidence to be making those types of decisions. So, but, you know, when's the right time, you know? It's always better to see it in hindsight. But, you know, from the present moving forward, it's going to be risky.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of where Charles has made his career. You know what I mean? Like that's sort of where he's been. I think he's had this weird little renaissance era where instead of being, you know, the third guy you talk about on Rooster when it was TJP and ASAP and Chelios, it's now Chelios and Co, which is a bit of a weird sort of spot to at least sort of think about, especially when, you know, you were commentating it for so long and it was always ASAP, TJP, then Chell. But I think he's done a fantastic job, right? He still, you know, carries around that same confidence. He still carries around that same weight that he did on Rooster as sort of the quiet giant. That's sort of where he's been at his best, as we'll see Juices now looking to defend this A site from absolute turmoil. He can't replicate what he's been able to do a few rounds ago. ADK with that FAMAS won't be able to find much better, and it looks as if it's just going to be the instant save call here for Rooster. Try to keep these guns online as best you can. They've got no money whatsoever. GZ are going to pick themselves up in 11th.
Yep, well and truly on their way now. Again, as you said at the start of this map, if there is any hope that Rooster would want to see a map number 3, you know, Dust 2 was the map they needed to convert, because again, Ground Zero on Anubis being their bread and butter, you know, of course, the Rooster needed to take any advantage that they can get, but with Ground Zero now, off the back of them converting this round, the score will be 11-9. They'll be 2 rounds away from potentially closing out map number 1, and with that disadvantage going into Ground Zero's map pick for map number 2, it's like, ooh, you know, where do we go from here at this point?
Yeah, I mean, an 11th to be picked up right now. Very, very scary scenes if you are Rooster. Because as much as, you know, I can sit there and I can say that Anubis is a lock for GZ, we don't necessarily know. We don't necessarily know. Which is, unfortunately, the scary thing about Counter-Strike, is you can't know everything. You know what I mean? It's always a little bit scary.
I'm not omnipotent, sorry, omnipresent. You know,
Onipotence.
Omnipotent.
Dude, I know that guy.
Oh, do you? Wait, doesn't he look a lot like Al, actually?
Alright.
What?
Okay.
What? I didn't. What? What? I don't know. Who does he look like? He looks like someone, like a very famous.
Looks like a handsome individual.
He is a handsome individual.
Very handsome individual. And we leave it at that. And we don't expand on that bit any further.
Alright, now for round number 21, we will see a sniper in the hands of Chelios, 3 M4s and a FAMAS for ADK. But will they put them to good use? They need to kind of convert this round, because if they lose this round, they've got really nothing in the bank. And if Ground Zero bring it down to match point after this round, we might just well write off map number 1. With 55 seconds left now, Ground Zero ready to get the ball rolling onto these executes. The smokes come out, the flashes come pouring over. And it looks like players will become flooding out of tunnel any second now, but Skull Hunter's already here, up close and personal, and with the duo of Reckons close behind him, it's going to be 3 kills working out in Rooster's favour. It's all left down to Apocdad and Damio in a 2 versus 5, but at this point, what have they got to do with 30 seconds left? Have they got the bomb? I don't know if they got the bomb. I think the bomb's down. Chance for Damio though. Able to catch off one player. ADK not expecting him to already be outside of middle doors. Damio looking for a second. He finds it. There's 3 players left for Rooster, but there's only 10 seconds left into the round. Damio eventually goes down. It's all left at Apocdad. With 8 seconds left, though, you got to be doing something, son. And he will be dying. That's what he's doing. So that is now.
Played them quite a lot recently.
Hello, PZ.
Hello, PZ. Hello. How you going, mate? Nice to meet you. Nice to talk to you.
Big fan. He's played them quite recently, apparently. I think he wanted to let everybody know that GZ and Rooster have been playing recently.
That's
probably why this is a really tight game, and now it's 10 to 11.
Oh, Rooster definitely not allowing Ground Zero to run away with it. PZ giving us a slither of chance to potentially catch off a stray bullet into the abyss, but not going to work out in his favour.
Yeah, default here. For GZ. Slowly just gaining a little bit of space down mid. We're going to have to wait and see if young PZ, who has recently played Rooster, I don't know if you guys know about that, he's got to have a little bit of an impact here with this AWP. He can get an opener, he can get something, he can get a second pick to just take a little bit of space. It looks as if Rooster want this ace. That's going to be the opening shot for the AWP. That's exactly what GZ need if they want to put this game to bed, if they want to put this game away right here, right now, because the money won't necessarily be there for Rooster.
Rooster, they need to convert this. It's going to come down to these few exchanges. Chelios already on the line, watching long. There's 3 plays from Ground Zero, ready to swing any second now, but Chelios is getting aggressive with it. Oh no, he misses a crucial shot, and there's an opportunity now. Ground Zero picking up the pace straight toward the A side. ADK, the lone warrior, to defend all by himself. Only good for the one, and it's left down to Skull Hunter. 1 versus 4. Ground Zero getting that bomb down to the floor and solidifying themselves match point of the game. Unless Skull Hunter has like a last moment of, oh, let's go for it, why not? And somehow pulls off a miracle 1 versus 4, but we're obviously not living in that reality right now. We're in this one.
I'd be absolutely horrified if I'm Skull Hunter right now. I can only imagine what GZ are planning in terms of them going for a hunt. If they're able to, and they're able to take this AK away, times become extremely tough here for Rooster. But Skull doing his best to defend the Kalashnikov. Will at least get the first if he's able to potentially even toy with the idea of PZ and his AWP. Could be something interesting, or will at least be recovered. PZ does find the kill. Absolute brutality. The money not there for Rooster as they stare down the barrel of heading to Anubis while dropping their own map.
Ground Zero again, just not allowing any breathing space for Rooster whatsoever. Ultimately, you know, just hunting down that last player with a us, and even following up with that combo left, right, good night. Well, obviously, we are still alive for the time being. Rooster still alive, but after this round, will they still be? Will they still be in this game, or will this be Ground Zero's map number 1, all for the taking?
Have to wait and see. It'll still be that 3 stack out through long. Hello? Question is there anything left in this tank for Rooster? They've just got that M4, the 2 FAMASs, reckons on a 5-7. The buy is absolutely shocking here, Churchy, especially as that bomb is leaning towards the only M4 in the server.
Not looking so crash hot for Rooster right now.
Not at all, man. Not at all.
Not at all, man. Well, potential last hope for map number 1. PZ already toward double door. Great shot from him, taking down Chelios, but again, how are Rooster going to respond? Looks like Ground Zero, they are seizing control. Damio up towards short, catching off a double. Reckons goes down, 80k goes down, and Juices is there to try to make at least somewhat of a trade, but now with Ground Zero with a 1-man advantage, they've got plenty of time to be working with. Vision already outside of long, dropping Juices to the floor. It's all left down to this man, Skull Hunter, on a 1 versus 3 to keep this game alive for Rooster. The map number 1, bomb's gone down. Pushing through the smoke. Omichilla's already here, and he's already dealt with it accordingly. That is going to be map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, in favour of Ground Zero.
Of course, before we do head over to Anubis, which is going to be map number 2, GZ with the series lead. 1-0, we're going to take it all the way back to Jordan Elfish Guy Mays and his crew of little goblins that he's acquired on that analyst desk. Jordan, mate, what do we think of that one?
Well, I mean, look, I will say I think they are a couple of goblins because they were goblining down some very nice barn me in the break there. We were enjoying some of that one. Yeah, goblin down that map of Counter-Strike as well. Pilski was, I think, very much in line with expectations. Pretty close, pretty tight affair there between Rooster and GZ. But GZ, the ultimate winners, walking away with one and proving once again that, you know, some of that boring Counter-Strike that we've seen from them, I guess, works.
I guess so. I mean, look, the juices were definitely flowing for Rooster, though.
I think it was.
Uninspiring.
Terminology.
I mean, he backed it up in the server, though. You got to give him credit where credit's due. Juices had a phenomenal map there, and I think, look, if Rooster was a little bit more well-rounded as a whole and a little bit less rough around the edges with less prac, then maybe this would be an even more competitive series. But even so, like, their map pick there was very winnable for them.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, Haz, I think we can take a look at some of these clips as well, some of the issues that were cropping up a little bit there for Rooster. It just felt like they need a little bit more time. You know, they're a good lineup, but again, a couple of issues kind of cropping up there for them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's of course going to come with time, the better that they do. And we see, I mean, second round in, you miss a smoke at CT. Funnily enough, they actually end up winning that round anyway. But it's just those little mistakes that in the end sort of all snowballed into them eventually losing the map in that 13-10 fashion. I think the main thing was, again, as we said, Juice's fantastic map there, but the next closest, he got Reckons on 14 kills. What we saw from Ground Zero on the other side, Omichel had 21, Damio at 18, PZ 16. It was a lot more well-rounded. When Juices wasn't getting the kills, that's where Rooster struggled. Ground Zero could look to multiple players. And again, just a little thing here where you've just got the card, you don't really check in for it. Again, like 10-13, it's a decent scoreline, but they need to be winning these maps.
Exactly, and it's little moments like that where it's like, if you win that round, maybe it's a 13-10 your way because of the implications of the rest of the rounds, the economy, this and that, all those kinds of things. And look, I mean, I don't think we need to spend too long on those kinds of moments, Pilski, but it's just a quick little bit of a look and to say, you know, there's still something there for Rooster that they can look at and kind of improve on. And, you know, should that happen in a quick amount of time over the course of the next couple of days, maybe there's still going to be a threat. But the fact that they've now gone down on their map pick certainly has to be a bit of a cause for concern. And I think we're kind of now leaning in the direction probably of a 2-0 for Ground Zero.
Yeah, I think Omichella had a pretty good map for himself. He seems to be off to a hot start here at the DFRAG Wildcard LAN. Yeah, I think for Rooster, really is just down to like individual form across the board. We have players who we discussed them kind of in the pre-show already who, you know, they can bring good form. We have seen good form from them in the past, but this is what I was a little bit worried about when you put kind of this mishmash of a roster together. The parts don't always meet up. Otherwise, someone's feeling a little bit rusty, haven't played for a while, maybe haven't got those reps in the officials, maybe they're not comfortable with their roles, they're not comfortable with the setup. Whatever it is, for Ground Zero, there's less of those friction factors just because they've had more time to work on the chemistry. They've already played their way through a lot of events together, so there's going to be, you know, less of those kind of friction points for them.
Yeah, indeed. Anubis up next for Ground Zero as well. Look, it hasn't been a flawless map for them over the recent history. I think that's definitely fair to say, but it feels like it's been kind of slowly starting to become their go-to, so moving away from that Inferno a little bit and onto the Anubis again also looks like maybe not a map that Rooster are super happy to be on. So are you leaning towards the 2-0 as well here?
Yeah, I mean, I said 2-0 at the start. I think I'll stay with that 2-0. I think overall as well, Ground Zero, the fact that they were able to just stabilise in spots. I mean, they were down 4-0 early. They're down a bit early into the second half as well. But, you know, games that they've recently been in where they've actually lost those series and they haven't been in the greatest form. I think seeing them being able to just sort of calm things down, take the time out, be able to work their way through it in rounds. Like, towards the end, there were some close instances where Rooster definitely had opportunities, but Ground Zero, you've got a team that's just been together a bit longer. They have the experience of playing together and just locked in when they needed to.
I mean, is that the difference maker? Is that really, like, at the end of the day, how much of a difference does that make?
It makes a massive difference. Yeah. I think, like, slogging away through so many series, like, you've already seen them play together so much over all of these online events. They've been playing together since the end of last year. Like, they are one of the more practiced cores in Oceania, right up there with the Semperfi, maybe even more so in terms of how many reps these players have had together recently. So
yeah. All right, well, quickly then, before we head to a break for this final map, I guess the question now starts to become, have they done enough to kind of start to make you interested in the run that they could potentially make from this event, or do we need to see a little bit more still? Do we need to see the 2-0 today?
I think Ground Zero is a hard team to read sometimes because that's the thing. Like, I feel like they struggled to win that map when half of Rooster wasn't even on. So it's not even necessarily a super impressive victory for Ground Zero, but you see them slog out these games all the time. So it's hard to know if they're even in top form or not.
That's kind of what I'm getting at as well. I think they're a team that does sometimes struggle to close these series out when they have a bit of a lead. So let's see whether or not that will be the case again going forward here at the DFRAG Wildcard LAN as we head ourselves towards a quick break here. We'll be on to Anubis next. It is Rooster and Ground Zero. We'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Busy. I'm the Oppa for Ground Zero.
I'm Vision. I play for Ground Zero, and I am the Lurker wing player.
I'm Demio. I'm a rifler for Ground Zero.
I am Omichella. I play for Ground Zero, and I'm the entry fragger or the anchor.
My name is Apoc. I'm from Ground Zero, and I'm the IGL.
I think the win condition is just keeping calm. I think if we keep calm, we'll be able to win against anyone.
We're definitely looking for a top 3, at least, and definitely a possibility of winning the whole thing if we play well.
Our biggest weakness as a team at the moment, we have this really high ceiling, but our floor can be pretty low.
I think sometimes in the important matchups we can sort of get ahead of ourselves, but I think when we keep calm, I think we're a top team.
I reckon the best player in our team is probably Damio or Vision. They're the sharp boys.
Damio's looking pretty good right now. Good consistency, but at the end of last year, I think we were all pretty even.
The worst player in our team is probably Damio as well. He's got highs and he's got lows. Oh, I'm talking bad. I'm talking desk slammed, whiffing everything. He struggles sometimes.
I think the best player on Ground Zero, I think we all put in a good effort, to be honest.
Outside of Counter-Strike, I work. So I work 9 to 5.
Most of us work, so I work in IT.
I'm studying computer science.
So I do that, come home, CS. So that's my life.
Yeah, we practice every day.
If we won this DFRAG and then placed highly in the second DFRAG LAN, there's definitely a high chance that we could make it for the major.
I think there's a chance a lot of teams here go to the major.
Honestly, that's kind of everyone's dream, getting the sticker in the game.
That's been the dream since I first started playing CS, so I mean, it would mean the world to me.
If we came last, I think I would find the nearest beach and probably fucking go out to sea.
No, I don't think we're really scared of anybody at this tournament.
Jai Richardson, mate, this DFRAG win is for you, brother. Don't even stress.
To the fans of Ground Zero, we love you. We know that everyone watching is a fan of Ground Zero, so we need you to get in the chat, get typing, get the boys hyped, and I can't wait to get some dubs for you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Anubis is where we are going to be taking this series next. Of course, map number 2 coming up very, very shortly. Welcome back to the DFRAG Wildcard LAN, of course, presented by the one, the only Logitech G. A big, big thank you to them as we get ourselves underway with what's going to be a fairly interesting Anubis map, purely for the fact that GZ not only have taken Dust 2, they've also gotten their own map pick here to potentially send Rooster into the lowers early. Damio will find himself an early pick on the reckons as, well, we have ourselves little skirmishes happening in the pistol.
Little skirmishes here and there, of course. Actually, a lot of skirmishes at this point. Juice is already finding himself 2 kills, Vision and Omicella already going down. And Rooster now on the back foot. 2 versus 3. Still a whole minute 15 to be playing with. They do have the bomb in their possession, but of course with that bomb already isolated by themselves, and it's kind of yet really deciding where to go. If they continue on this pathway toward the A site, Juice is already waiting here. Potentially go for a split. No, just a bit of a distraction. It's ultimately going to be action on PZ, taking middle control, but he's going to lose his life, pushing through the smoke right into the faces of Juices. Of course, Apocdud. Last alive now, 1 versus 3. Getting that bomb down to the site. This is actually a great success for Rooster, just even to get that bomb down. Whether or not they're able to convert this round, we will find out. But of course, Apocdud needs to convert these kills, but pulling his knife out at the worst situation possible, surely. Whoo! 80k from the midst of the air. Coppin basically given Apocdud a gift to the head, and that will be Ground Zero picking up the first round of map number 2, which is going to be exactly the start they want. I mean, look, we did discuss a little bit of the statistics around Anubis. Ground Zero, they do usually like to have Anubis in their map pool, of course. I think with only a 29% win percentage, of course, with Rooster only playing this map 3 times, I think, in the last 3 months, and with a 33% win percentage. So ultimately, Ground Zero, they like to feel a little bit more comfortable around this map. But, of course, that's probably why we've seen Ground Zero pick up the first round.
See, chat, even we get confused by the HUD when it's not flipped. It's not just you, it's us too. We're a little stupid sometimes, that's okay. Rooster have got themselves that pistol. That's alright, Church, not too much for it. But I think as well, it's a little bit more interesting to see Rooster playing Anubis. They sort of tend to stick to their 3-lane maps, your Mirages, your Infernos, your Dust 2s. It can be really overwhelming for a team like Rooster on a map like Anubis where there's just so much that happens, and it's going to be 1-for-1 trades coming out. Chell can't get himself the second. ADK helping out, however, with 2 himself as that B site closed for business, but as ADK has to fall away, Rooster may look to take the space here.
Well, of course, with Tech 9 in the hands of PZ, Omicella with the Galil. Now, PZ's kind of got himself into an interesting position here. He's kind of crept his way all the way through the heavens of the A site, and if he so wishes, he could even wrap around towards CT spawn. If he does that, though, surely Ground Zero be okay. Ground Zero, Rooster are kind of already expecting this, trying to reclaim their territory that is the A site, although PZ needs to hit a couple crucial Tech 9 shots if Omicella wants to get that bomb down to the site. But PZ does go down. Omicella going for the fake plan. Actually, he's this might be a workout in his favour. He's good to take down Skull, and with another opportunity presenting itself, Omicella might just thread the needle. Oh,
fakes B. He fakes B. He wants them to follow. He wants them to chase. He wants them to fight. He'll find 1, but not 2. Juices, clinical in the trade. That gives Rooster their second.
Rooster their second. Rooster.
That's alright. Hey, the Twitch chatters that are angry right now, I definitely know there's one Albanian dude who's upset as hell about the HUD. Oof. But, like, you just gotta put up with it. If we can put up with it, you can put up with it, dude.
Putting up with a lot.
You're not happy, mate? Not happy, Churchy?
What? No, I'm happy. I'm great to be here, At the DFRAG Wildcard LAN. All those DFRAG Open Series that we've had the last few months leading up to this LAN. It's kind of nice to see it all come to a bit of a conclusion, of course, throughout these 4 days that we're going to be here.
Chell, up close in this smoke, does get himself that opening kill. Trades will be there in the form of Omicella, as he'll look to bounce away. Still does leave Apocdud with that bomb in through top mid. They'll look to potentially even rotate in towards this A site, potentially get themselves a hit if they can get themselves in a decent position. But the 1-for-1, it's not horrible at all, right? You just have to see exactly how Juices wants to play this A main defense. If he wants to get aggressive, if he wants to play passive, he doesn't have that quick rotation that we usually have on Anubis next to him at all. That's actually going to be the FAMAS falling. And with APOC Dud going down, that's the bomb that has been dropped. It will be sent for recovery by one young Omichello, who had himself an incredible map 1. And as the A hit comes in, Juices will be called upon. Will have a little bit of support by Reckons, though.
Ground zero. Again, 3 versus 3 coming toward the A site. Juices just laying in wait, begging for an opportunity to take down anything he can get. Vision, though, will come up on top. And they will be ground zero now. Continuing on their pursuit toward the A site. Reckons, though, trying to put a bit of a pincer into things for the time being, but Omichello deals with it accordingly. It all comes down to this man, ADK, with an MP9 on a 1 versus 2. Rooster still kind of just trying to get that bomb down to the floor, and with ADK knowing exactly where the last 2 players are, he might just be given a bit of hope, a bit of opportunity to convert this round. Of course, with ground zero playing this very, very smartly, not allowing any unnecessary fights. They're just going to play a little bit more passively and just bait out as much time as possible. It's going to add pressure second by second, and ADK is going to be forced to basically take these fights. There's an opportunity. PZ goes down. ADK now, 1 versus 1. Omichello playing very, very passively, sitting all the way back towards A main. I think ADK is just running out of time. He has a kit to work with, and Omichello once again re-aggressing ADK. His hope has fallen for this round, and that is now ground zero picking their first round up for map number 2.
You're learning, Churchy. I like that. You learn.
Yeah, a little bit extra conscious effort, but we're getting there.
It takes a lot of brain power, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, the HUD is something I usually go off.
That's all right. Our observer will probably take care of him a bit later.
Where are the tags at?
Hambo? I think Hambo's observing right now. If it's Hambo, we can deal with him.
Yes!
We got it! Oh, there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That's how you got to deal with Hambo. You just got to like threaten him a little bit. And it works. And he does everything you want him to do. It's so fun. The pistols will come out for Rooster. They will have the M4 at 8AK. They will have themselves the MP9 on Chelt. 5.7s to accompany the Deagle on Reckons if required. But for GZ right now, yes, they lose that opening pick of Vision. You know, there's always that little sort of aggression marker that Rooster will always have on their CT sides if, you know, Omichello does at least spot 2 out, going back in towards B. A single shot will be let loose, and with Rooster 3 stacking that B side, 2 stacking that A side, it'll just allow APOC Dud to take all of this space mid just before Chell can even get there. With Chell falling, that's a massive hole that GZ have looked to put straight into this A side.
Yep, basically charging head first now. Oh, but hang on a second. Skull Hunter finds a 5-7 kill so far, putting into a stint to the plans that Ground Zero have to try to even secure a bomb plant. There's nothing that they can do with ADK already onto the flank through middle. Denies them the bomb plant as well, and it's going to be now Rooster 3-1 up on Anubis. And they need that nice early lead too. Again, from map number 1 not going in their favour.
It's a big round. That is a massive round for Rooster. Right, they came in with a rifle, a single rifle, an SMG and pistols. And just because Skull's been able to find himself kills and be able to keep himself alive in that A site, you know, it's done wonders for Rooster, right? It does allow that M4 of ADK to come in, be a little bit of support, be a little bit of help, as ADK will be challenged once again, gets himself a nice little spray down. Omichello to at least get 1, but Reckons still in the mix. A little bit of help to come out of Chelios, and why not? Rooster can only lose the 1 rifle, so all's well, it ends well. As Rooster get themselves a 4th here, GZ will get themselves the rifles back online, and more importantly, that AWP on PZ.
Yeah, and look, there's an opportunity for Ground Zero to take advantage of the situation, considering Rooster have not got the AWP into the hands of Chelios yet. So, I mean, look, if they're able to mobilize PZ around the map, you know, work up free and pick here, and then get him around to the other side of the map, you know, they've got plenty of time to work with at the start. So I'm definitely interested to see how that PZ is utilised through this, in which case is nice and early towards the B line, see if anyone from Rooster gets aggressive.
It's interesting how they're using that AWP at PZ. They don't usually we see the AWP get a little bit more aggressive, either towards, you know, Canal or get a little bit more aggressive towards mid. Instead, it's just playing really passively towards B, but APOC Dud gets himself a nice little flick kill. And a beautiful little start as 2 kills. That PZ AWP does find its mark. Will it find its second mark as Reckons wants to go after it?
Ooh, another kill work again. So you're utilising the aggression from PZ, you know, doubling back toward the B site, catching off an aggressive Rooster member. And we're now Rooster on the back foot. It's down to Juices and ADK, finding themselves in a 2 versus 5. Would they go for the save here? If Ground Zero are able to secure this bomb plant, look, I imagine they're already preemptively given up this round. Not that I'm a carnival psychic or anything, but what they do, yeah, they're not interested in this one. They want to save these weapons into the next. If Ground Zero, you know, whether or not they're going to go for the hunt, but they still got players kind of around the map. You know, one toward the back of middle, one outside A main. And then kind of still 3, just making sure that there's no funny business going on to defuse that bomb.
Do you think the carnival psychics are real?
I mean, in what way? When you say are they real, as in like do they exist, period, or as in like are they actually psychic?
Do they actually have psychic powers? Not like if the person sitting in the booth is a real person or not. Like, do they actually have psychic powers?
Well, put it this way: if I said flamboyant, in the next 5 days you're going to see at least an apple, and you at some point you see an apple, does that mean I'm a psychic?
Dude, maybe. I genuinely couldn't tell you the last time I saw an apple.
Wait, oh yeah, alright. You know what, I almost guarantee at some point you're going to see an apple in the next 5 days. You're like, oh, church dog. Now look, whether I manifest it or not, maybe I've just, you know, picked out a commonality and then put it into your conscious mind. So at some point you're like, oh, you're going to pay attention to every time you see an apple now.
This might be the first time I've ever paid attention to an apple in my life. It's going to be a miss flash for ADK. We'll dissuade him from going for that B swing. But instead, this mid presence is going to be absolutely overran. Skull, just yet again a victim to APOC dud. And it looks as if Anubis, which is often dictated by the calling of APOC dud, may even have the new inclusion of APOC stud into this server. As Chell gets a little bit aggressive here with this orb, it looks as if he's caught the timing on Vision.
At some point he's going to have to scope in though, right? If he sees someone, then he's going to give away his position, and Vision's just not that far away. He should hear that information. Oh no, but Chelios!
Oh no, Chell.
Again, that confidence, you know, just you know, when it's either a make or break situation. In this case, he has broken, and will put Ground Zero up to a potential 3rd round conversion for themselves, as that bomb is now slowly making its way toward the A site. Of course, Rooster members all the way focused toward the B. Again, surely they're not going to go for a preemptive save here. If Ground Zero get this bomb down, or Rooster going to contest.
I mean, for Rooster right now, keeping these 3 guns is probably the most important part of this round so far. They just don't have the money to be able to compete in the next 2 or 3. If they lose them here, this is what they'll have, a $1,900 loss bonus. If they could take an AK, it'd be nice, and that's exactly what ADK's gotten. The question is, do we see GZ go for a hunt? Do they go chasing rabbits? Chasing chooks?
Too many rabbits in China. You seen that one?
I have not.
Oh, really?
I have not.
I'm surprised about that one. Dad, why'd they build the Great Wall of China? Because of all the rabbits. Too many rabbits in China.
Right?
Never heard that one? Fair enough. Surely someone else. Come on, someone tell me I'm not just making this stuff up. You know, someone out there in the universe has heard this too.
I think
I'm
your
sure.
psychic powers have made you crazy.
yeah. Well, I think we've all well established that one. I'm well. Send me to the psych ward.
Let's not do that just yet, because we've got a game of Counter-Strike to cast, Churchy.
Right.
3rd, picked up here for GC.
All right, so I think what have we got? What's the economy like here? We have Rooster able to secure up. Okay, I was going to say full set of rifles. I think Chelios might. They're going to squeeze a gun.
Scout.
He's got a scout. All right. Oh, against PZ's sniper, AWP. We'll see. I mean, look, Chelios is good with these scoped weapons anyway, so it's not impossible for him. Wait, there you go. Just to yeah. All right, just confirm that one for me. Thank you very much, Chelios. Appreciate that one.
It's a clean shot too. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. We'll see. Juice is under a fair bit of fire here over towards this A site. Nade will go down, won't necessarily hit its mark, but there's a little bit of support from Skull. Does find heavy tags. Juice is the next to go down. This A site has crumbled after the opening theatrics of Chelios. But still a 3v3 in this server. And for Rooster, a round where they may have to potentially even save just to keep these 3 guns online, just so they have the money. But with Chelios falling, A trade from Reckons, potentially a second to come through for Reckons. ADK will need to make his mark. The question is, can he find a kill through it? ADK has just left Omichella alone. And in that sight, time to be ticking. Omichella has to dance. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the moves to keep up with ADK. Rooster get themselves a fifth. They get themselves a nice little retake. And more importantly, a very, very crucial round for their economy on this CT side.
Yeah, so look, again, I would really like to see a nuke being played out by both of these teams. So I'm happy that Rooster is so far in the lead, again, 5-3. Ground Zero, they will be fighting right back, though. They are able to go for the full investment. They got the sniper again in the hands of PZ, who, of course, lost his life to Chelios' scout in the previous round. And this round, Chelios has got the scout. He's got the upgrade, but surely I'm going to see the battle of the snipers.
The battle of the scopes.
Battle of the scoops, mate.
I don't know why we went Scottish there, but I'm here for it. I won't lie. We'll see Skull Hunter in a pretty awkward position in through mid. APOC done yet again, catching that mid timing. He has been fantastic to get these openers for GZ consistently. It's just a little bit disappointing that we're not seeing GZ be able to capitalize off the back of these kills and the back of these openings. And it's really just been a testament to Rooster and a lot of their protocols on Anubis that, you know, they've been able to maintain a bit of stability even when they are in these 5v4 situations.
Yeah, no, I agree, absolutely. Looks like...
Plus it helps when ADK's got 12 kills.
12 kills, this man's leading the server on that. You know, the next highest frag would be Omichella on 8. So... not the biggest disparity, but of course Rooster's still in the lead. And Ground Zero, 50 seconds to make a decision. Again, Chelios, the confidence of the man, somewhat getting aggressive toward A main. He's got to be careful because there's 2 players just waiting for him. Might even go for the split toward A. Chelios, we're going to be pincered from 2 different angles, and with missing shots like that, it's going to put him in a very precarious situation. But we've seen him pull it out of these ones before, but he can't do it this time. Getting caught from behind by APOC, and that is going to be A site all for the taking for Ground Zero. They've got that bomb down, and Rooster looking like they're going for the save. This is going to put Ground Zero onto their 4th.
Yeah, for GZ right now, it's just about getting that bomb down, taking control over the sites. And that's exactly what they're doing, right? That's exactly what they need to do. After getting those opening picks, we're seeing them slow down a lot and slowly work their way through Anubis and through the map, which is sort of where they want to be. This is where we want to see this Ground Zero side sort of thrive. And that's sort of been my little concern with them for their Anubises as of recent. They do love their Anubis. They love playing their Anubis. But my big thing about it, and you know, I'm sure something that their coach Soju at least knows a little bit about, will be the consistency that they have on their T sides. They can have fantastic T sides. And then we've seen them play games where they are losing to inferior competition on that T side, where they are just getting completely manhandled. And it becomes impossible for them to be able to fight their way back into this game. Bear in mind, Anubis, we usually used to see it as a fairly T-sided map. It's now slowly leaned and transitioned into more of an even map. You know, the changes in through mid have been fantastic for a bit of CT side play. We're no longer getting the 9-3 score lines on your T side and it'd still go to OT. And unfortunately, you know, for GZ, unfortunately for Rooster right now, GZ look to be having themselves a T side that is sort of consistent with the way they want to be playing Counter-Strike. I'm very happy with this GZT side because it shows that they're continuing to improve their performance on this map. I love it. I love Churchy.
Yeah, absolutely. Although this is a very important round. Of course, Rooster don't have the best arsenal to be confronting Ground Zero with. If they lose this round, they might even have to give up another 2 rounds as a result. Of course, everything hinges on what happens with these few exchanges. Ground Zero making a lot of noise inside of E-Box room. Rooster, they've got 2 players to be defending onto the B side, but only 2. They have to be combating everything Ground Zero is going to be throwing at them, but Reckons picking up a double and a 3rd with ADK, the duo picking up the 4th. It all falls down to APOC, who also gets dealt with accordingly with a huge round from Reckons. Huge round. And it is Rooster fighting back despite when the odds looking against them. It is now 6-4 with them in the lead.
It looked as if GZ had the perfect read there, right? We just had seen Chelios depart that B side. He didn't want a bar of it. He was leaving. He was going over to help that mid presence. And Reckons has just had sort of a Reckons round, unfortunately. You know, we spoke about the highlight players on the desk a little bit earlier between Pilly and Haz, and they were like, Reckons is that guy that, you know, when you need him to, he's going to find 4, which he just did. When you need him to, he's going to find 3, which he just did. That's where Reckons is so strong, and that's what, you know, in my eyes, I've seen be the main reason that Chell's gone and picked him up, because he is self-sufficient. We didn't necessarily see that on Dust 2. We're seeing it now here, and yet another B take coming in. Ground Zero looking to run it back. Can they best Reckons this time? That's going to need to be the question, especially in that E-Box fight, and no, they cannot. Damio will fall.
Also, Damio's not the only one here. Ground Zero just behind the lines of sight. And ADK only good for the one, but once again, Reckons has arrived. Backup is here, and it's all left down to PZ. 1 versus 4 with a pistol to deal with this situation is not enough. Reckons will finalize that round, and Rooster now 7-4.
That's yeah, if I'm GZ, I'm staying away from B now. I don't want to fight Reckons at all. He's gotten himself, what, 7 kills in 2 rounds just holding down E-Box? Something like that. Just an insane performance out of him to be able to hold down the E-Box line. But we'll come to the final round of this first half. Rooster have themselves a commanding 7-4 lead so far. And it's even though the scoreline is tight, it feels as if Rooster have really dominated here on Anubis, and with Chell being able to find that opener, make it a second here for him. Is there 3? Ooh. There is! The AWP of Chelios is going absurd, only to be bested by the AWP of the Ground Zero have. Not rocking the big green, instead a Kalashnikov, and with Skull to find the trade. Vision will be the last man standing with the MP7. Is there magic in the SMG? The answer is no, an 8-4 scoreline in Rooster. My word, where has this come from?
But I just want to pose a question real quick. I mean, look, absolutely Rooster played this pretty well, you know, especially with Reckons picking up for his teammates when they need, you know, closing off the sites. But is this a factor of what side you're starting off with on Anubis? Or is this genuinely a team factor? I guess we'll find out in the second half.
I think it's a little bit of both, right? It's a little bit of both. Because the CT side of Anubis has become a little bit more... I want to say it's become a little bit more meta in CS2. Like you're sort of encouraged to get a little bit more aggressive, right? You're encouraged to play the style that Rooster want to play, which is aggressive, in-your-face Counter-Strike. For GZ, right, they've got comfort in this map, but they're just inconsistent. So you can argue that team factor of inconsistency, or you can argue that, you know, this map leads into the play style of certain players on Rooster, and with GZ being able to find themselves a cheeky little 3-piece, 3 back as Chelios is able to get himself a pick. It will see this 2v2 now, and Amicella Damio, very uncomfortable positions for these two. As one's in water, one's in mid.
Oh, damn.
Damio might even be caught off guard here.
Slad!
Executed by Chell. That's going to be the A site given up, unless Amicella can do something with these dualies.
Well, he's certainly going to have a crack of it. This man never known to give up, although he needs to be aware that the Rooster are already onto the site planning that bomb. Omichello needs to make these dualies work to perfection. He's spotted out at least both of them. He's got the right information, but he needs to utilize this to perfection, and he's good at takedown juices. It's all left down to Chelios on a one.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Omichello gets the deed done. And the pistol round. All for the taking. Thank you very much, Omichello. We can hear all the noise downstairs. Everyone's getting hyped. Everyone's getting amped.
Absolute cinema out of Omichello there. And it felt as if Rooster just sort of panicked. They weren't expecting Omichello to be there. They weren't expecting the dualies. They weren't expecting his presence. Vision also letting them know, getting into their heads, which, you know, if you're not necessarily finding a lot of kills on the server, always yell at the opposition. That is a bit of a trick that I learnt from my playing days. If you're not fragging, you got to be talking. You got to be playing a mental game, Church.
Yeah, it's always the weakest are the loudest, you know.
That's where the weakest are the loudest, and that's where the battles are won in the brain.
Yeah.
Not in how well you can press the W key.
W, mouse 1, hold, never let go of W, just W, mouse 1.
Yeah, and that's what Kiss Tony was so good at. Right. We could hold it down. We could hold it. We could hold W down like no other team.
Could hold the lost streak down.
Hey, no other team in OC has had 14 in a row.
You know what? You're standing on business at this point.
We're history makers, dude. History makers.
Well, Rooster hoping to be history makers for this round, but I mean, if they can convert with nothing but pistols, ultimately they're getting dropped down left, right, and center. Absolutely nothing they can do, of course. I mean, look, as expected, they only had the pistols, and Ground Zero looked like they had that set up to perfection. Nothing really could really get past that wall, the Great Wall of Ground Zero.
Just talking about the Great Wall up today.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It's on your mind.
It's on my mind. Big wall.
The big wall. So many brick.
The immovable.
So many brick.
Well, going into round number 15, we will see the full, okay, at least 4, okay. We got 4 AKs for Rooster and 1 Galil. Of course, Ground Zero's arsenal not looking as if it's going to be matching that evenly. So, but of course you can't count Ground Zero out of this. Damio getting a little bit aggressive toward Canal, just spotting out for any information. Juices. Oh no. What was it? Hello?
Juice is just a cheeky little 360, mate. That's just what he does. And that's generational talent for you right there. Vision up close. Vision up close with that MP7. Will it get put to use? That's the question. Juice is with the cheeky little one-tap on the reckons. Well, he shoots the right guy this time. He actually shoots the right guy this time. I'm proud of Juices. He's improved. PZ will be there to at least get the trade, stop Juice's reign of terror. But still, the man advantage for Rooster off the back of Juice's getting himself a nice little 2-piece in A main. Where do they go? They've got plenty of time as well.
Well, I mean, they don't have the information that we have, but, you know, that bomb's sitting outside of A main. They don't really have much presence toward the B outside of, like, one player lurking toward E room, who is kind of starting to progress with one member defending from Ground Zero. They're about to clash any second now. This is going to come onto this duel. Skull Hunter, though, at middle. It's going to be 1-for-1 trades. Ultimately, Reckons does make his presence known onto the B side, but will fall to the defenses of Onmichella. And it is now 2 versus 2. But Rooster are here onto the B side. And with Onmichella falling down to the floor, it's left down to PZ. 1 versus 2 as Rooster get that bomb down to the floor.
Really felt as if there was a bit of a miscommunication there between PZ and Onmichella. It felt as if each person had their different ideas on where exactly this bomb was going. And it'll leave PZ in the 1v2. He'll end up falling to Chelios. The team damage from Juices does not matter. When Rooster have the opportunity to pick themselves up a 9th, they usually take it. And GZ have their first loss of this second half, which for the CT side, it's so brutal, right? You get yourselves too early. The round that you need to win, you come in with guns from the previous round, you're not able to convert that, and all of a sudden you're in this really awkward position where if you force in and lose, your economy's kind of cooked. But they're forced in here a must-win just to stay competitive here on Anubis, just to keep themselves in a position where they can compete to potentially tie this up, potentially to like win it later down the track if they wanted to.
Very dicey indeed.
Yeah.
Now they're going to go for the defenses. A lot of noise being made A main with a pop flash. Oh, that's great initiative being taken in from Ground Zero. That's allowed Juices to basically be eliminated from the round. Oh, but Vision will also get taken out, traded out by Chelos, just spraying through the smoke into the abyss, and we'll catch up that like. So 4 versus 4, but still a whole minute 10 left on the clock, and with Rooster kind of like, oh, look, what map control do they have? You know, they're kind of still sitting out toward the back of middle. Back of A main, and that bomb now just rotating around T spawn. Looks like they might be coming toward the A site, which if they continue on that, there's only one player to be defending that. That is going to be Mr. Apoc Dud. Just going for a bit of a walkabouts at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Apoc just needs to stay alive. That's all he needs to do. If we see Damio, we see PZ start to slowly make their rotations over in towards this A site as Rooster are coming. Apoc, if he can get one and stay alive, it'd be very handy, but he can't. And instead, Rooster claim the A side as their own. They'll get the bomb down. And it looks as if GZ are just going to save this here. They'll give Rooster double digits.
That's going to be uncomfortable for Ground Zero. Like, you know, oh, look, if they can get away with this sniper, you know, obviously, I don't imagine Rooster will be so keen on going for the hunt because their economy as well is not so crash hot. I mean, even if they convert this round, they still don't really want to be losing those weapons. Otherwise, they'd have a pretty light buy going into the next. And if PZ, so most likely PZ will get away with this sniper. But again, they need to be utilizing it. You can save your sniper. You can save your sniper as many rounds as you want. But if you're not converting those rounds with that sniper, then what's the point? But look, they got to try. Of course, Rooster now picking up their 10th any second once this bomb explodes. And good chance we might actually see map number 3.
I mean, Churchy, you wanted nuke.
Oh yeah, I wanted nuke. That's going to be interesting.
Giving you what the doctor ordered.
Thanks, Doc. Appreciate ya. You got any, wait.
You got any nuke?
Yeah.
You got any nuke? You got any nuke, Doc?
Yeah, roll up your sleeve. I got you some nuke.
Alright. There's Counter-Strike. You know there's Counter-Strike?
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking about Counter-Strike nuke, obviously, guys. We love nuke.
Yeah,
Nuke is one of the greatest maps of all time, and I don't want to hear it. If there's a debate, it's not real.
Oh, but Dust 2 is so good. Alright.
Don't ever say that.
Round. And number 17, Rooster. Oh my god, great entry from Skull Hunter. Olmichello's already been eliminated out of the equation. They've got full control of B. There's not a single member left of B to be defending this. Ground Zero have to start their shameful rotation. That's going to catch Vision unawares with Reckons lurking toward the top of middle stairs. And Rooster yet again set to take another round. That bomb ticking away inevitably will explode and grant them their 11th as Ground Zero do not want a bar of it. I mean, look, again, exactly what I said previously. You know, PZ is going to be saving this sniper once again, but, you know, you're just not winning rounds off of it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll get to a point where GC they just sort of need to go for these retakes, right? And I think it's sort of now they're going to need to attempt any retake that they can. Having Rooster on 11, you finally have enough to be able to get your rifles. You finally have enough to be able to get, you know, support util around your AWP. You finally have enough to be able to at least be a little bit consistent. Those Rooster boys are absolutely wired in. I don't know what. So usually what happens at these LANs, Churchy, for those viewers at home, they don't know about LAN like us. You know what I mean? Because they're at home, they're enjoying their bed, you know, their dog, their pet. They're not enjoying the LAN like we are. What usually will happen is you'll have both teams go outside, get a bit of fresh air.
Touch some grass.
Touch a little bit of grass, you know, kiss a little concrete. Usually what happens. You and me, Churchy, were standing in between the team talks for GZ and Rooster. We weren't close enough to hear anything. The vibe in the GZ camp was very relaxed, was very confident. The vibe in the Rooster camp was Chelios sitting everybody down and going, what are we doing? And this is the result, right? We've just seen GZ. I'm not going to sit here and say that GZ are feeling overconfident or they're getting overcocky, but it does feel as if they've relaxed a little bit in a lot of these gunfights, and we're just seeing Rooster shoot harder at the moment, and they are playing some fantastic Counter-Strike, but the crunch in through water does see Damio taking on fights that a little bit awkward. It does leave, you know, that presence in from, I think that's Reckons. He's already gotten himself 2 in the round so far. Can he make it 3? No, he can't, but he's done enough damage to APOC Dud. And it'll be that 3v2. Man advantage yet again. PZ and his AWP has to come alive to defend B. But that bomb goes down nonetheless, and Rooster in the driver's seat for 12.
Yes, match point is on the horizon. It's going to come down to if PZ is able to save this weapon that he's saved at least 3 to 4 rounds throughout this game. APOC, oh my god, APOC Dud was going to be the hopeful backup, but he's just been absolutely destroyed from Chelios sitting all the way back towards T-spawn. So there's a little left down to this man, PZ. 1 versus 2, bomb ticking away. He does not have a kit, so there's pressure for the time. He really needs to get a wriggle on, and with that pressure, it's just added too much for him to handle. ADK deals with it accordingly, and Rooster find themselves at match point 12-6.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at this veto when it eventually hit our line, you and me, Churchy, because, you know, we only play with vetoes. And we looked at it. I was very convinced, personally, that GZ would have themselves a nice little amount of control here. They just haven't. We've just seen a tale of 2 different teams. The GZ that we see dominant on Dust 2 and the Rooster that we see dominant here on Anubis. Mollies will go down. Reckons will be the only victim so far from the aggression out of A main. As GZ, they've taken boat control. Nice little aggression, nice little push out of them. But Rooster, they are coming back and they want themselves their fight.
Rooster, this is your opportunity to take this to map number 3. Of course, they are at a man disadvantage, but we do have the fact of Chelios with his sniper. Still a whole minute to be played with. And Rooster have 3 players gearing up outside a main. Of course, Chelios all on his lonesome once again, pushing toward middle. If they time this to perfection, they might just catch ground zero unawares. Chelios, important shot here if he hits this. Bang! There it is. Damn Yo to fall. There's now even 4 versus 4. Opportunity for Rooster once again to close this out with the distraction coming in from middle. That smoke is going to actually prompt a few plays off to the A side. This is exactly what Rooster need. They need to time this because now the A side is all for the taking. If they can get a wriggle on. A lot of noise being made in.
Chell end up falling. That's a massive pick because not only does it take the AWP out, it gives the man advantage towards GZ in the retake. 40 seconds now remain in this round. Rooster, their opportunity for nuke, their opportunity for a map 3 to potentially take down the Kings of Anubis in OCE. Juices, a 1v3, a necessity at this point. He'll end up falling to Vision in his AWP. GZ, by the skin of their teeth, stay alive, and they picked themselves up 7. But my question, Churchy, is this a band-aid for a bullet wound?
Well, they have a lot of making up to do if they want to, have any hope of denying Rooster that map number 3. At this point, with such a lead that Rooster have at the moment, already at map point, they can't afford to make a single mistake because at this point, right, you could do as much as you want correctly, right? But then you also have to account for all those factors that are outside of your control, maybe just an off timing, even if you played it to perfection, so maybe you just turned away at just, a split second before you should have. And that can basically turn games. Again, Rooster, yet another opportunity.
Juices just wants to get aggressive. He's getting into these fights early. That molly will go down, but it does not matter. Reckons continues to be the king of E-Box here on Anubis. He has had a fantastic game. Won't be able to double up though. Juices gets 1. Is there a second on the cards for young Juices? No, there is not. The trade will come through. Apoc Dud stands tall in a moment of dire need for GZ.
Crucial miss shot. PZ is going to have Rooster swarming from every angle of his position. So far to make do with at least 1 kill before he gets taken out by Skull Hunter. With it now being a 2 versus 2, ground zero is here. Bomb now getting put down to the floor. Apoc Dud and Vision versus Skull Hunter and Chelios. Rooster need to secure up these strong post-plant positions. Oh my god, Vision's been taken out through the smoke. It's all left down to Apoc Dud. 1 versus 2. He has a kit. Bomb ticking away. Every second adds more pressure to this man. Ooh, missed shot from Chelios. There's more hope. Apoc Dud, good to take down Skull Hunter. 1 versus 1. He's charging for this last kill, but Chelios comes up on top. And Rooster secure map number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We will be going to map number 3. Nuke.
We get Nuke. My word. You told me this, Vito, at the start of the day. I would not have expected it. And you know what I didn't expect, Churchy?
What?
I didn't expect 2 men handsomer than Has Daddy Slim to be on our analyst desk, but we have it. So we're going to throw over to Elfish Guy and let him take it away.
It is a tough ask, but you know what, Pilsky, we work hard in the industry to make sure that happens, don't we? But yes, of course, Has Daddy Slim and Pilsky on the desk here with me, and I would say that map of Counter-Strike, this series so far of Counter-Strike, feels very reminiscent of Ground Zero in general. I mean, Has Daddy Slim, I'm sure you've been watching quite a bit of the Ground Zero escapades, let's say, over the last couple of months, and is this not just quintessential Ground Zero? Get a lead, series goes to 3rd map, or go down on map 1, series still goes to a 3rd map. They just seem to be a perennial 3-mapper team, so I'm not really surprised to see them not able to close this one out 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, look, default CS works very well, but it is readable. And Rooster definitely did that perfectly here on this second map of Anubis. They were, I mean, like, we sort of asked them to coming to more together as a team. We saw on the first map, Juices was definitely that #1 player, didn't really have the backup. This map here, everyone across the board had their moments, worked absolutely perfectly. The moment they took a large CT run, especially on Anubis, where you usually see a lot of T rounds, it just it was always going to be an uphill battle. So for Ground Zero, it's frustrating, and now they face the real challenge. They could be on a lower bracket run here.
Yeah, potentially. Obviously, that'll be a question when we do get to map number 3. Before we get there, though, obviously, Pilsky, we want to talk a little bit about what went right, I guess, for Rooster in that map, and one of those points was 80k.
Yeah, I mean,
they call him the Inspector, as they say.
The Inspector. Oh yeah, Inspector Gadget. He has got all kinds of tools in his arsenal, and one of those is multi-fragging. You see that right here. Very, very nice hold, and that was what was key for Rooster to really lock down a lot of these CT sites. Both 80k and Reckons were multi-fragging like absolute gods. Apoc Dud was having some good entries on the other side of things, but Chell actually started to get going a little bit with the AWP, and I think Juices was like the fourth best performer overall. So you get the core of Rooster really stepping up above the rest of the guys. Skull Hunter, rough scoreline for him, but he's often a role player, hard on the entries and things like that in all of his teams, and I'd expect no less from Rooster. He's probably taking a lot of the bum roles, and you know, that's how it is, and as long as the boys get the dub, then you're happy with that.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's obviously nice to see Rooster bounce back, but I guess this now raises that question of how dramatic is that fall off of Ground Zero that we sort of talked about at the start of the day. We sort of were highlighting, you know, they've had their troubles against Mindfreak in particular, and maybe they've taken a little bit of a slip in terms of our power rankings coming into this event, but what happens now if they lose to Rooster, right? That's obviously got to be a big question mark over their heads.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, the confidence I don't think is running too high for them at the moment, considering recent results. You get into a position where you have a 1-0 lead, you go to your map pick, this boot. If you're in good form, if everything's running team cohesion as well as it could, you take the 2-0, you move on to that next game, you start thinking about Thunder Down Under. And I wouldn't have thought they were already thinking that, considering that first map was incredibly close.
Yes.
But now it's like you're going to nuke, you've already got things not really going your way. If they fall behind early, I am going to find it very difficult to see them actually being able to reel Rooster back in, because now they're just playing with confidence. The team cohesion comes together well, and again, this is a team that's only realistically now been together for less than a month.
Yep.
So, I mean, the fact they're already doing this is a pretty good sign for them.
I think you were on the side of Ground Zero before the series, and you were on the side of Rooster before the series started. Now we're, just going to head to a break in a second and then jump into map number 3. But before we go there, are you staying true with your picks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think the Ground Zero should take this, but again, I would be feeling again more confident in Rooster and Pilsky's side, especially after that last map there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if Ground Zero... I mean, Ground Zero is, likely to kind of slog it out, honestly, across 3. But I still want to back Rooster. I think if Rooster gets an upset here, it makes for a more interesting event. It makes for a more well-rounded team. I don't want to see, Ground Zero just kind of unchallenged in that number 3 spot with, Semperfi and Thunder having a grand final.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see. Time now for a short break, and we're jumping on to map number 3 of Nuke. So we'll see you again soon.
There's 3 certainties in life, young church dog.
Hmm?
And it's money. Oh, sorry, it's death, it's taxes, and it's ground 0 going to map 3 on Nuke.
Well, that's certainly a certainty I can live with. Be interested to see exactly how this unfolds. It seems to be the analysts on the desk were very confident in Ground Zero's ability to close out this best of 3 series. But, I mean, look, how much of an upset would it be if Rooster actually do take it home?
I mean, it wouldn't be an upset per se. It'd be more of a slight surprise.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? It's not necessarily that it's something that no one ever saw coming. It's more that, you know, we haven't necessarily seen this version of Rooster perform at a level that they're performing at the moment.
Okay.
They've got the confidence, right? They're always going to have confidence. It's a Rooster roster. The only thing you need in a Rooster roster is confidence.
All right. Chel's got plenty of that.
Chel's got so much confidence. He walks around like he owns the building, which I'm like, you know, let a white boy have a little motion. God forbid.
Motion.
But, yeah, God forbid letting a white boy have a bit of motion. As we are speaking of motion, where exactly is this ground 0 boat going to take us as we see Vision drop down in towards the vents? Secret presence is already there. That's going to be a B hit. That does come through. Rooster, they're going to be late on the rotation because they're none the wiser as we get ourselves a bit of a cheeky opening pick. Chel is able, nearly able. Was able, my apologies, to stop the plant as Napok Dud gets himself 2. Make it 3. Why not, son? Go on. Go on. Best the dualies. Skull to at least get himself a nice little reward. The dualies of Juices swapped out for the USPS as APOC gets himself another to be added into the list. Skulls found himself a nice little pick there. The 1v2, the bomb planted open. And as the bullets do fly, APOC Dud will not swing. Vision will be hunted down, however. He's looking to just run around and cause a muck and cause a mess. He'll be able to escape, and Skull Hunter looking for anything to do with a bullet flying somewhere, and he'll eventually fall. We'll see GZ being able to take themselves out the pistol round in quite convincing fashion here. This T-side is off to a great start on Nuke.
Yeah, no, very well played from Vision there, just kind of baiting the last member of Rooster, just kind of to play ring around the rosy around you know, the double doors and out through control room. And at some point, he had to kind of give up the chase because it's like it's just a bit kind of an infinite circle at that point, you know. Just waste as much time as possible. It was kind of in a losing fight there. So ultimately, Ground Zero again do come up on top with that, introducing themselves into round number 2 with a few with an AK, a few Galils, a Mac-10. Of course, we have seen Rooster time and time again convert these types of rounds. APOC Dud, though, just to put a bit of doubt into our minds, opens up this round with a kill, taking down Chelios. Definitely a trouble player you want to get out nice and early. Whether he's got a pistol, a rifle, a sniper. I'm scared anytime he's alive.
I'm scared when he's not even had a PC. He's just a scary individual. You know what I mean? Just a really scary guy. So we'll see. A little bit of ending presence turn into a little bit of ramp presence. Juices, however, gets himself a nice little kill on Omichello. That's a gun that he should be able to recover. It's going to be the Mackie, as everybody will drop down into B, including GZ. 4v4. Here now on the beta site.
Oh no.
Shot.
Just to kind of retaliate against that horrible Molotov on PZ, reckons just grants him a gift of a 1 Ground Zero, they still have their sight set toward the B side, but they're just getting dropped left, right, and center from Rooster. It's all left down to damn, yo, on a 1 versus 2. Galil in hand, up against the Scout of ADK and the Deagle of Reckons. But damn, yo, he might have the positioning here. He's got to play it with 20 seconds, though. Has to recover that bomb. Needs to clear every single angle.
Does at least have the bomb. There is the vent presence of Reckons, and it looks as if Damio not expecting it. The Deagle, clinical, guns to be recovered, and Rooster win a very crucial round. You hear the screams of lock-in from downstairs as a 1-1 scoreline. Nothing is going to be getting in between Rooster and potentially closing out a map 3 here against GZ.
I certainly hope this is a good sign of what to expect into map number 3. And of course, I do like those blockbuster thrillers, the back and forth slugfest. The fact that we're even on map number 3, period, is a great sign. And yet, with Ground Zero closing out the pistol round and Rooster picking up the following, this might just be exactly what we're hoping for. So, Ground Zero, they've seized ramp control, making their way down toward the B site. But Rooster, they've already got 2 players here.
They already do. We'll see Omicello at least being able to find Skull. Is there anybody to test Reckons, to challenge Reckons, who has been a force to be reckoned with?
Oh yeah, that's what he did there. Reckons with.
I gotta be a bit more creative. We'll see. Resmoke's coming out, double doors will open, and that's gonna see PZ falling in probably one of the most chaotic fights I think I've ever seen in my career, as we will see Juices able to get one, but the trade's gonna be there. And with Damio, Omicello finding kills, Damio to double up. GZ fight their way back, get themselves a second, and a nice little start here. Looking to get everything back on track economy-wise for that T side. As Rooster looks as if they're probably going to be stuck with either a force buy here or, yeah, they're just going to force in.
Yeah, no, I'm actually not that surprised to see a force. I mean, even though their economy is not looking so crash hot, right? The fact that Ground Zero win one, Rooster win the follow-up, and now Ground Zero's won again. Rooster kind of need to make a statement here that they're not willing to back down against whatever Ground Zero is willing to throw at them. In this case, they are feeling the confidence that even with the pistols and the 1M4, they can convert this round. Of course, it is also about the actions, not just the feelings. It's Ground Zero slowly maintaining outside control, but look at this aggression from Rooster. They've already got 3 players toward lobby. This is so much information. Of course, vision from the top of T roof. In a prime position to deny anyone from Rooster kind of going any nasty flanks. Rooster might have to play a little bit more passive at this point, with Ground Zero now securing up outers control, making their way toward ladder base.
If Damio is able to find ADK, or if ADK is able to get himself a kill through this outers control, be very handy, and that's going to be the reward. Gets himself one, slowly tapping away at Heaven. As we will continue to see what's almost looking like the Heaven hit into this A site continue. That's going to be a nice little dink onto Reckons. He'll have to fall himself away, down to 5 points of health after the util. But do they know that Juices is here? Chell gets himself one. Vision, at least a trade at the bare minimum. But this CT side has lost complete control of this A side. Juices will end up falling. Skull Hunter, he's next on the shopping list. And Chelios, is there anything that young Chell can do? No, there is not. Omicello to put him down. GZ pick up 3. That's AKs to be recovered. And Rooster, after what was looking like a little bit of a crash hot start here on CT, have lost 3 of the opening 4, which is going to make it very, very difficult, especially on Nuke, to at least not only get themselves back into the game, but maintain control over that CT economy, because it can get very, very volatile.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They basically have been reset, or they've already reset like earlier from the second round, but you know, they were feeling the confidence, and as a result of that, they now have to be on the back foot, going for just about like the near full economy save. And this, you know, if this works out in Ground Zero's favor, they're going to be up 4-1, and with a nade kind of ending Reckon's life, so add insult to injury. ADK also falling, but Chelios is certainly fighting back. He's even recovered himself an AK, but again, Ground Zero, they've got the superior weapons, they've got the control that they need. With Chelios last alive, this looking like this might just be a Ground Zero round, unless Chelios can show us a bit of magic, which, you know, it's not impossible. It's not a tough ask from this man, but of course he will get taken down, seeing if he wanted to get away with the AK. But PZ, quick to the draw.
Quick to the trigger. Quick to the draw. He's happy to let it fly. We'll see the timeout for Rooster right now. I mean, this is what I like about the new Chelios that we've seen. He calls timeouts. I've never seen Rooster call a timeout until TJP and ASAP left.
Okay.
And that's been slightly concerning to me.
Oh,
because I've never seen Thunder Down Under call a timeout either.
Look, maybe it speaks to the experience of all the players, though, right? You know, they're just if they feel like they've got the superior players, and you know they feel like they're in control of the game. Like, what's the point, right? I mean, look, yeah, maybe there's not that many opportunities where they want to break the momentum of the opposing team. You know, just because a lot of times teams can utilize pauses for that. Like, oh, okay, look, they've kind of had a bit of a winning streak. Let's just call a pause and see if we can break the momentum, break this consecutive round streak, and hopefully get ourselves back into the round. Of course, you know, with a lot of roster changes, maybe Chelios is feeling the need that, you know, maybe timeouts is the go. There probably will be a few throughout this game, as Rooster, you know, we kind of were on the back foot as well. You know, the fact that they're now down 1-4 on CT side Nuke. You know, a lot of people would argue that, you know, Nuke is a CT sided map, and the fact that Ground Zero have already worked up 4 rounds so far as we're going into round number 6 might just show a sign that Ground Zero's strength on this map may not be matched from what Rooster is capable of showing, at least for the time being, right? You know, give Rooster more time to work with, give them more practice and maybe dry runs. You know, we might see them improve over time, or maybe they come back. You know, the game's not over yet, right?
No, it's never over, especially when you got Chelios. We'll see APOC done. At least removing the main man here. So you're right, it might be over. 80k. However, to be able to find Vision, bringing it back to a 4v4. Still 50 seconds to play here. APOC Dud has become a bit of a presence of concern in Through Hell. I mean, you're seeing a player already down in towards B. You're seeing a double up in towards A. A single ramp player here. There's a lot that can be attacked right now as APOC Dud will be mollied away. Mollied out of his heaven control. Reckons will have a world to try and deal with here. Mollies to go down behind the pillars. That'll see Juices being able to find one. Trade is going to be there, however. PZ is getting involved, but as Wreck and Skull finding themselves kills, Damio's able to find the trade. He gets himself 3. Damio's gotten 3, and GZ pick up their 5th. They are absolutely dominant right now, and Rooster are most likely going to have to be stuck here on an Eco Churchy.
Oh no, it's really not looking good for Rooster, right? After giving us the showing that they did on Anubis, you know, I thought maybe there was a sliver of hope that we're going to see a very even contest, which I still like to hope to believe that, you know, that it is quite possible and in the cards to see for this map number 3. Of course, you know, Ground Zero is a force to be reckoned with, just because, you know, the players on Rooster as individuals are, you know, pretty good in their own right. Doesn't mean you can just instantly write them off. But again, the experience that Ground Zero have just stacked up against the timing of the roster changes that Rooster have had as well. It's just not working out in Rooster's favour. And if Ground Zero can basically capitalise on that and work that to their advantage.
A minute 40 into this round. And we've just seen APOC Dud just kamikaze it straight down vent. He's taking control of all of Secret. He's had 2 people join him. We are seeing this Ground Zero side play with very, very little respect as Reckons doubles up. We'll see Skull Hunter getting himself an AK. There should be a second gun lying around somewhere, but
Sneaky beaky like.
Sneaky beaky. I think that's Thunder. I think that's TJP actually. That's Thunder Down Under, getting loud. That's Vision to at least find. Chel Reckons will end up falling to the bottom, however, and we will be seeing GZ pick themselves up a 6th. And sorry to confuse you, Churchy. I was more just like, how is APOC down into this secret area with a minute 50 left on the clock?
Yeah, it's really the first 10 seconds of the round. They just they really were decisive on that exploding. I think they just took advantage of knowing that the economy of Rooster was not looking so good. They're just like, all right, guys, just straight down toward B. You know, they might not expect this, and even if they do expect it, they don't really have the arsenal to back it up and keep us at bay. And right now, Ground Zero looking very, very strong. Their economy is healthy. Even if they lose at least 1 round, you still got Damio on like 4.6k. You've even got Omichella on 6.9. If they so wish, they could even pull out a sniper, which, I mean, in this round, PZ, it is in his hands to be facing off against Chelios' sniper. We have seen this duel time and time again throughout this best of 3 series. I haven't really been keeping tabs on who's kind of winning throughout those duels, but I think 50-50.
I think the winner's us.
Us?
Yeah, we're the winner.
We're always winning.
We're always winning, because we just get to watch great Counter-Strike, God forbid.
Yeah, it is great Counter-Strike indeed. Ground Zero showing us exactly why they are amongst some of the top names in OCE Counter-Strike, with a very dominating performance against Rooster. Again, the score is 6-1. on T-side nuke, mind you.
Smoke will be disrespected here by Vision. Flash goes out, it's perfect. Skull Hunter will have his skull hunted as ADK tries to fight back. Juices to end up falling. ADK is going to be the only line of defense on this A site. Won't necessarily be able to find all too much. Chelios is slowly taking some lobby control. And as Chell to find PZ, those AWPs continue to go head to head. If there's anything more for Chelios, it's going to be found through this squeaky line. As Rooster will have to take themselves a little bit of room.
They've just been locked out of the site, you know. Ground Zero already with that bomb plant on the A site. They've got the smokes to isolate outside of Anix. You know, there's really no leeway that, you know, Ground Zero have allowed Rooster to kind of, you know, just even wiggle their way back in. You know, even a sliver of hope that just maybe they could work one kill, you know, to potentially, you know, have the retake to be on. But again, Ground Zero is so strong. They've really fortified their post-plant positions, and Rooster just, you know, realizing that they have no hope into retaking this whatsoever. They're just going to cut their losses and save these weapons. Now, they are valuable weapons. Again, Chelios has managed to hold on to the AWP. Of course, ADK with the AK and Reckons with the M4. But, yeah, the economy is still for, you know, Skull Hunter and Juices. They might be able to play, they could, you know, pass the parcel, maybe share around some economy so they can make at least get some rifles into everybody's hands. But, again, Ground Zero just... Their economy, oh look, okay, so APOC Dud's obviously died a few times. He's sitting on 1k, but you know, he's not really suffering as a result of it. He's got his teammates' money to account for, which, you know, they're happy to kind of share the love. Yeah. Chelios, nice and aggressive onto the squeaky line. Not going to find anything that helps his team for the time being, and oh, I think he got lost in the smoke there.
Definitely lost in the smoke. That's going to allow APOC Dud to find himself one. No more than that. However, Juices has doubled up before he's going to end up falling. Skull Hunter. Wiz getting stuck in the smoke going to be his biggest moment here in this map, because he's found himself a kill he wouldn't have found if he went down those vents. Potential here for the second. The 1v2 now as he's dancing around on this side does have the lurk of Chell, who's missed. Point blank, Chelios has missed. How absurd is that? We've never seen him miss the combat AWPing fights. ADK to come in and help just a little bit, but Damio on 3 points of health does see ADK scramble away with the bomb on his back. He's got to get down to B. No one will hear the footsteps, so at least a plant to be secured unless there's going to be an attempt to stop him, as we see Rooster drop down through vent. Damio is going to try and stick the plant. The smoke's up, but it doesn't matter because ADK will find Damio on the fight.
Oh boy, how devastated would you be if you were Rooster, like off the back of like Chelios going for that flank? He had the timing and everything. I'd say he lined up to shot, but obviously not really lined it up well enough to really convert the kill. And imagine if they lost that round, which they didn't. You know, this is the reality we're here. But Rooster finally do get another one up on the board. It seems to be after a while of a bit of a drought, but maybe they will find Rooster back into the draw. Maybe they come back. Or maybe Ground Zero's like charity rounds.
Charity rounds. You gotta give him a little charity every now and then.
Yeah, well, Chelios is happy to take full advantage of that charity. He's already found up at least one kill taking down Vision. APOC Dud though, very quick outside. Also to trade, Reckons has fallen. 4 versus 4. Ground Zero still kind of split around the map just to kind of secure up control and decide where they want to take that bomb. Rooster, the defenses aren't really being tested just yet as Juices, alright, just comes out toward heaven. Omichella not able to seal the deal.
It's 4v3 now. For GZ, what do they do? Talking about trying to seal the deal, ADK has sealed Damio's fate in this round. A minute to play here. Juice is still holding down this line. APOC Dud. We're just seeing GZ give up these 1v1 fights. They're just giving up these 1v1 angles. There isn't a lot of support around any of them, but for PZ, the 1v1s is where he does seem to thrive. Almost every time in his career. These 1v1 fights and being able to isolate these duels in the clutch situations is where young PZ has been able to make his best shown.
Come on, PZ. He's got the bomb. 3 members to account for though. Oh, their timing is good to at least take down 1 kill, but with that double up towards Anix, Rooster now picking up their 3rd and hopefully finding some momentum to give us a game for map number 3. This is, remember, this is the decider map, so there are no more chances in this in this after where all has been said and done. Ground Zero still 7-3, so they've got a little bit of wiggle room for some comfort. But again, Rooster is not a team that you just want to give away rounds willy-nilly just because you're feeling a little tired, right? Just like, oh, we've got a comfortable lead. Why not just allow them to take at least a couple rounds here or there? Because once the sides swap and if Rooster finds their groove, especially with Chelios always finding himself to be impactful.
In this presence from ADK here, he's going to find himself one, make it two. The trade's going to be there at least, so 2 rifles to be picked up as Rooster start to make their way down B. Chel with that AWP. He's called upon his services once again. Will at least find himself that first kill. Question is Reckons in a position where he can find Vision? He won't be able to, so that's Heaven given up. And as Vision starts to push his way through that top of the head, he's going to be spotted here by Juices. And as Juices doubles up, Rooster pick up 4 as we go into the last round of the half with a 7-4 scoreline, Churchy. It's been all Rooster in the tail end of this one.
No, I'm very happy to see that. I've said it time and time again, and I sound like a broken record at this point, but I am a lover of Counter-Strike. I do like seeing close games, never usually like seeing blowouts, and with, big names in the OCA scene like Rooster and Ground Zero, the last thing you want to see is like, oh, okay, maybe one team's just not on par with them, maybe they're just like falling off, maybe they're no longer going to be a big name, but, outside of the team name itself, even the individual players themselves, kind of being a staple throughout the OCA scene or top level of CS, just because they weren't really part of the roster before doesn't mean they're not capable of actually being good players and contributing to a good game of Counter-Strike. A chance for Rooster potentially to secure one more round before the end of this half, and the sides do get swapped.
That's where Apoc Dud's found his timing here on Chel. We'll find Juices. Chelios the next to fall. Apoc Dud has opened up A. Reckons to at least get 2 back of his own. He's kept it competitive, making 3, Reckons. ADK to help out as well, and Rooster have clawed their way back from a 7-1 scoreline to make it 5-7 as they go into their T side.
Yep. Well done, Rooster. Well done. Maintaining your composure. It's always a test of resilience, right? A test of, your own grit as a player and also as a team, because there's a lot of scenarios where a lot of people will be like, oh, wow, there's such a big lead. They might just give up at the last second. But, of course, with players like these in the server, this is not their first rodeo. I'm sure this is not the first time they've ever found themselves being, behind the horses and, having a bit of a lead. They're not just kind of like, all right, you know what, you guys can have this. But I mean, look, we're at LAN anyway. It's always a different story, right? They're always going to be competitive till the very bitter end, which case they have, as you said, clawed their way back 7-5 once the sides on the hoodie get swapped.
The hoodie gets swapped?
The hood.
The hood.
We're in the hood right now.
I feel like, do we need to go after Hambo again? I was about to call him.
What was that? Uslad. No.
I feel like we need to go after Hambo again. He's slacking. He's slacking a little bit.
The integration. He's doing his best, man. We're much love Hambo. Vegas.
No, until he swaps the HUD, we don't love him.
Yeah. We love him. We love this man.
Love him.
What a guy. This man on the job, on the task.
No, we love Hambo.
Getting done what needs to be done.
We love Hambo. He's a cutie.
All right, getting done though. Will be now the pistol round of the second half. Rooster, looks like they're going to have at least a lot of players, 4 players coming toward the ramp. Vision, the first line of defense, spots out a bit of information though. A bit of back and forth exchange though. No kills as of yet. One player who's already finding his way towards Secret as well.
Chel had the opportunity to go straight through, but he'll actually be able to find Vision. Is there anything more that he can do potentially to get rid of these dualies? Chel does at least get the second right, and that's going to cause Rooster to go back down the vents, back down ramp, my apologies, in towards that B site. Still a 3v3 though. Still, these dualies of Apoc Dud can be dangerous. We've seen them be dangerous consistently, but the post-plant positioning, that's a mouthful, will prove to be somewhat of an inconvenience here to GZ. Juices gets rewarded with 1. That positioning of Reckons is absolutely feral as Juices gets 2. Skull to get another. And Rooster continue the clawback by picking up the pistol.
Yeah, that's a great start. This is exactly the start that Rooster need if they want any hope of overtaking Ground Zero into the lead. You know, the fact that they've even clawed their way back to this current 7-6 scoreline where, you know, Ground Zero is still in the lead by 1, but it was not a one-round disparity a few rounds ago. It really was not. So the fact that we are at this point now, good signs to come for potentially what's the rest of this game. And hey man, look, it's quite possible Rooster do come up on top of this best of 3 series if they maintain this momentum. And the fact that now Ground Zero's economy is in shambles, they just can't afford anything. They've had to do the full USPS save, not even a shred of utility. Oh, okay, maybe a flash. APOC does got a flash. Maybe they're going to try and do a pop flash at push outers.
Yeah, that's the plan as Chelt gets 2. There's a team kill in the mix. Juices to eventually kill GZ's trader. So pick up Juices, right? We don't like team killing. Help out. Friendly fire should be turned off.
Damn, yo, what you doing, man? That's your teammate. Why'd you kill him?
I feel like that might be a question for the interview.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll save it for later.
Should we? We're not doing the interview.
Oh.
We've got to leave that to our analyst desk, right? Do we give Jordan the why did he kill his teammate in two different maps?
If he's happy to question that, why not?
Do you feel like that'd be something Jordan would question?
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows anything, really? I mean, PZ, he knows that hopefully he tries to get a Zeus kill, but he doesn't know much more than that. It is going to cost him his life. And Rooster now bringing it to a tie game of 7-all. Now we go into round number 15. Ground Zero are at least afforded the full set of rifles. They've got the M4s across the board. They've got healthy looking utility. But again, versing plays like these on Rooster it's not as easy as having the best weapon and the best arsenal in your favor. It really isn't. You got to do more than that, Ground Zero. Rooster are not willing to let this go for free.
They're going to go quick in the way here. APOC Dud gets himself 2. Wamichella to help out as well. Ground Zero have stopped the chooks at the barn. He's kept everything confined into a single bullet spray as well between the two of them. They've gotten themselves 3 kills. They've gotten themselves a 5v2 early. There's plenty of time for Rooster to make something out of this. And it seems to be ADK Chelios, Mr. Gadget, and the leader himself, the commander-in-chief. As Chel to at least find Damio, so a nice little pick through that garage door. Trade will be there though. ADK will be the last man standing.
Almost to reinforce the confidence. Be like, oh yeah, look, don't worry, I've got you guys. I want to pick up these few kills, and we might even convert this round, even if the odds look stacked against us. But I mean, too much for old mate Chelios to handle. And ADK left to pick up the pieces if he can pick anything up at all with the weight that Ground Zero currently in this round are putting against Rooster. ADK with a Galil to kind of battle with his life. And I don't even know if he's escaping with this. Look at this. Ground Zero have already got a member inside Rooster's spawn. I mean, look, ADK is obviously opted to go for the T roof, which, I mean, fair play to him. But will Ground Zero even kind of venture toward this terrain?
The question is, does Vision spot him crossing here?
Maybe. Oh, look at this. Oh,
he has.
Oh,
he has.
Oh, no way. Vision, please, son. What are you doing, son? This is a LAN. You can't do plays like that. You got to secure the kill.
Yeah, I mean, for Vision there, it's unlucky. It is what it is. It's Counter-Strike. Yeah. Happens, man.
You win some, you lose some, you kill some, you don't.
Exactly. But, GZ, take the lead for the first time not for the first time this map. You take the lead I took the lead. Pick up their first round of this second half. That's what I was meaning to say. I lost the words. Words are difficult.
Yep. So, it depends on what language. I mean, you can make up your own language and it won't be so difficult. Just make noises.
That's what I did just now.
Oh, fair. Yeah. Got a bit of structure in our communication styles. A bit of structure. Rooster need, of course, for this round. They've got 3 AKs. They've got 2 Galils to make do with. And utility definitely leaves a lot to be desired, of course. So how much map control can they really gain? I mean, they've got 2 smokes to try to at least give them some type of presence toward outers, with only a couple players pushing toward that. So they've still got a few players sitting back, waiting inside of lobby, seeing if Ground Zero get a little bit aggressive. Oh my god, look at that. Absolutely through the smoke. Vision and APOC Dud catching 2 members of Rooster, looking for the third, almost the third.
Chell will at least get that molly down to protect his life, down to 30 points of HP. In through out as alone. Everyone he's brought with him has suffered the same fate, and you can see their bodies lying on the floor there. I mean, the question is, where do Rooster go from here? They've got to try and take a little bit of secret control, which they have. Yeah, Vision's down there already. The rotations will be quick. Molly's into Annex to potentially help out ADK and Juices to get down the vents, if they could be so kind. But yet again, it's another 5vx situation where GZ have won their opening engagements. They've gotten themselves a multi-kill to start the round, and for Rooster, they're left twiddling their thumbs. Juices will end up being spotted. He gets himself one. Is the trade going to be there at the minimum? It's not. Omichella has at least gotten himself a nice little pick. ADK will drop down the vents, and it all comes to Vision. If Vision's able to stay alive, prevent the plant.
No time.
And there it is. Stays alive, prevents the plant.
Well, Ground Zero, well done to them. Basically now picking up a 2-round lead at the moment, 9-7. Rooster, you know, again, basically losing that round with running out of time. They don't get any money for that, and so right now they're kind of stuck trying to, you know, pull scraps together to see if they can pull something to make it work and maybe bring the fight back to Ground Zero, because if they don't, then this would allow Ground Zero to pick up an easy 10th. So again, Rooster, of course, not going down without a fight. Happy to just kind of even go into the fight throwing stones. Well, they got a little bit more than stones to work with, but...
Well, they're metal stones.
Metal stone, alright, cool. Yeah, I like metal stones.
Yeah, metal stones. It's like rock of metal.
Can do some damage. Hit a few heads. Just again, very, very slow round. Just, oh, Reckon's already aggressive towards Annex though. Ground Zero ought to be careful because, oh, Damio's watching this.
That's
okay.
Barrel spotted. Damio, however, executed. Skull finishes the job here. As Damio made it messy, Omichella to at least find one. Apoc Dud gets pincered from 2 different angles. Omichella to get one, can't make it a second though. Trades there. Trades have been clean for Rooster. They're going to have themselves the man advantage, but PZ looking to change that. Juices and Chelios left in the 2v2 against PZ and Vision. And with that bomb down on the A site, isn't a lot of room here for Rooster to make mistakes, as PZ does at least get the trade over towards Chell. Juices, now the 1v1. PZ tagged up quite heavily. What happens here? Does Juices scramble towards B? Yes, he does. PZ's already read it. Already hanging out in through ramp. The bomb will be planted safe for it, as PZ waiting for the escape out of Juices. No util to be thrown as of yet, but PZ will end up falling nonetheless. Rooster pick themselves up 8. A little pop-off here from Skull as the Rooster boys are feeling it.
I really like that composure from Juices as well, able to close out that clutch round and ultimately convert that round for his team. You know, again, it looked like Ground Zero almost picking up the momentum, and you know they might string up a few consecutive rounds. But now that Rooster have kind of put a spanner into the works for the time being, maybe we might just see that their time to reign for the next few rounds. You know, it seems to be a lot of back and forth routine throughout, you know, in this entire best of 3 series, especially throughout this map number 3. It has been a close game, and it is a close game. Again, Ground Zero in the lead by 1, 9-8. And Rooster, their economy grants them at least 2 AKs, but then with 2 Galils and a Tech 9. But again, they're up against the might of Ground Zero. PZ has the sniper. You've got Omichella and Damio with the M4s and 2 SMGs.
Just call him Damio.
Damio?
Just call him
Damo?
Just call him Damio.
Damio. Damio. How you going, Damio?
Where's the I?
What?
Where's the I in Damio?
Damio.
You're saying it a way. You're saying it a certain way.
What's wrong with that? What? Oh, I'm mispronouncing it. Oh.
I feel like you're separating the damn and the yo when it's just the one.
Damio.
There you go.
Oh my god, I've done it.
You've done it.
Well, hopefully Roost can get something done through this. They've got all 5 members coming down towards Secret.
PZ looks to meet them. The all blind. Oh no. PZ.
The timing
has left. The timing has just been missed.
Oh,
PZ's going to turn back around. He's going to have an army of people to shoot at. He finds himself one, but no more than that. Skull gets himself not only the trade, gets himself an AWP as well. An AWP in the mix for a long-range fight. Does see Juices at least find vision. Rooster do get the plant down nonetheless. A GZ to save. 9-9 the scoreline here, Churchy.
9-all. There's a good chance this could even go overtime with the way these guys are going back and forth.
Don't say that.
What?
The admins will not be happy with you if you say that.
You know what, man? I don't need to be liked. If the admins hate me, I'll live my life and live my authentic truth. I'm going to speak my mind. If I think it's going to go to OT, I'm going to say it.
Yeah,
as much as I love you admins, but...
We want the admins to like us. Let's not do that.
All right, come face me. Come on, meet me outside.
No.
Send location.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Let's go, Wonder. Square up, son.
Jesus. 9-9, that scoreline now. The AWP will be recovered. It'll be given straight over to young Chelios, who will take his beloved big green with open arms, you'd imagine.
Giving it a big hug it deserves. I mean, a sniper would deserve a hug if he can utilise it properly. I mean, look, this could potentially go the round of, like, the way of Rooster. I mean, you know, Ground Zero only have 2 M4s, 1 MP7, and then 2 members with nothing but just the defaulted USPS. So, opportunity for Rooster to find themselves in the lead, get closer toward the end of this best of 3 series, but Ground Zero don't want to let it go for free. They've already got control of lobby. They had taken the initiative and taken control of Squeaky Door. Kind of pushes Rooster lobby players back.
John's top of red right now. He wants to have himself a bit of a cheeky fight with this AWP. Did he just spot that? Oh, I think he has now. Damio will end up falling. It looked as if he may have even spotted a leg or something. Oh my god, Skulls. Oh my god. That is disgusting. And he lets them know about it as well.
You can hear him downstairs. Jeez, after a flick like that, a spray transfer from the man. That is just absolutely stunted Ground Zero. And Rooster set on the course to take their 10th.
My word, Skull. What is that?
That was Jesus.
Two bullet, two head.
I'd love to see that from his perspective. I mean, even seeing that from the outside perspective was crazy.
My word. It felt like, you know those horror games?
Wait, which ones?
Like, if you see the guy that's hunting you down, he just lunges at you.
Yeah.
It felt like that from the POV we got.
Oh. Yeah, right? Yeah.
Like, you play multiplayer, the guy next to you gets killed, and then you're just instantly next.
I genuinely thought like he was going to go down there. I really did. And just all of a sudden, the guy we're spectating has gone down. I was like, wow, he actually secured that. He's got both kills, and he almost had no business of winning that, but he certainly made it his business. Rooster, of course, now the 1-round lead. They want to see how Ground Zero are going to be playing this. They need to sniff out what Ground Zero's economy is like. Of course, you know, Ground Zero rocking the full roster of M4s at this point. They have everything that they need to keep Rooster at bay, but Rooster always pushing forward, never giving up, never surrendering. As we go into the minute 5 mark of the round, again, they don't really have a whole lot of map presence. They've got at least 4 players sitting inside of lobby and 3 players in lobby, 1 toward red and 1 down secret. And with Reckons getting an opening kill, taking down Damio, the rest is on to the remainder of his squadron to kind of take the site once they get the green light.
Damio falling. The only thing that's broken the deadlock here between these two. Still 30 seconds. This is Rooster just waiting everything out, hitting late. This was from the old Rooster playbook. We haven't seen them run something like this in a little while, but here comes the hit. Skull to lead the charge. Reckons will end up falling. But that bomb is already down the vents, and it's going to be the B hit now. Plant should be secured. But the man advantage here for GZ in the retake. And what do GZ do here? It's going to be a 4-man ramp retake. Ooh. Footsteps will end up being heard, so Molly does go down in through one of those doors. Juices to bide his time. Nobody in the site.
This is
to
quick.
welcome in GZ. That's going to be a smoke out over towards that bomb as well. Juices finds one. The trade's going to be there. 8AK gets himself a nice little pick. Does at least find the diffuser. He'll end up falling. Is there time for the defuse? I don't think there is. There's no kit play here, Churchy. That's going to be Rooster getting 11.
Wow, they got all the kills and they still couldn't finish the job. That is so upsetting. That's probably why they were taken that by storm, you know, onto the retake. They're just like, you know what, guys, just group up, take ramp as fast as you can. You know, and despite those kills working out in their favor, it just, again, the lack of economy that they've had from so much damage being caused from Rooster into the previous rounds, it's cost them yet another round.
For GZ, 2 rounds separate them from the lower bracket. If Rooster are able to have what everybody but Pilly had labelled an upset victory, it would definitely be a hell of a start here to the DFRAG wildcard LAN, as we will see Chell, Skull, Reckons, finding kills. I mean, Chell can only get the one in the back of the site. Skull's there for the trade near instantly. PZ with the scout, the last man standing, and all of a sudden, Churchy, round 0, staring down the barrel of the lower bracket. It's map point, match point, series point here for Rooster, and they have been on fire as of late as they've picked up 5 on the trot.
I think this is a great sign for potentially the rest of this LAN, but not just this LAN, but potentially the future of this Rooster roster. Of course, you know, with them, you know, banding together as their current 5 as they stand today, and with them putting up numbers like they have so far against Ground Zero, despite that disparity, it's actually potentially means that maybe Rooster are going to reach the pinnacle again. Ultimately, kills coming in left, right, and center. Ground Zero do have the advantage at this point by 1 man. It's all left down to Skull Hunter and Reckons on a 2 versus 3. There's still plenty of time to be working with.
There is. I mean, the lobby crunch has its ways of just seemingly working here on LAN. You ever do a lobby crunch online, it never works. But you do it on LAN, it always seems to work for some reason.
Yeah, maybe predictable gameplay, people would say, you know, whereas online, you know, people can just do anything, really.
That's true. Question is, Reckons he's able to at least best APOC dart. Damio swings off the contact. Skull drops down into the vents. He should at least get himself a plant at the bare minimum. No one to follow him down the vents. Until now, Omichella and Damio have to work their way through this at the moment. Squeaky will be open. Skull playing with the audio, playing with the sound cues. Still no kit in play here for either Damio or Omichella, but the trade's there. The trade is there for Damio. And GZ live to fight another day.
Oh man, I would love to look. I would love to see Ground Zero bring this all the way back into overtime, right? Look, even if Rooster win this though, happy days to them. The fact that they've been able to come into this best of 3 series against a fortified team like Ground Zero for at least like the last 6 to 7 months, you know, if they're able to bring home the bacon with this best of 3 series, again, great sign for the future of OCE Counter-Strike and also the team name that is Rooster, which, you know, for the longest of time, for at least for the last 2 years, you know, just before they had all these roster changes, they were at the pinnacle of OCE Counter-Strike. You know, there's just a big name that was never, you know, or whether I can say that the slogan or not on this stream or not, you know, fear the Rooster.
They were feared.
They were definitely feared. Which, you know, if they want to reiterate that fear once again, they will need to do that by making this statement that they can take down a team like Ground Zero. And here is their chance to do so. Reassert themselves as a dominant force in the OCE scene.
It's all quiet for the Chooks at the moment. Vision will be the first person to take on this ramp take, as it does look to see 4 Rooster boys getting really aggressive into potentially rushing down this B side. PZ at least finds juices in the meanwhile. Scurries back up through heaven as Vision, he's going to be called upon. Can only find the one. Damio to double up, though. Will fall to the nade of Skull. Cheeky little 2-4 out of young Skull. But it will leave Reckons in the 1v3. Bomb will be recovered as he will scramble Tully's trying to get a plan. He'll be aggressed. Won't be able to do anything at all. GZ, pick up 11. A single round separates us from overtime if GZ can get us there.
Overtime. Overtime. I said it. The possibility is there. I believe that this could potentially go over overtime. You know, hey, look, if Rooster want to prove me wrong and close this out, please, by all means, Rooster. Right, show us, reassert yourselves. But Ground Zero, every single player on this roster, throughout many different rosters over the last few years, of course, in the last 6-7 months, with each other, they have built up on that team chemistry, and they're showing us today why they're not going down without a fight. Of course, Rooster seeing if they can maintain some territory outside with 4 players, and with Skull Hunter finding a kill through the smoke. Damio's already taken out of the equation.
That's a big name to take away. He's been such an impactful figure in these last few rounds. The outer's presence for Rooster fades. Lobby to slowly be claimed here by GZ. This will be the fight. In for this lobby control. There's Omichella. Looks to scrap. APOC done in the mix. Gets 3. Reckons. Eventually puts him down, but the damage is done. Reckons. Juicers have a fair bit of work to do. They scramble down the vents. They've got Vision to deal with. As Vision barely keeping himself alive. Mollies will go. And Mollies will look to at least subside this Rooster duo. The smokes to go out. Vision on top of that silo. Will be forced to fall away as flashes do go out. Vision will find one through the smoke. It'll all be down to Reckons to get us to OT, or for Rooster to win the series.
Vision is playing this perfectly. Oh my god!
Vision takes us to more Counter-Strike here on Nuke.
Wow. Vision, the way he played that onto the B side, that was all on him to keep that alive for his team there. It really was. The fact that he was able to play around the smoke, maintain his life throughout, you know, just kind of stay out of the way of Reckons and, you know, in that clutch situation. I think that's just all off the back. He played that just really well. I can't overstate that.
It's really funny. As soon as we hit 12, our analysts came in. And as soon as we've gone to OT, they've all just gotten really depressed.
They straighten up their tires like, my time to shine. Let's go, boys. We get ready to rock and roll.
They've gotten really sad all of a sudden. But, I mean, more Counter-Strike is always a good thing here in OCE. That's what we keep talking about. We always want more Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
we love Counter-Strike.
I'm really happy this has gone overtime, right?
Glad you are.
All right, kicking off the first round of overtime. Rooster, very, very slow. They haven't got anybody in at the moment. They've got players all lurking toward outers. Chelios again with that sniper to see if he can find up any stragglers from Ground Zero. Oh, okay. Reckons, watch your head, mate. Chelios is watching that line already, buddy.
Oh, he's done it again.
Oh, yeah, right. He just wants the bullet in the back of his head at this point.
Well, Chell at least puts the bullet in the right spot. That's APOC's chest. So, you know, Reckons. See what happens when you don't get out of the way, champion. Nice little opener, though. With that AWP, Chell will be left in through outers. We will see PZ drop down into B to look to be the welcoming party to the Rooster trio that has made their way down through the secret tunnels. As for PZ, this opening shot matters severely. He needs to be able to get himself at least one here, and there it is. That's the shot that matters. Reckons end up falling. Is there more for PZ? Dancing around with the AWP at his fingers. He'll get a second. Is there 3? Yes, there's 3. This is PZ we're talking about. Juicers will get the trade, but there's not going to be anything else here for Rooster to achieve as GZ pick up 13.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Imagine a scenario where Rooster, right on the edge, they can smell the victory. They smell the sweetness of closing out the first game that they've had throughout this DFRAG wildcard LAN, and just inches away. And imagine Ground Zero just steal it right from underneath their very noses.
Someone just stole Skull's lunch.
What?
Someone just stole Skull's lunch.
What did he have for lunch?
I don't know, it was in a little paper bag on his table. Someone just stole it.
Oh my god.
What are we doing? It's a man's lunch.
Rooster now, once again, battling for that territory out as they've got that wall of smokes to permit them or grant them passage toward the secret. Of course, with Vision spraying into the abyss, only cops a little bit of damage toward ADK, but now Rooster have control of secret. With ground zero, they have to be aware of this. They have to start spreading their resources around the map to account for this vulnerability. Once they start doing that, they could just it kind of expose them to kind of being caught off in mid-rotation, which, the last thing you want, especially on a scoreline like 13-12.
The big question is now for Rooster. They're aware that Vision's here, but Vision will now start to ring the alarms. And that becomes a minor problem. PZ to burn in through that molly will keep him away just for the time being. The bomb will be safely planted. But for Rooster, they've got so much dominant possession of this B site. The Outer's presence to try and get in through secret will be tested. Juices will get one. Are they aware that Chell is also out there? Now they are. He's gotten himself a pick. Skull to finish us off in a 13-13 scoreline.
Sorry, what did you say? Did you say double OT? Is that what you said?
Stop talking.
What?
Stop talking.
I heard double OT at some point.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
I'm just saying, man, I don't know, like looking at how this game's tracked so far, we are on the decider map, we are on overtime 1, they are going back and forth.
Do I have to swap you out from someone who doesn't curse us with OT?
Hey man, I'm just speaking my mind. I'm just like, this game's looking pretty intense to me. 13 all is the scoreline. And we will once again see, as we've seen time and time again, the battle of the snipers, PZ versus Chelios. PZ, of course, very, very aggressive. Oh, Omichella also inside of Hart. Chelios has taken full advantage of the situation. He's eliminated Omichella outside. And there's the opening that Rooster need.
There's the opening that Rooster's been able to play off so well.
Up, down, up, down. Oh, I couldn't help myself.
Chell gets himself a second. Apoc Duck gets aggressive. He'll get to himself. Damio helping out as well. Squeaky will be taken. And GZ makes sure it is squeaky clean. Chell to be the next victim as Skull Hunter has to make magic happen. Is he a magician in his spare time? That's what we need to find out.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
That was magic how he didn't get that one, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know what type of magic that is, but, maybe stick to kids' birthday parties.
Oh. Sorry, we'll hire one of those clown suits.
Not that far.
Too far.
I said magician. I said like a kid's birthday magician, and you went instantly to he's a clown.
Well, no, okay, put it like this. They're both entertainment, entertainment for parties. This is entertaining, is it not? This is entertaining. Counter-Strike, ladies and gentlemen.
I never said this wasn't entertaining. I don't know why you're yelling at me, man.
Oh.
I didn't do nothing this time.
I'm yelling at everyone else. You are kind of bundled in the corner, though.
Yeah, you're yelling at Twitch chat. Why are you yelling at Twitch chat? We love Twitch chat.
They know what it's all about. Come on, Twitch chat.
I lied there. It's my fault. We might.
Gotta be truthful, mate.
Twitch chat, but not really.
Love?
No. No. It's like a love-hate relationship with Twitch chat. I think we gotta keep it at that. Otherwise, it becomes a little weird.
There's a lot of wheeze here, buddy.
Yeah, you and me.
I'm my own individual human being, man. Nah. Well, we are, honestly, you're a mad. Okay, I want to say that. Now, going into this round, Rooster, again, have the lead by 1 round, 14-13. Now, with ground zero taking some initiative, Skull already pushed toward the squeak. He has to fall off now once Rooster become aware of that fact. But Apoc Dud, look at him. He's already inside of Anix. He's spotted out one player. As Juices and Reckons fall, Apoc Dud now picking up a second. This turns the tides as Rooster now with a 2-man advantage. ADK came in with a kill, taking down Damio, and it's ADK versus Chelios. Sorry, ADK and Chelios versus 3 members of Rooster. Just as that bomb now gets put down to the floor of the A site, Chelios makes his presence known inside of Squeaky, inside of Vent.
Yeah, it's a bomb going down. Nonetheless, Chell, 9 points of health. I imagine that he's not having too much fun at the current moment. As he'll look for a cheeky wallbang to grant ADK a bit of safe passage here on this retake. GZ, their chance to get their first map point here.
It's not over yet.
Of this game, ADK will at least keep it competitive. Needs a second. Desperate for a second. He won't get it. Chell with the AWP will be forced to run for the beautiful hills of Secret this time of year. He's going to get hunted down. Doesn't matter. He falls to the bomb nonetheless. At ground zero, have themselves 15 and the turns have tabled. The turns have tabled here, Churchy.
Yeah. Lots of them. I'm turning all the time.
Tables have turned. Yep, they're up.
What? No, the turns tabled. I know what you're talking about.
The turns tabled or tables have turned? Which way is it?
The turns tabled.
Because I know one of them was the meme way and the other one was the actual way.
There's a meme way?
I think there was. I don't remember.
I think the meme way is the tables have turned, isn't it? At this point, it is what it is. As you guys can see, we have a tactical pause being called in. And everyone appears to be locked in, concentrated on their screens.
I can't wait for that graphic to change to tech. I can't wait. Give it a second. Give it a second.
Tell you. Oh, no. What? What did you say? You're the one? Oh, man.
Give it a second. It'll change to technical pause. And we're going to have so much fun. We're going to have so much fun.
Oh, I can't even say double
thank
OT.
God. See, it doesn't happen when I do it. When I say something's going to happen, it doesn't happen. Which I'm pretty happy about.
Oh, ground zero on the verge. Closing it out. T-side. They have all players just sitting outside of lobby, but with Chelios very, very aggressive inside of Squeaky. He's already opened up the free kill, which was Damio. If he can reposition himself, he has certainly done so. Looking to see if he can find one more pick, this time through Hut. Can a single member of Ground Zero be found out? He's looking for it. Bang! Gets himself another one. Omichella to fall.
It's a big kill. Chell doubles up. The AWP is the only thing that is separating Rooster from less Counter-Strike. APOC will be the last man standing. And the 1v5 here. You'd imagine, to Rooster's delight, they get themselves another opportunity to extend this game further. That's if APOC goes down.
Oh, hang on a second.
APOC's got 3. APOC, no! Okay, Skull's brought us back to reality.
All right.
APOC getting 3 there is absurd.
A little excited there.
Skull's brought us back to reality, thank God.
Slither of hope.
But still, GZ, a single round gets this done.
This is a moment of truth here, ladies and gentlemen. Could potentially be the last round of this best of 3 series, an intense best of 3 series, mind you. If Ground Zero win this, they take it home. If Rooster win this round, we go into double OT.
Smoke wall does go up. The AWP PZ doesn't hit its mark, but definitely keeps Skull Hunter intrigued at the possibility of claiming a scope. For ADK and Juices, sorry, for ADK right now, playing that off angle, a one and done angle in ramp. Is it? No, it's not. There it is.
Ooh.
Didn't see the angle originally, but Vision expects it. Doesn't matter. Ramp is going to be fully taken. Chell with that AWP has a fair bit of work to do. Vision completely has removed every roadblock into this B site now. But Skull and Reckons have come down to join the party. Juices will at least find APOC Dud. PZ slowly creeping up with that AWP. will at least find himself one up close. Damio has gotten Reckons. It's all going to be down to Juices by himself. The 1v3 to keep Rooster alive, to keep Rooster away from the lower bracket. Juices, what magic does this young man have? He's had it all series. He won't be able to conjure any up. GZ have taken it to OT in map number 3, and they've gone out and won it, Churchy. Oh, never mind, Churchy. You took the headset off. My fault. We're going to give it off to Elfish Guy now to get me out of this awkward moment. Jordan, save me!
Yeah, that's what we're here for, isn't it? The analyst desk just has to pick up the scraps once again. But, boy, I mean, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to not only that map, but that entire series. And again, I think we came into the second map, or I came out of that second map, and we were sort of saying, oh, that's a very quintessential ground zero kind of a result, right? Win map 1, lose map 2. Well, I'll say that it still feels like a quintessential ground zero result where they win map 1, lose map 2. Look like maybe they were going to lose map 3 and then go on to win map 3 in very close fashion. They don't ever seem to be able to win themselves an easy series, and they certainly haven't done so either today. But I guess respect as well to Rooster for being able to push it that far. But ultimately, yeah, just kind of missing out on that opportunity to close things out there on Nuke and letting Ground Zero back into it, get punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be really disappointing for Rooster. They've now probably got to beat Thunder, Time Waves and Thunder back-to-back if they want a chance at advancing, I'd imagine. Or is it? It's upper bracket, lower bracket, is it?
Yes,
maybe there might be a Ground Zero rematch in there. So
Possible.
look, either way, it'll be a really, really long day for them to be able to make it through their group if they're able to.
Yep.
Ground Zero, look, very, very tight game. I dare say if they're playing like that, although Rooster did play at a very, very high level, I don't know if that's going to be good enough to beat Thunder, to be honest.
Yeah, has Daddy Slim thoughts on the match? I mean, that was a long one, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, the series as a whole had swung all the way, and I really thought Rooster had that there. I mean, 9-12, they had all the momentum, everything was coming together, and full credit to Ground Zero, because I'd written them off. 7-1 start, everything going their way, just completely collapsed towards the end of the first half, but then first couple of rounds in the second, it seemed like they'd sort of stabilised a bit. Rooster then got the momentum, you saw them getting up and about, everything working as it intended, and in the end, I think a lot of that has to go for Ground Zero on the back of APOC Dud. He was absolutely fantastic, especially in those later rounds, pulling them back in. Rooster, they've missed the trick, unfortunately. That was there for the taking. Again, they might have the chance in a rematch later on today. They've got Time Waves, of course, to play in that lower bracket, but for Ground Zero, they needed that because they have not been on the greatest streak when it comes to matches, at least the HLTV side of things, but that just gives them a confidence back. It relieves the pressure a bit, but now, of course, they've got to go versus Thunder Down Under, so it doesn't get any easier for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll have to raise that question a little bit. Obviously, you say it relieves the pressure or raises the confidence a little bit. How much do you actually take from that game, though, if you're in Ground Zero's position, Pilski? Because, again, you've just beaten a new team. You know, this Rooster lineup this is kind of their first match, right? Like, they haven't played online even, basically. So,
yeah.
Can you really take much from that game?
I don't know if you can, to be honest. I think you're feeling a little bit sheepish. You were getting a little bit nervous there in that game. Rooster definitely pushing them a little bit further than they would have wanted to be. I think they would have wanted to get that 1-2-0 and then prep for the Thunder Down Under game. Thunder Down Under, in the meantime, have just been kicking their feet up, having taken Time Waves pretty convincingly. Outside. They probably had a sausage. They probably watched how you're playing.
I saw them outside having sausages.
They're probably feeling quite good about going into that matchup, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at what our next match is going to be as well. I think we're going into the upper bracket, guys. That's what I'm hoping, at least. Yeah, we are. Thunder Down Under and Ground Zero. So that should be a banger. I mean, these two teams have quite a history against one another. We've seen them match up against each other in the CCTs, in the ECLs. Typically, it's obviously gone the way of Thunder Down Under. But Ground Zero have done their damage against this lineup, and Thunder Down Under haven't looked like a team that is not upsettable. Does that make sense? I feel like there is a world potentially where if Ground Zero are on their A game, maybe they can take this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Thunder Down Under were on that 18 match win streak, but they weren't all classical, just 2-0 sweeps. I mean, even just recently for the second LAN, of course, we've got after this one, the start of next week, they actually lost in one of the maps there. I think it was against, might have been Skelly.
Yeah.
But, look, if it bleeds, you can kill it. So Ground Zero, I think they can look at this and think they can absolutely win this series. I'm not taking a massive amount of confidence from what we just saw there that they're up to it right at the moment. But look, they have to be. They know this team. They know these players. They've got to try and find ways to exploit them as much as possible, whether that's going to be through how they're going to select the map pool. I mean, do you go back to Anubis, their map pick there? They got pretty much monstered on their T side, something that they've actually looked good at. So it's a tough one for them. I mean, you're coming in as massive underdogs. In some ways, it actually might be better for them, though, because they went into this series expected to win, almost stuffed it up. You go into this series now against Thunder Down Under. We're not expecting a huge amount from them here. Could actually work in their favour.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously that's a matchup that we'll get to talk about a little bit when we do come back for the pre-match. But when we're talking Rooster as well, Pilsky, what are the takeaways from that game? Obviously, I think you can take quite a lot of positives from them being able to get that close against
I think they're going to be disappointed, but their expectations are much lower than a team like Ground Zero have been together for quite a while and built up that chemistry. For Rooster, I mean, this is just classic Rooster. You just chuck a squad of the boys together, you got a little bit of pieces here and there, and they're already able to be competitive right from day dot. So, I think Rooster are definitely a team you can continue not to underestimate, even if, they make their way through that lower bracket into the decider match if they play Thunder or they play Ground Zero again. They're a team that always has a chance to upset, and they definitely could have won that series. You had a phenomenal game from Chelios, really, really good map one from Juices as well. You've got some certified carry players that can just win you a map if they're on.
All right, well, that's a conversation that we can shelve for the moment because it's time to start turning our attention towards the next matchup. And when we do get back for that one, we'll see how things do go. It's going to be Thunder Down Under and Ground Zero.
Thunder Down Under, definitely one of the harder teams in the tournament.
Ground Zero is pretty good. They're pretty sharp and they just move around together. I think they're alright.
Can be a 9 out of 10, but I would put them closer to like a 7 because I think anyone can sort of beat them.
Team we're going to roll the hardest, probably Ground Zero.
They're definitely really, really, really sharp, but I think that they don't have the best T-sides, and I think they rely a lot on the individuals delivering multis. So I was thinking they rely a lot on Dexter, his aggro push is working out, and I think if we can counter that for once, then I think we'll punish them quite well.
Not really super worried about them at all.
We've played them 400 times online recently, and it gets to the point where you play the fucking same team over and over again, the upsets just happen randomly.
They have a lot of experience. I reckon they're a pretty scary team, but to be honest, we've been playing really well against them lately. Winning maps here and there. They drop a lot of maps to some random teams in quals as well.
How they show up that day, I think they can be quite inconsistent and have players go missing. So it's really up to them to stay on top of their own mental.
If we show up on the day, we can beat anyone here for sure.
Ground Zero are an interesting team. Individually, on paper, they have a good lineup. If they're all on the same page, they generally work well as a team, but if one or two players aren't really in the game, they kind of crumble and they all fall into pieces.
Thunder Down Under, we've played them in a grand final once. We've beat them once. That's all I can say. They're not winning again. They will not beat us.
Now that it comes to LAN, I think we're going to have the advantage with all our experience and stuff. I think our communication will be a lot better than it was online.
We know what it takes to beat them, and we just have to show it.
For the most part, we've been on top of them.
After we destroy Thunder Down Under, Alistair, probably still handsome, but it'll be hard to tell from the baggy, puffy eyes after his tears. That's all I'm going to say.
By Logitech G. We are now one series deep. We're ready for our second of the day, and this could be potentially one of the best of the day, one of the best of the group stage.
One of the best of all time.
And Ground Zero, Pilski, one of the best of all time. Which one of those is the best of all time, or potentially one of the best of all time?
What do you mean?
One of those teams. You said one of the teams is one of the best of all time. Which one is it?
I think this series will be the best of all time. This might be the best Counter-Strike you're ever going to watch.
Well,
guaranteed.
Today. Maybe.
Guaranteed.
One of the best of all time today.
Yep.
Speaking of some of the best of all time, some of the best of all time, I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and of course, again, DFRAG for making all of this possible.
Wow.
We've got one of the best of all time on the desk here as well. How's Daddy Slim? I've heard around the traps, pretty good on the old analyst desk. But let's get into the meat and potatoes. Are you a meat and potatoes man?
Yeah, I don't think I'd be hard pressed to find anyone who isn't.
Really? There you go. Pilski's a bit more of a chicken and rice kind of a guy, but you know. It's
I mean, we can work with it.
We can work.
It's good protein.
It's not quite potatoes. Anyway, meat and potatoes. Thunder Down Under versus Ground Zero as we get ready to jump into this matchup. Dust 2. Is that going to be the map? I think it might be. It's definitely a map that these two teams have found themselves on with fairly reasonable occurrences. But let's before we get into the whole map discussion and all of that, where do we just sit with regard to these two teams in general coming into this match?
I think Ground Zero, like they have shown the propensity to be able to beat Thunder Down Under, who I think last year looked a lot more mortal than they actually looked this year. I think this year they look like they're getting better and better all the time. Now we're here on LAN as well. We're getting close to the end of the VRS race. This is where I expect a team like Thunder Down Under to be able to level up and actually put Ground Zero away cleanly. And if they don't, then there's some serious questions about, you know, whether they're going to be able to do well enough to grind their way all the way into the major.
Yeah, I mean, putting them away cleanly has been something that they've been able to do on occasion, but there's also been occasions where Ground Zero have really tested them, taken a map and taken a couple of maps close as well. So with a little bit of a break, a little bit of downtime here for Thunder Down Under, Ground Zero obviously just coming back off of that series victory. You know, is there a world maybe where Ground Zero comes in nice and ready for this game and Thunder takes a little bit to wake up?
I mean, they're definitely fresh, just off a series where they've gone all three maps. Last one, of course, going the distance in the best of three with double overtime. So, in essence, they should be. Whether or not they're prepared to be able to face what is going to be Thunder Down Under in pretty peak form. I mean, they absolutely blasted through time waves. I think we expected that one, but also just being on the LAN presence, we heard TJP is a very vocal individual, both online, and we've heard him, of course, on LAN previously. He likes to get up and about. A lot of the Thunder Down Under boys do. And we saw it a bit from Rooster as well. They were very vocal. Ground Zero, not as much. Like, they've been mostly calm. Again, there's been a few pop-offs here and there. But I do wonder because, you've got the headphones, mostly noise cancelling. But if you just sort of look up, you see some of the boys jumping in their desk, pointing towards you. Plays a bit of a mental mind game on you sometimes.
Potentially. I mean, obviously, when we're talking about Thunder Down Under, we know TJP's there, so he's probably going to be the one making a lot of that noise. Anyway, besides that point, we've obviously got the veto to get to. We've already sort of spoiled the Dust 2 pick coming through there. That is, I will mention, from Ground Zero, and then Inferno will be the pick from Thunder Down Under. So it's Dust 2, Inferno, and Nuke. Nuke, which has been a pretty frequent occurrence in the series between these two teams. We sort of see a little bit of Inferno, a little bit of Nuke here, a little bit of Dust 2 as well here and there. So I would say this is a little bit more of a regression back to the mean in terms of the map pool. They've sort of thrown in a bit of Anubis here and there in the last couple of meetings, but typically we did kind of see that Inferno pick coming through from Thunder Down Under, and again, Ground Zero at times have kind of been working through either an Inferno or a Dust 2 or an Anubis pick themselves, and it seems like in this case at least they've gone towards that Dust 2. Map pool wise, do you feel as though it really makes much of a difference, or is this just a case of whichever team turns up, turns up?
Yeah, you just play the same teams all the time. You know, they played each other over and over again. We're kind of going down the middle of the map pool. I think I would have been more interested, actually, I don't know if you agree, if Ground Zero had doubled down on the Anubis pick, because, that's the map coming into the pool a little bit more. They tried to kind of play that into the pool against Rooster. It didn't go particularly well for them when they did pick it up against Rooster or play it in the previous series, but they've opted to just pick Dust 2 and keep things simpler this time.
Yeah, and again, that's a gamble they might want to take in this instance. Again, when you've got, I guess, at least one more chance, of course, the team that loses this goes to the lower bracket. You don't maybe have to go as crazy in this instance, but if they meet each other again when it comes to the actual finals on Saturday and Sunday, then you might throw, maybe you go back to Anubis, maybe you throw something in the works where you look for a map that maybe Thunder Down Under don't play as much and yourself don't play as much there. But
so you think they're taking less risk in this upper bracket and they're still in the groups, and then maybe they'll go for something a little bit more crazy later?
Yeah, and also I guess they don't want to reveal too much early on as well, because I guess for Ground Zero here, they're thinking they've got plenty more CS to play throughout the week. If they're going to reveal stuff early on, teams might be able to pick up on that. But again, they're also a very much a team that's, they're true, they're standard. We possibly will see it here. Anyway, we're going to pass it over. It's Mr. Ernie Potens and 2-Tap Tony on the mic to take this away.
And thank you, Daddy Slim. Welcome back to the DFRAG Wildcard LAN here. It is a balmy season and weather. Straight here for an assault onto the B site here. But not quite just yet. Ground Zero going to take the time just a little bit longer and teeing up those flashes to prepare themselves for the onslaught.
Yeah, a little bit of a lurk smoke there as well from GZ as they're going to walk out here. Alistair on the crossfire. Dual Berettas there. Going to find one with the help of Leaz. Fighting another with the help of Dexter. And Leaz and Dexter cleaning it up. A quick one for Thunder Down Under there on the pistol. Only in... I was looking at this one, I was like, Dust 2, Inferno, as Pilsky mentioned on the desk, and Anubis would have been great to see. Nuke as well as the decider, I feel like, is also going to be a crazy one if we make it to it, but... What a start. Thunder Down Under. Quick pistol there. I was going to say, just not even falling for that lurk smoke. You had Alistair in that close corner, Leaz, and as well Dexter just really there, ready to answer everything.
Yeah, I mean, they had all the pawns in the right spot, and GZ just unfortunately fell straight into Thunder's gambit here. So, just going to be the Glocks brought into this round here. Nothing more else to speak of. So, Thunder should be very, very smooth sailing.
It's just a reset.
Oh, reset.
Yeah.
Just a little reset.
Quick little match medic.
A little anticlimactic.
I was hoping to get straight into the action, but yeah. Dust 2 is not a bad one. I feel like, looking at these both of these teams, Thunder Down Under, Oceanic's newest sweetheart, the new Glory, the new second best to FlyQuest, of course. FlyQuest overseas at the moment. But yeah, Thunder Down Under, Oceanic's new sweetheart. And, well, they've turned a lot of heads. Only their map, in the circuit as a whole, the Oceanic region, it's looked really good, above 60% on most maps. Dust 2, I feel like one of their lower side ones, right? Inferno in there from Thunder Down Under for our second one should be pretty good. GZ as well have played a little bit of upset to Thunder Down Under in, CCT, especially even Open Series. GZ's probably one of the teams that can definitely find some upset territory here against Thunder Down Under.
I do definitely agree, but I feel like that's got to be a GZ that's 100% on the ball and on the money at all times. And I mean, don't get me wrong, GZ are a very, very good team, both individually as players and as a cohesive team unit, but I still feel like there's just some level of inconsistency that we do still see out of GZ. I don't exactly know what that missing factor might be. Maybe just a little bit more time together. But, I mean, in saying that, GZ, the main core, has been together for years and years and years. And might not be together for much longer here as they start rolling out on towards the B side. Just a mad rush right on into the meat grinder as Dexter just playing from the back. And Alistair will get the final piece of the puzzle. And GZ topple like dominoes.
Yeah, just a quick one from Thunder Down Under. Interesting that they didn't opt for SMGs. Normally see a lot of teams, especially in the Oceanic region, MP7s, MP9s, trying to find that cash early. Alistair, of course, though, sitting pretty comfortable on that one. Going to be bringing out the big green going into round 3 here for the side of GZ, though. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a slower play. They send that smoke down mid, and then, of course, they send a few players out towards long, losing the pick immediately. Alistair with a pinpoint shot.
Yep, that's the Ali we all know and love. Back into his form on the big green here. I mean, yeah, towards last year, there was a lot of questions about if Ali could ever reach the heights that he did previously in 2024, especially in that ESL Challenger Atlanta victory where, I mean, he well and truly came into his element here. But we're seeing him back once again here, going up against GZ toe-to-toe, and a missed molly from GZ. It's going to be a costly error there, giving Dexter the space available to still stand up on that platform. And GZ going to refresh the CT smoke and try and launch this assault onto B. But, I mean, they've got 3 players there on Thunder to hold them back. So GZ might just be stalling the inevitable here. ASAP forced out of position there. It's getting a little dicey.
Yeah, that's a great molly there from GZ, but Alistair, he finds a pick over the top of the smoke. Omnichella doesn't know what's happened. Alistair falls back, goes to check long because he still doesn't know that GZ are looking to pincer on towards his B side, or they could potentially go through CT. Dexter finding APOC, and ASAP to just clean them up like that, lands to the slaughter. GZ just getting stuck in their own trap, and Thunder Down Under, they're not having a bar of it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the moment that they dropped down the CT smoke and just didn't make a mad dash towards B side, I mean, you're kind of stuck essentially in a trap. There's 3 players towards B. You've blocked off your exit into CT. I mean, you could go back towards mid. But then, really, what space do you have to work with to try and get into one of these sites? Nothing, really. And GZ, they'll fall once again. 3-0. Red hot start here from Thunder Down Under. On Dust. As GZ looks like they might be turned into dust here. It's just pistol to speak of, but I mean, knowing OC Counter-Strike, these teams, they could completely fall flat on these gun rounds, but somehow, someway just pull off a miraculous eco, so who knows?
Yeah, I was going to say, we've seen some crazy eco rounds and some crazy pistol buys from a few of Oceanic's finest. GZ, they're going to be grouping up for the short hit. Thunder Down Under do still have committed towards long, of course. That is going to be Leo's holding towards bedroom. We've got Alistair as well posted on the short cross. Going to receive the help of ASAP in just a second. Good flash as well. Gets GZ out, but Alistair going to have to get him pretty early with that one. ASAP actually finding those 2. They'll drop ASAP at least, but Alistair, Dexter, it's lights out and very clean rotations here from Thunder Down Under, I have to say. They're just very willing to trade, willing to throw themselves in the fire to help their teammates out. And that's why we see such a clean scoreline so far.
I mean, yeah, you'd expect players of this caliber to be well in tune with the teamwork and the individual skills as well. I mean, just by taking a look at the main core, Dexter, Alistair, Elias, former FlyQuest, Greyhound, if you want to go turn the time a little bit further back.
Really,
and of course,
rewind the clock.
Been a while.
Yeah.
It has been a while. And of course, Dexter, I mean, bringing his expertise from overseas, from his time playing in Mouse and Fnatic. I mean, he's got a lot to lend to this team in terms of his IGLing capabilities. And also fragging as well. 7-1, top frag currently for Thunder. So he must be doing something right here. And of course, TJP and ASAP, both players with international experience as well. Back in EPLs, several times as well. But again, on the flip side, GZ, they're also players with international experience as well. They've been in EPLs overseas as well, under the former House Bets core, if my memory does serve me correctly. And most recently, attended the Samsung Odyssey LAN, I believe it was called, in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's some good experience on both sides, but I still feel like Thunder have what GZ are missing.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a lot more of heavy work being done by Thunder Down Under. I say that, though. I was going to say, I was looking at Twitter, I think it was the other week, and Dex was like, dude, I've been playing less Counter-Strike. He's been playing less and still doing this, so maybe that's the key. Maybe you need to just take a seat back, let the mind refresh a little bit. GZ, they've been boots on the ground since, this roster's come together, and it feels like there was a lot of highs for the roster when they initially formed together and they started, placing super well, CCTs, Open Series and such. But now it's kind of like maybe they're getting burnt out a little bit. Maybe they're playing too much. And it feels like, for a team like GZ, definitely feels like burnout could be an issue for them.
I mean, 100%. When you're just pumping CS continuously, I mean, this is what they do. They live and breathe Counter-Strike, but as the old adage goes, you can't have too much of a good thing. And that, potentially what may be hindering GZ from really ascending to that next step and reaching the highs that we know that they can achieve. I mean, they've had some really, really good results as well. I mean, the Thunder Down Under are a very, very hard team to beat, but they are mortal, and GZ have proven that before, especially in the best of 5 grand final a few CCT series ago. Series 3, if I remember correctly, yes.
Yep.
So, I mean, Thunder, they are beatable. It's just that GZ really need to be well and truly on the ball here. And, I mean, going back to the point of where kind of the stress and pressure, and, of course, after a while, even the best teams, they start to erode a little bit. But, ooh, the Orpers both getting opening picks. This is looking pretty good as GZ staking their claim onto towards B side. With Thunder not going to go down so easily.
Yeah, Damio able to find one there, at least onto Dexter. But yeah, I was going to say, speaking of the GZ of old, it's PZ with, this AWP impact that we haven't seen from him in quite a while. He's feel like he's taken a little bit of a backseat even in that last series. It was starting to worry a little bit. PZ normally a very sharp individual with that AWP, and, GZ at least are able to get that trade in, get that 1 versus 1. And, now they're pretty sitting comfortably. I was going to say B-side, hard to retake, smoke on the door, everybody from GZ holding their angles. And for Thunder Down Under, they do still have a piece or two of utility to throw that way, but I believe Alistair might be the only one going for it. The other two not too far close here. Alistair's going to sneak on in. He's got a smoke. He's going to drop it. Alistair's going Ninja Defuse. GZ, you've run away too quickly. Alistair's going to pick it up, and Thunder Down Under now 5-0. Alistair, you sneaky, sneaky man!
How on earth do you let this happen? You cannot let this happen, GZ!
On LAN too.
Highway robbery! Nothing short of highway robbery. They've literally stolen the round under the noses, and yeah, they don't look too happy. I wouldn't be too happy about that one either.
I thought that was attack. I was like, yeah, I'm going to need attack. But yeah, quick tech pause.
Yikes.
God, this is the worst time to have a tech issue too, because you have to sit on that blunder. Thunder Down Under. Alistair's just like, yeah, it is what it is.
Damn.
They're chill.
I'd be too after that. Jesus.
I was like, there's no way, because the other two were saving, so Alistair just, the balls to go for that against a team of this caliber in a very important game for both of these teams.
That's a bad look. That's a really bad look.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens, sure, but it's still a bad look. God damn. Yikes.
Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow, but for GZ, a lot of things went right that round. I was going to say, we harp on the mistake there about, everybody leaving a little bit too early and that ninja happening, but a lot went right. They got into that B side, they secured themselves some great entry picks. There was a nice little orb trade from Alistair and PZ there, and then just they were able to walk up, Damio finding that player, I believe, towards the window, and yeah, the site was GZ's for the taking. So a lot of good to take away from that round, but as well a lot of negative. For Thunder Down Under, 5-0 here start on GZ's map pick of Dust 2 it's already looking worrying.
Yeah, I mean, GZ just coming off of a best of 3. I mean, there's got to be some fatigue there.
Yeah.
I mean, going all 3 maps relatively close as well. The final one going to OT as well. But, you really can't let it get to you. This is well and truly the moments where you need to lock in, muster up that last bit of strength that you have to pull through. 5-0. Here's a rough start, but it's not the end of the world. It's not over till the fat lady sings. As we're back once again. Ali looking for a pick. Ooh. Oh, he actually got the tag straight on towards PZ. Oh, okay, Ali. All right. I see you.
Yeah, what a great read, knowing that their boost up comes in from GZ in this one, because they're a little bit late to the swing there down Stewie. So good damage initially from Thunder Down Under. Some early util trading over towards Long as well, but you can see that GZ are feeling a little bit scared about the map control they want to take. Of course, Smoke going towards mid door, so they've got now mid control to take up. Flash there to short, just to clear that out, just in case anybody's swinging, because Thunder Down Under as well, a team that plays with a lot of confidence. Their T-sides, especially on some other maps, 79% of opening duels going their way, and, they normally convert the round from there. So for Thunder Down Under, they've already done that initial damage just to win that initial fight out. And for GZ, once again, just cutting noise. Going to be Smoke CC, but Liaz is over the top of this one. He's going to throw a piece of smoke of his own here on Thunder Down Under. They need to be a little bit cautious. Liaz with a great one, though.
Opener. Going towards APOC as Liaz is looking for more. Behind the cover, Smoke and Darkness. Thunder will strike. I mean, they say Thunder doesn't strike twice, but they've already struck 6 times.
6 times?
In a row.
That's a lot of bad luck. Too many walking under ladders, I'd say.
Yeah.
Breaking a lot of mirrors, stepping on a lot of cracks.
Yeah.
I think that's the old saying, right? You step on a crack, break your mom's back. Yeah. GZ. Having their hearts broken right now, it feels. Get the Spotify playlist going.
Play some of the Juice WRLD.
So the Juice WRLD.
Some of the Joji?
Joji, yes. Especially his new album.
Oh, yeah. Did anyone actually get tickets for that?
I think so.
They're kind of expensive, weren't they?
Yeah, they were a little bit.
Yeah, a little pricey.
Yeah.
Filthy Frank would never.
Filthy Frank would.
Filthy Frank would never. Oh. Alistair would, though.
Alistair would.
He would.
He's got money like that.
You do. Look, PZ's got money. Look at that deal.
He's had that thing a while.
He has. Yeah.
He bought that thing back when it came out, I feel. That's how long PZ's had that.
Damn. Do they have this round, though?
That's a good question. Short take here from GZ. Great flashes to come through here as well. But Thunder Down Under, they're kind of reading it already, right? Liaz, ASAP already there. Alistair with that long AWP can just quickly rotate over to help them. And that's, again, what we've been saying about Thunder Down Under. It's quick rotations there to help their fellow men. I'm going to be seeing Smoke cross, Molly line up here as well for GZ to try and get out. Vision's caught behind a Molly for the moment, so it's just going to have to be the short fight. And ASAP's already found the first one.
First piece of the puzzle to fall, and only 3 will remain. ASAP can drop down, play it safe. Vision just trying to be a massive pest, but Alistair strikes him right on down with a spear of justice. APOC down and PZ, 2 alive, and only 1 now. PZ on the AWP. Was that a headshot straight on in? Doesn't even matter. Alistair's going to come screaming right on in. 3K for the AWPer. That's the Alistair that we all know and love.
Yeah, that's the Alistair of old, the Alistair of FlyQuest, the Alistair of Eve and Greyhound, who of course we spoke about. And yeah, Thunder Down Under 7-0. And we were listening to the analyst desk there, and they were like, yeah, Thunder Down Under, they're probably going to get loud. TJP normally wants to get pretty heated, and I don't imagine he's going to let GZ sit on this one anytime soon. But PZ with a scout, not even the AWP, finds that pick on Alistair, so strong start now for GZ and maybe a little bit of hope.
Yeah, honestly, if you're going to peek mid, a scout, in most instances, is actually a better decision considering how fast you can move with that thing and how
cheaper too. Way cheaper.
It is a lot cheaper. Very good economic investment from PZ. Delivers results, but Dexter going to salvage that AWP. Still not out of the woods yet is GZ, but they do have the man advantage here. I feel like this is first time in quite a while we've seen GZ with a very solid advantage here. Slowly gathering space towards long here. With a minute left on the clock. Still kind of moving pieces all around there. Oh, PZ, no clean headshot there. Position revealed, but TJP could be in for a big one here ASAP to snatch the man advantage right on out, and he still gets that.
Oh,
God damn!
TJP just hitting that quick snap there on a GZ, and now, well, they were looking about that long take. They were trying to get out through tunnel at the same time, and, well, now attention's back towards long. ASAP just going to be flooding in with Util. GZ currently vision trying to get into that cross, but they don't have any smokes to get him there, as that one does fly away here. 20-something seconds here for GZ. They're going to try and walk up the ramp. ASAP has to let them. He's stuck behind a smoke right now, but the boost will come up. Liaz can peek over the top of this one. APOC, you need to be careful. Gun sticking out. The barrel too, but he's safe. His head is covered. The bomb goes down for GZ. And now 2 versus 4. They need to mount a sizable defense, and Dexter's not going to let him. Dexter's not going to give him a chance to breathe. Thunder Down Under with another one to the board, and GZ, that was their best shot yet.
I mean, it was, and it really, really does hurt to say that was the best chance, considering...
Maybe the Ninja as well, though.
Oh, yeah. That honestly should have been GZ round.
Not going to let him forget.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. But yeah, I mean, that round was the closest that they've been, and Thunder still had 3 players alive here. I mean, just by looking at the KD ratios of Ground Zero right now, what have we got? 3 players still in 1 kill. These rounds are not close by any means. They're not really getting the openers as well. I think that PZ opener onto Alistair was the only, if not very, very few openers that GZ actually got. So this is well and truly domination by Thunder Down Under there. The Gods of Thunder. Well and truly bringing the Thunder and the Lightning down on towards GZ that are really not showing any signs of life here. Another rifle round to come on out. But I mean, with the money that Thunder have got in the banks right now, not sure if GZ are going to be breaking their banks anytime soon.
Yeah, this is worrisome territory here for GZ, but, you know, still a few more rounds left in this half. If they can get to 4, then, you know, we can go over to the second side. And CT is probably where GZ feel a little bit more comfortable. I was going to say statistically they've looked a little bit better on their CT sides as of late. But for Thunder Down Under, you can just see all of the confidence right now. Alistair, TJP clearing corners close. Damio gets found. And the rest of GZ now to burn it long, and they're just going to have to try and send it out through long doors. ASAP already there, ready to trade and willing to get in the fray. Liaz as well jumps in. Dexter, why not as well? Everybody collecting for Thunder Down Under, and 9-0. Only this is GZ's pick, and it is not going their way at all.
That's, I mean, well and truly an understatement here. There's just no gaps that GZ can exploit whatsoever. It's just been a complete iron curtain put down on Dossier. I mean, and the scoreline says it all, 9-0, and none of these rounds have really been close. I mean, except for that Ninja Defuse, but I mean, we don't talk about that one. We don't talk about that one. I mean, yeah, I mean, the rest of these rounds have well and truly been into Thunder Down Under's hands. They've gotten so many openers. I mean, even just the last round, Alistair just walking it in. Damio, just absolute 0-0 chance to react. So, I mean, the only thing we can really hope for is that GZ can put up an absolute stellar CT side, but even that, really not guaranteed here, really not convinced.
And going for the mid-split once again. Ooh, Omnicella, though. That's the one we want to see put the numbers up. AK collected by Omnicella now. ASAP, though, and TJP, the Rooster boys have come clucking here for Thunder Down Under, and they'll find them all there. I was just starting to breathe. I was just starting to hope there. Omnicella with the entry. AK was retrieved, but he gets smoked off. The rest of them walk in to an already stacked up site, and Thunder Down Under 10-0. here. GZ, they're trying slow, they're trying fast, but just nothing's breaking this defense from Thunder.
Well and truly, I really struggle to see how GZ can really bring this one back. I mean, they've gotten openers a few times, it doesn't work, still swings back into the hands. Like, I mean, Apoc Dud gets the opener here on towards Dexter, big, but it's just a matter of converting it into an actual round, which really is what GZ are hamstrung over right now. I mean, TJP just around the corner, Damio not... Oh, wait, hold up.
Ooh.
Hold the phone.
That's 2.
Oh.
2 from Damio. B site completely open up because Thunder Down Under have rotated off of it. And look, I don't want to speak too soon, but this is a very winnable round for GZ.
I mean, Almachella has ASAP dead to rights there. Ali,
Okay.
last one alive with an AWP and a 1v5. Doesn't really seem doable even for the most skilled and adept of AWPers here. So GZ, after eons, after massive drought, they'll get their round on in, but Ali's looking for P.
Oh, not again,
Wait,
not again.
No,
Not again.
No, wait, no. Guys, surely not.
Good molly.
There's no way.
Smoke's on. Not this time, not this time. Dude, it was all starting to line up.
Oh my
we
God.
went silent because we couldn't believe it. Good round from GZ. Finally one on the board for them. Great entries from Omnichella and Damio. That was... Ooh. Yeah, dude, he gets onto that. They don't find Alistair before he gets into that smoke. That could have been bad. GZ, though, they can breathe a sigh of relief. They're not going to get completely swept aside this first side. Liaz, now he has a little bit to contend with. Thunder Down Under not putting so many members on long this time, so Liaz is going to fall back. PZ catching Alistair a little bit too greedy for that one. And damage coming through from the rest of GZ. Liaz with a nice little angle over the top, able to trade one at least back. So 4 versus 4 after the initial chaos, but GZ have taken up that long control.
That they have the man advantage that they had taken out of their hands. So now we're at equilibrium here. Minute 14 left on the clock. GZ with a pretty strong preliminary hold on towards long here. And Thunder just playing the 2-2, and ASAP could find Omnichella here if he strays just a little bit further. Doesn't seem like that'll be the case. It's ground zero, slowly but surely marching up towards long here. Smoke tossed on out by Liaz. No, not a smoke. Flash tossed on in ASAP. Omnichella, yep, dead to rights there. As the rest of GZ, the Armada rolling in towards long there, but they don't have the advantage. But Liaz forced out of Ninja. As GZ, they've got a very tentative bomb plant down now, but it's just a matter of holding through to the post plant.
Post plant PZ missed, but a collateral to pick it up. He misses the easy ones, hits the hard ones, and it's left to ASAP, and he's dead to right at short because the rest of GZ are there to clean it up. At least 2 on the board for GZ in this first half, and a collateral from PZ feels fitting of the PZ of old. But Thunder, still 10 CT side. Dust 2 of GZ's pick.
Damn, holy dragon moment. I mean, he misses the easy ones, but he hits the hard ones, but it's a bit of a hard pill to swallow. 10-2. I mean, they had signs of life. There was a small, faint heartbeat towards the end. But, oh, wait. Oh, fancy. Oh. Damn.
Damn.
That was cool.
All right.
But anyway, back to my point. I mean, GZ. It's a rough state of affairs to be in, but they do go on towards the CT side now, so this pistol round, if they win this one, a lifeline presented to them, but in saying that, sure, you win the pistol, that's 10-3, you win the next round, which more likely than not will be an anti-eco, it's 10-4, but then you still have so many gun rounds to get through that, it does seem unpalatable, but, you know, I may just be a naysayer. It looks like Thunder have already made the way on towards B side here. So ground zero going to be playing retake.
Yeah, and they've already found their way and already found a few picks. ASAP Dexter able to collect 2, but 2 more coming from GZ. Dexter's just farming them up right now. Delivered a hat trick of kills there, and the rest of, well, only one PZ left to fall to Dexter. That is going to be a big round out of Dexter, and GZ dropping that one to Thunder Down Under. They are looking shocked, Oni. I feel like we're seeing the life slowly drain from GZ's faces right now.
I mean, they just look like deer in headlights, honestly, just waiting for their inevitable demise. And Thunder, they're having the time of their lives, like shooting fish in a barrel here. 11-2 as Thunder are waiting just to deliver the final mercy kill on to GZ here. GZ going with the force as well. A very, very risky gamble, but if it pays off, could be a really, really good start to the CT campaign. But Dexter's going hunting with TJB and APOC. There's one, and hand in hand, GZ will win that one out, but still there's 3 more to find. And APOC died well and truly on life support here. And
oh my! The jump! The double with the jumping Mac 10. Alistair collecting 2 low HP members. GZ now with a lot of work left to do. 5-7 and a deagle. PC just 1 shot. 1 opportunity, not going to hit it though. GZ going to allow Thunder Down Under another bomb plant vision. 1 versus 3. On the plus side, there is at least some sort of weaponry in lower tunnel here. He's got a Galil. Yeah, I'd go back to the Galil if I were Vision there. And he does opt to pick it up, but double from Ali with the Mac 10 means that, you know, they could just bring the AWP out if they want to going into this next one. But he's got an AK, the rest of them got AKs. I don't imagine they're going to get too gnarly with it. Thunder Down Under, one of those teams that plays with confidence, but they're also very respectful at times, I feel.
And, I mean, that's the hallmark of a disciplined team. I mean, they are well and truly seasoned veterans in the Counter-Strike scene, both internationally and domestically, of course. So it's not just a matter of aggression, it's when your aggressor makes a good player, makes a good team that discipline, and with Thunder are well and truly capable of doing so there. I mean, Ali just jumpy double back to Mac 10 kill. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, it's a worrisome sight for GC. Maybe running out a lot of gas in the tank after that last series ride, going 3 maps against Rooster, going almost into overtime. Oh, sorry, they did go in overtime the last one, but yeah, it just feels like they've already played a lot of Counter-Strike and it's really starting to settle in. Thunder Down Under, they're coming into this one fresh with a lot of ideas, and APOC, he's almost caught the timing there. And Alistair almost finding an initial pick. Smokes go to the cross. APOC's going to line up a double with the Famine, so he gets his lick back. And now for GZ, they're in a pretty winnable spot here.
That they are indeed. Liaz and Dexter, last 2 remaining soldiers of Thunder. As Liaz will fall Dexter. Last one standing, 1v4. Doable, but it's going to take a lot of grit and determination to get through. I mean, going up against a GZ, there's nothing more left to lose. They'll claw that one back. And we go again here, but how many times can GZ go again is the question that's on my mind right now. And I don't think that they really do have much left in the tank. It's going to take every fiber of their beings to try and get back into this one here. As Thunder, they're already on map point here and looking to take their opponent's map pick by absolute force.
Yeah, and if this is the way they're showing up in the dust too, I worry for Inferno right now. And, well, for GZ, at least they can breathe a sigh of relief just round after round. The journey of 1,000 miles that begins with just a single step only. And Thunder Down Under, well, they're going to have to just cross that one more step. ASAP's already founding 1 pick. That's Vision taken over towards Long. But Thunder Down Under, they don't put all their eggs in this basket. They just let him lurk it up while the rest of them try to go to B. And Omni Cella shuts it down. APOC finds an ASAP. Alistair left with a scout, and he's like, where is my team gone? All gone in the blink of an eye. And Alistair trying to cross into CT. Does have a timing. But GZ, of course, on the wary. Damio going to be tucking in car. Omnicella's pushed in the tunnel. And for Alistair, not really a whole lot he can do. Bomb, pretty hard to retrieve as well. PZ's checking down towards lower mid, so they know that Alistair's got to be at least around this CT area.
Really just seems like delaying the inevitable at this point. As Al... hold. Well, there's something.
There's something.
There's something at the end there.
Yeah, a little bit of something. Another round GZ, though. Not too shabby. As I said, CT side's normally a little bit better for them, you know, just a few more gun rounds, and realistically this game gets a lot more closer than we expect after the first half. Thunder Down Under don't look too worried, though. TJP still smiling away. New coach as well, Eddie, standing behind the boys.
That's one, Mr. Viridian himself. Honestly, pretty fitting that now we're seeing him in a coach role, because he's a very strategically minded man, and you know we see him. I mean, making his like little lineup videos all the time as well, making a bunch of content with good strategy. So pretty fitting that he's slotted very well into this coach role here. And ASAP, last man standing flash tossed on in over the top, and not to be there. GZ with yet again another round. It's just a question of, are they well and truly on the way to a comeback, or are they just delaying the inevitable here? 12-5, round by round, frag by frag. They'll try and fight their way back into the winning ways, but still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't say that dreaded C word. I was going to say, I feel like it's too early, right? GZ, they still need a little bit more space, you know, maybe 8-9 rounds, then we start to believe, right? But yeah, for Thunder, just again, playing the economic game, of course, just throwing whatever they can and seeing what sticks. Back to rifles now for this one. And PZ going to be bringing out the big green here, sitting over towards Car. Very stagnant position. PZ are normally a very stagnant AWP. Alistair, to juxtapose that, very fluid, very around the map kind of AWPing from him. So clash of styles, and you can see that Thunder Down Under have definitely gotten the better of them. PC, though, stagnant style works this time, playing close towards the Car. Vision able to trade at least one out, and Molly goes towards ramp, and Vision needs to play safe now.
Yeah, forced out of position. A lot of utility flying right on in, back and forth with Thunder. It's a retreat out of long, but they walk straight in towards the loving arms of APOC Dub, but not quite just yet. TJP may have just found the golden ticket for Thunder to carve their way back in. I mean, there's only Vision still left hanging around. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's a worrisome sight there. ASAP normally wanted to clear that corner, but, well, for Thunder, now still 2 fish left in the pond. TJP 8, Alistair. And a little bit of chip damage there. Dealt the TJP, APOC as well, finding all the way around. Alistair 1 versus 2. Speaking about the Alistair of old, this, you know, would be a pretty winnable round for him, but he doesn't have the bomb. It's stuck out towards long doors, and I don't think he can really get to it either. So, yeah, he's just going to have to keep the big green for a rainy day. Cloud starting to go over Thunder Down Under as GZ. Again, another round to their board. This would make a very, very solid comeback. Alistair, at least able to find APOC as well. Normally Cello just kicking the ball around. You ever play handball against, like you didn't have a friend to play handball with, you had to play against the wall?
I think that's just a you thing.
Maybe I didn't have any friends.
Damn. It's just gonna make me sad like that. You ain't ever played handballs with friends?
I played handball with friends, but when I didn't have anyone to play with, you know, you just hit it back and forth against the wall.
That just sounds like squash without the racket.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds really sad.
I need more friends, buddy. You can play handball?
You want to play handball?
Yeah.
We'll play handball outside.
We can play handball.
I get to Sun and Kings though.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Alright. You get to relive your childhood. But this time with a friend. Yeah.
That's all I need.
And all GZ needs is a lifeline here. It may have been presented to them. Double AWPs coming into play here. Damio on the AWP. PZ still on the AWP as well with a minute 19 left. Alistair with the big green needs to go big here, but forced off the angle will be PZ. Utility tossed on in to keep Thunder back. It looks like B split coming into action here. They've gambled it correctly. Damio with the AWP On towards B site, just playing under the window. Dak comes on in. Apoc Dart made a bitten off a lot more than he could shoot. There's a lot of bullets coming his way. Michelle find TJP. And okay. Alright. The double ops coming in big here. Dexter just stuck in the corner playing for his life, but not to be. Damio with a triple kill on the AWP. Very nice. Is this game slowly inching closer and closer?
Yeah, this is a different pace that GZ are playing, right? They get to play a little bit more slow, a little bit more structured. They can kind of play more stagnant because Thunder Down Under eventually have to go to them. That's, you know, the way Counter-Strike works, T-side into CT. But yeah, double AWP kind of, I don't mind that shake-up from GZ. Damio showing that he can do it pretty good. Tactical timeout here. Really pondering how they can keep these rounds going, right? Because for GZ, it's about just keeping the momentum, keeping their best spirits. Even if they drop it here, right, they still brought it back in a big way after such a blowout first half here from Thunder Down Under. And again, Thunder, they just need that one lucky break and the game's over.
Just that one opportunity presented to them. They can absolutely run away with it, but GZ not going to hand it over, not going to surrender that easily here. Already getting some serious control down towards long. As Thunder waiting. There's a utility coming right on in as Vision forced off the angle. Going to toss a flash back. But PZ holding the line of defense, but Thunder knows better than to aggress willy-nilly. So still going to hang around here and just wait as GZ putting up the Iron Curtain here.
Yeah, beautiful smoke deploy there by GZ. Boost over the top, though, at least for Thunder Down Under, so a little bit of totem pole approach. They're trying to clear out APOC there over towards Car, but they're also checking as Damio over at B Tunnels, finding the look on ASAP. Leaz, does he clear the car corner? Will let Alistair walk first, and then they both get taken out by APOC. What has happened here? USP out from APOC. He's somehow still alive. Omnichell are at least able to put an end to the chaos there. APOC dud. Doing his best Neo from the Matrix, it seems.
Not clean, but it is around. Yet again. Has GZ stringing some rounds together. And getting ever so closer here. As Thunder, they had a really, really hot streak here. This was a 10-2 half, but now it's getting uncomfortably close. They've got to be sweating right now. The Tech-9s, good old classic B-rush, but not to be. Molly going to block them off for a little while there. ASAP taking a little bit of chip damage. Nothing too serious just yet. Tech-9s going for a mid-pop. B-split yet again. They really do like these B-splits here. But APOC done with a good DAC. And Omchell to get the opener. So it's Tech-9 slowly and surely being shot down like fish in a barrel.
Ooh, Dexter, Alistair, wait a minute, at Leaz as well, and the help of Dexter again. Thunder Down Under, the cavalry comes to play. M4, AWP, and a Tech-9. Thunder Down Under now in a so winnable spot as well. Dexter whipping out the AWP onto the AWPer of GZ. PZ falls and Vision left 45 HP, and I think Dexter saw him on the jump up. Dexter knows he's coming. Vision's picked up that big green. He used to AWP back in the day, but not today. It's Thunder Down Under with 13 rounds to their favor. They'll take GZ's pick, and Oni, what a game it was.
Well and truly indeed. Thought it was going to be a clean sweep to Thunder, but it really wasn't the case. GZ from the ashes tried to rise again, but just fell short of that nuclear detonation to get them over the line. What a game, but you know, we're doing a lot of the yapping. We'll get a little bit more of a technical insight into what the hell just happened here on Dust. So back over to the desk.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, what can you really say about that one? I think it's a fair point to say it did look like it was going to be a clean one for Thunder Down Under, but in the end, it wasn't. If I remember rightly, in the interview piece that we had there for Ground Zero,
I think you're about to say what I was thinking, yeah.
One of the Ground Zero players was Omnichell might have said that...
that was APOC Dud.
APOC Dud.
Yeah.
Thunder said they don't have a great T-side.
They have a bad T-side, yeah. True, but unfortunately, when you're like down like 12-2 at the, like right after pistol anti-eco, that doesn't really matter. Eventually, you're going to get through at some point.
No, I mean, it's always going to just be one mistake. And that last round was that. They had everything working in their favour, all the guns, and they lose to a bunch of pistols. The Tech-9's coming on top. And really, Thunder Down Under dominated for pretty much huge stretches of that side. Yes, they started to probably get maybe a little bit worried. I feel like at the end of the day, it gives Ground Zero at least a little bit of confidence. That ended 13-2. They were just done outright. I feel like a little bit more confident now for them.
Looking at these highlights, I think it's a case of, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, because this T-side looked pretty bad as well. I'm not going to lie. Ground Zero, they finally got themselves going. Maybe a little bit of leftover fatigue from the previous map, or whole series really for Ground Zero, whereas Thunder Down Under, they definitely looked really fresh coming into that game at Dust 2.
Yeah, but look, in saying that, obviously for Ground Zero, if they were to continue going forward here, it's going to be a long road ahead, right? Either you have to win 2 maps here to close this series out, then you're done for the day. At the very least, you've won this group. But you lose here, which is presumably where things are headed now with that loss on their map pick, and you still have to play another series after this, again, probably against Rooster, although we'll have to see how that Rooster versus Time Waves match does end up panning out. So, long day ahead here for Ground Zero, and I think this becomes less about a sprint and now more kind of a bit about a marathon.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the exact spot they didn't want to be in. They had to do something on this first map. Realistically, they had to win it, because the second map they go to now is just Inferno. They haven't been good on there. The last 5 maps they've played, they haven't won once. Thunder Down Under for them. Most maps have been fine. Inferno was another one that they've enjoyed as well, so they realistically should be fine for this side. I think the only thing that works for them, at least Thunder Down Under, is starting on the T side. So if their T sides are terrible, this will give them a chance at least to get something on CT, but then I'm not confident of their own T side after what we saw there.
I mean, and the other thing is we're moving into Inferno.
Yeah.
The map stats say Thunder Down Under 100% win rate.
And that core has always started T-side Inferno. Like, how many times have these guys picked Inferno and then be like, all right, we got to start on the T-side? Like, that's pretty much normal for both the Rooster core in the past, as well as these guys on Thunder Down Under going back to Greyhound. They used to just pick Inferno in international events all the time,
Yeah, and the stat on the side of Ground Zero. 0% win
0% from 5, 100% from 9.
Yeah.
All right, we could just skip this one. Do we have to watch this one?
Well, we'll see. Well, you never know.
We don't. It's those two in the corner.
To be fair, Thunder Down Under did have a 100% win rate on Nuke for quite a while, and then I believe it was Ground Zero that did break that streak back in a couple of weeks ago. So maybe they can do it again here on Inferno. We'll obviously have to take a break before we do get there. Map 2 is coming up right after this, so see you on the other side.
안녕하세요. 다시 DFRAG 와일드카드 랜으로 오신 걸 환영합니다. 지금은 썬더 다운 언더랑 그라운드 제로 지금 경기를 하고 있는데 처음 더스트 조금 떨리긴 하셨지만 그라운드 제로가 결론은 썬더가 우승하셔가지고 이제 인퍼널로 옵니다. 토니 씨 어떻게 생각하세요?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Glad to be back. We're glad to be now on to the lovely streets of Inferno. And, well, for GZ, already starting it off with some quick picks there. Now the rest of Thunder Down Under, they need to batten down the hatches. APOC and, well, APOC again, finding a quick 2 for himself. And TJP, he's it is what it is. He's lost all his teammates. He gets swung, vision, beautiful one. And for GZ, pistol round, okay. Might be something there now.
그러게요. GZ가 좀 저번 더스트에는 좀 떨리게 했지만 요번에는 그나마 그래도 깔끔하게 피스톨 라운드를 우승하셔가지고 이제 1대0으로 그란즈가 지금 우승하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Odie. GZ, yeah, it's pretty good round from them to get some confidence. I imagine that's what you were talking about. Thunder Down Under, for the moment, of course, going to be relegated to Tech 9s, but as we've already said, pistols pretty hard to deal with. But MP9s, MP7s here, Thunder Down Under, need to be cautious. GZ, they've got that smoke here for Omnicelli. He's being very diligent with how he opts to place it. Of course, just waiting for that jiggle to come from one of the Thunder players.
Do I continue this bit?
Yeah,
I think I continue this bit. I think I continue this bit. Don't want to continue this bit? No, Tony, you can take it. You can take it.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking.
Omnicelli taking out Dexter through the smoke there, but Thunder Down Under, they get themselves onto the B site and get themselves a plant. No gun retrieved, but still, body on the floor for Thunder Down Under. It's another one hitting the floor as well. Alistair getting taken out by Vision. Thunder Down Under, of course, just any kill they can find is a necessary bonus. They've already got the bomb down. Liaz at least able to fight APOC, but GZ going to convert 2 here to start it off. CT side not looking too bad, but of course Thunder now will be bringing the guns. Oh no, sorry, they probably don't have the money actually to bring guns into this next one.
그렇군요. Ground Zero. CT side. 네,
Yep.
지금 어느 정도 잘 하고 있는데 Thunder Down Under 그나마 피스톨 라운드. 그래서 뭐 큰 의미가 없지요. 그 피스톨만 갖고 있는데 그거를 잘 뭐 하기를 못했지만 이제 뭐 보너스 라운드 또 뭐 지금 거진 다 피스톨만 있는데 지금 Ground Zero 지금 3대0으로 이길 것 같이 생겼습니다.
덱스터?
근데 덱스터님 헤드샷.
Yeah, that was a headshot. That was a headshot from Dexter. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Thunder Down Under now wrapping over towards the A side here. Looking for a little bit of a pincer maneuver. Liaz as well. It's not a headshot and a vision. Omnicelli in the back of the site. At least they're able to find 2. Almost finding a third there. Bomb down here. And Thunder Down Under have turned this one on its head now after that initial headshot. Damio fighting TJP in the meantime. So group up now. GZ2 for Thunder Down Unders 2. And you can see that they're playing a little bit more far back. But ASAP's got that M4. And he's putting it to work now. APOC, the last remaining hope for GZ in this round. And smoked across. There's no graveyard to clear anymore, but ASAP will send him 6 foot under. And Thunder Down Under, that's a round to start it off. What a way to pick it up.
For the people in chat saying Nihao Costas, I'd just like to say that this is actually Korean.
That's Korean,
not Chinese or Mandarin.
Yeah, come on, chat.
Guys, keep your bigotry in check.
Work it
also, is there an English stream?
This is the English
No,
stream.
this is LCK.
Oh, there's the B stream as well.
LCK have taken over DFRAG. Yeah, see, it's like lanes. You know, the second mid is like mid lane, or like bot lane, and then you have like banana. It's like top lane. There's no ADC in this one because there's only 2 lanes.
Isn't everyone technically an ADC?
Is it? I don't know. I don't play League.
I don't play League either.
Maybe I should.
Give it a go.
Should I?
Maybe I'll have to count.
I think I could.
Maybe I'll have to land. Maybe I'll have to land. You know, we go on a little bit of a break. We might give it a go, but now for Thunder Down Under. A strong round was, well, we're back into it. TJP, APOC, Damio will get taken out here, and Thunder, they're kind of changing it up a little bit, you know. They went to A that one round, they did a nice little split play onto the site, and then just a fast banana take here. GZ weren't expecting it, and now they're going to have to save, and Thunder Down Under just kind of turned this one on its head, the narrative already flipping back in their favor. As ASAP with his MP7 could do a little bit of work, a little bit of swing there from GZ. And they're going to have to take away this one from Liaz. Falls back. Oh, Nate at the feet. And ASAP finding Omnichella. And they're taking these fights in apartments and they'll win them all out. Up. M4 gone. And GZ now broke.
Not so flush with cash this time round, as Thunder will strike right on back. 2 for 2 for each of these teams here, band for band. As Thunder sitting very, very nicely with a full accoutrement of weapons here. AWP in the hands of Alistair as well. As GZ brought essentially to the knees here. USPs all around, not even a pistol buy afforded here. It's minute 48 left on the clock. It's a complete stack over towards A. And no flashes, but oh, Dexter could be in for a very, very nasty surprise here. Oh, wait, oh!
Oh, great read. Great read. Ton of nades and tons of util thrown towards GZ. They'll lose Dexter in the meantime. ASAP's just baiting for his stats. 9 kills to ASAP already to kick it off on Inferno. And Thunder Down Under. 3 now to 2. GZ, you know, they collected the pistol. They collected the second one, but 3 in a row now for Thunder on their T side. And, of course, as we heard from the analyst desk, 100% win rate in the past few months for Thunder Down Under on Inferno.
I mean, kind of makes sense. Why they picked this map then?
Yeah.
I mean, with the new change onto Graveyard as well, I mean, don't really think it's going to put a major dent into the strategies that Thunder are going to bring into this one here. But 3 to 2 as APOC Dud will just line them up and send them down into hell. As Thunder Down Under, Alistair just waiting on the line. Smoke secures vision here, but Dexter looking to try and get something done, but none will be found. But ASAP, okay, he can also shoot through the smokes as well. It's not just APOC Dud. It's a 2v4 now, so advantage still firmly in the hands of GZ here. With a minute 15 left on the clock, Thunder really seemingly flat out of options.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a what do we do kind of moment here for Thunder, because you know, they went for that banana stack, lost it early. Now they might look to take up through apartments, but they of course have to deal with the vision just outside of the balcony. Of course, the new railing that's been cut, you know, the drop-off's been cut off, so now it's a little bit harder to get out the balcony, but it's a little bit easier to take the site knowing you don't have to deal with the graveyard player as much. And for Thunder, with 35 on the clock, definitely looking to go this way. Vision, of course, going to clear towards short. Doesn't see anyone. Here's the jump down. ASAP needs to be careful. He's low HP. Alistair jumps into the site. And he's already getting taken out by Vision. And ASAP is just going to clear, run for the hills, and look for brighter pastures in a future round here. But GZ, strong one to answer back. I was going to say just APOC clearing those two through the smoke kind of really set this round in motion for them.
I mean, yeah, 100%. I mean, finding the opener going to be crucial for GZ to well and truly get back into their winning ways here. As, I mean, on the previous map, Dusty, we saw GZ get the openers a couple of times, but it was really the conversions that just never came into play there. But GZ in better shape now. 3 to 3. So we're halfway through thus far here. It's still an even game as we do go into another gun round here. As this one should be pretty interesting. Alistair still 0-4, not getting the impact that he'd so hoped for on the AWP. Still really waiting to get warmed up here. Solmicello, takes a little bit of flak, down to 40 HP as well. So a lot of pressure being put on GZ very early on.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive apartments control being fought for here from Thunder Down Under. That forces Omnichella and his teammate back into the safe hands of the long haul. Vision going to be walking away in just a bit. You can see that GZ commit another member over. We've got Damio and PZ over towards Arch now. That leaves just one sole member, APOC, to hold down B. If Thunder Down Under pull the pin on an A take here, it might be a worrisome sight. Smoke goes towards Arch side here. Another molly stops their approach short here. Thunder Down Under, they either need to commit now or they need to go. Another molly goes towards Banana as well, so GZ just stalling for time with this utility. Thunder Down Under, they've got minimal to work with in this one. A few smokes, a few flashes. And 45 seconds here only, they need to make something happen.
That they do. With Thunder walking straight in towards the lines den. This cross setup down in towards Archers. Thunder, they got so many players to deal with. They're just so cautious about the corner. TJP very aware. Damio goes for the swing and somehow, some way gets the double as Liaz and ASAP, last remaining survivors of that brutal assault. 18 seconds left and not a chance in the world whatsoever. GZ not going to give that one up as Damio well and truly on fire. Omicella just tucked in towards the site. Liaz, no hope, no chance as Ground Zero will surge forward here with a 1-round advantage.
And I think the best way to put that round is TJP and Thunder Down Under getting... It's an old term, an old meme, if you will. CS Goad, where you just get outswung. So, yeah, props to Damio. He's a ball knower, it would seem. And for Thunder, you know, they prefer to forget about that one. They'll shake it off and go into this next one. Of course, Tech9 for Dexter. The rest of them still going to be invested. And here's going to be initial shot coming out. Alistair just being cautious here. He's going to flash his teammates up through top Banana, through the top of that smoke. APOC, he doesn't have anyone to help him out, so he might need to be cautious. Falls back, receives a little bit of chip damage from that nade. And great initial steps here from Thunder Down Under, just using their utility placement very well.
Yeah, that they do. Thunder still fighting for its Banana control here. Alistair boosted up on towards half wall. PZ already fall back towards CT. 3 players situated over towards the B side here with no real aggression. You have to come on in. Smoke gonna obscure Alistair's vision, so the retake utility coming on in with Thunder. Want to hold on to this. It doesn't look like they're interested in actually getting the bomb down here. All the chips really placed towards... Ooh, bit of a flop of the nade there from Liaz, but yeah, I mean, most of the chips placed over towards A, but it seems like there's a strategic reshuffling going on here. 40 seconds left on the clock. As Thunder retreating from A and heading their way over towards B.
They're just walking into the stack. PZ's over here now. APOC, Damio to back him up if the cavalry is necessary, but PZ might over-rotate here. Smoke comes down into CT line, blown away by the HE at PZ, and it lands at TJP's feet, so he'll get taken out. Trades here coming, flying through air, and PZ and Vision at least able to stop them from entering the site for a second, but they will get that bomb down. Alistair Liaz now with a ironclad wall to build. Liaz will find Omnicella through the traces of that smoke. And Alistair, he's quick with it. Vision falls. Former brothers in arms, now forced to fight each other. PZ will fall as well to Liaz. A beautiful round there. Textbook on how to play the retake from Thunder Down Under, and that is taking aggressive fights, catching the CTs off guard.
Yeah, very nicely done from Thunder Down Under. When you're down at a man disadvantage, you really got to find that opener to make that post plant a little bit easier. That's exactly what they'll do. Thunder will respond in kind. 4-4 this game. Pretty close thus far. I mean, Inferno, definitely a CT-sided map here. So the fact that Thunder are well and truly putting the pressure, upping the ante against Ground Zero here. Should be interesting to see what will unfold once the sides do switch on over, but PZ potentially to be tested here. As TJP just sitting on half wall and waiting, biding his time for something to stray. But, oh, hello. Oh, okay, both the nades miss, but APOC to get a very clean double. TJP Dexter hit the dirt. Alistair just around the corner. Tries to inch forward, but nothing presented to him easily.
Yeah, nothing given over from GZ, and I like this discipline a little bit more, right? GZ look a little bit more structured and a little bit more calmer than this last Dust 2 that just fell their way. Fell out of favor. Damio at least finding Liaz as the molly takes out Damio from the grave. And Alistair, 1 versus 4. It's been doable, but of course on the retake side of things, and PZ, he'll take him out. PZ starting to warm up as well. I was going to say that's kind of a few of the difference makers that GZ need to really start to get these rounds together and get a lead against a team like Thunder Down Under. We need to see Omnichella really light up that scoreboard. Damio's been doing well. PZ as well. We need to see that AWP have a little bit more impact. And T-side tactical here for Thunder Down Under. Feeling a little bit out of sorts early on here. It's not like them to have to call attack this early.
Yeah, definitely not. But it is a good way to stem any momentum that GZ may start to think of building here. Only a few more rounds left to go in this half. And Thunder Down Under want to give over no quarter, but this round really not going to have a lot to say here. Pistol buys coming on in. Alistair bringing in an AK, so a lot of onus on him to find a nice series of kills. Multi-frag. Definitely needed here. 5-4, still a relatively close game as we unfold round number 10.
Initial early smoke here for the mid control that GZ want to go for. And the Thunder Down Under, they're caught blind here. Can't really see all too much through that one. And GZ, few initial shots and a little bit of initial control, but they give it up. They're forced to fold here to Thunder. PZ as well to take an initial shot, has to fold as well. Apps control taken for Thunder Down Under. I'll say with that hero AK going into this one, needs to find some big impact. Short molly comes out there. High flash from Thunder as they'll look to walk it up here. They won't clear vision in front of the truck. He will be at least traded out by Liaz. But Omnichella starting to hit his margins as well. And the eco's going all the way of GZ. Just 1 left to deal with in pits. Liaz being a sneaky little devil. He tucks his head and dunk comes in from APOC. I didn't know he was a ball knower too. 6 rounds, GZ Thunder. You know, going into that one with a little bit of a weaker economy. Of course, that tack not really paying off.
Yep. Not really garnering the result that they'd so hoped for, but it's going to be a double eco. Full Glocks coming on in to ensure that they have a bit of insurance policy going into the last round of bye, if you will. 6-4. Still a relatively close game here, but don't think these Glocks are going to be doing much. So GZ looking to drive the wedge in between them and Thunder as far as they can. As yeah, really no hopes for Thunder into this one. Looking to be just a write-off here. As GZ economy looking pretty solid as well. So this one should be interesting to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, it's interesting playing for a little bit of space early on, but just immediately over towards Banana, right? Glock train, molly, smoke. There's 2 kills already going GZ's way, nothing instead Thunder can really do about this. They don't have any utility, they don't have any weaponry. Only Glocks to play with. APOC, another one through the smoke. Somebody check that guy's PC. He's been getting a lot through the smoke this series overall.
You think someone's checked the PCs? You think Wanda did his job?
I don't think so. Admin's down there as well, looking through. So, not gonna get anything past them. I was gonna say Angry Man. He's a pretty diligent fellow.
He is. I can attest to that. No DMAs getting through.
No.
None of the sort. ASAP. Definitely not going to be getting through this one. 1v5 with just a Glock in hand. Not gonna be winning that one out anytime soon. And this was a relatively close game, but there is a 3-round gap now established between GZ and Thunder as we do go into the final round here. Still a very, very real possibility that this could be turned into 7-5.5 and just that little bit more closer to make it a little bit more tenable for Thunder once they do go in towards the CT half. This is where this first half ends. It's going to be 8-4 on ground at 0. Going to put their foot down, draw a line in the sand. But, oh, good openers. Early 4v4s. Oh, PZ. Got to keep your head down, bud. As Vision gets his head torn off. PZ down pretty low as well. As it's a mad dash, mad wrap. In towards A is APOC. Sneak attack straight on in through the smoke. He goes through it. Smoke criminals. Damn.
Yeah, just went up to spray through it this time around. Thunder down under. Now in a little bit of a rough sort because they still don't know that the rest of these CTs could be a great nade though. PZ's almost been found here. One more from TJP and it could be lights out for PZ, but Lark's not to throw it. Gets onto the site and Alistair will clear it with the quick wit that he's got. Damio. Now. Smoke at his feet. He can't really do all too much here. Thunder down under, stalling for time. So they can reposition. TJP now towards the back of default box. Alistair and Pitt. And you can see Damio, he has to go for it. This is the final round. Another smoke from Thunder down under. They've been waiting to throw those for this very moment. And they're going to catch him in the middle of the open. And Thunder down under. Finish it at 5 for the half. And, well, all things considered, not a bad one there from GZ.
Yeah, I mean, it's a well and truly a night and day difference from what we saw on Dust 2 in the first half. So this is a GZ that's looking a lot more reinvigorated here. And looking to take down Thunder here. But of course, Thunder, they do go into the CT side now. So this could be quite dangerous territory here for GZ. But really, all comes down to this pistol round. Will GZ be able to hold back and repel Thunder just that little bit further? Or Thunder get themselves pistol rounds they're looking for to close that gap once again? All will be revealed very, very shortly here. As now we've got Thunder on the CT side and GZ on the T side.
And correctly flipped there by Ahod as well. W Production.
Yeah, W Production.
W Production. They're on their game right now. As we'll see GZ try to group up for cheeky little apartments pop here, but ASAP, of course, he's one the wiser. Knows that Thunder tried to do a lot of that in their T side. GZ definitely probably won in the same. ASAP was jiggling an angle, hops to fall back, play a little bit safer. Look how many members here from Thunder down under as they'll collect 2, but trade from APOC and Omnichella. Vision tries to get out the balcony while the other 2 get through short. And it is going to be one. TJP falls and burns at the cinder. ASAP will as well. Dexter. A 1 versus 3. Damio, the low HP, will get that bomb down here for GZ. Dexter going to be slowly walking up. Unfortunately, no Kent. Has the luxury of a smoke to cut off an angle if he needs to, but he kind of just has to take these fights. He kind of just has to sprint into the open. Dexter finding one on a vision. So a great clear now. Knows that Damio's up on top, but he's got to deal with APOC as well. And we'll not be able to do it. So that's 2 for 2 in the pistol rounds here for GZ on Inferno. And, you know, this might be a really worrisome sight for Thunder. They will opt to force into this one. Dexter's got a scout.
A risky gamble could pay off absolute dividends here, should they stick the landing. 5 to 8 here. GZ still with a relatively solid advantage here. 3 whole rounds. Dexter with the scout. Don't ship damage. Does go for the repeak. But the scout not going to reap any rewards here. Alistair hits the deck as well. TJP going to fall on back. So GZ absolutely flooding through the side. Mac 10's ringing out as the B side will fall as Thunder forced back into a save. Well, like I said, it was a risky gamble. Just didn't pay off. As it forced back. And the gap surely now widens to 4.
Yeah, this is a big gap. GZ. After what we saw in Dust 2, this is very uncharacter-like of the performance we saw, but they seem to have identified the flaws and weaknesses, and one of that was probably, you know, their T-side. You know, CT wasn't too bad, but yeah, T-side rounds looked a little bit sloppy here. So they've gone back to the drawing board and a little bit more of a balanced approach going into this one. I feel like this is a different aura of GZ that we see, and this is the GZ that brought Thunder Down Under to their knees in CCT back in Series 3. You know, it went all 5 maps, but GZ were able to break them, and it was maps like this where they showed discipline on CT, then closed it out with a strong T. Thunder Down Under, they got a scout to play with, a few 5-7s, but like, yeah, this could be double digits here for GZ pretty easily.
A very, very real reality Thunder might have to face here. GZ knocking on the door of double digits here. Mac 10 still in play as well. So Thunder faced with a wipe. And okay. Alright, I mean, there's the gamble they were talking about. It wasn't the previous round, but it's this one here. Nade's absolutely raining hellfire down towards GZ. PZ dead. Damio on life support, but Apoc Dud comes streaming right on in. So Dexter needs to hit a couple of wicked shots. But this isn't outside of the realm of possibility here. Damio Omicella so low. Very, very few well-placed 5-7 shots could really do the trick here.
One scout headshot, or even a wallbang. You can see that GZ very nimble as they get themselves out towards Banana for the post plant. But one good smoke from Thunder Down Under. That's 2 players blocked off of the vision. Thunder now have sightline advantage if they want to go for this retake right now. Omnichella and Apoc need to be cautious. Dexter could be quick with that scout, but not today. ASAP can clear out Apoc. He knows that another's coming swinging. Omnichella's taken out too, but that bomb's pretty far gone. They have to fold for Thunder Down Under once again. They don't even get any of the guns that were dropped. They'll have to keep the 5-7s, and GZ, well, they'll keep the round. Predicted to go to 10, and it will. Thunder Down Under now. This, a very important round number 15. A purchase. Alistair's got the AWP out here, and we need to see some impact.
Yeah, that we do indeed. Currently, it's the bottom frag on Thunder Down Under. I mean, we've seen Alistair do some absolutely incredible work on the AWP, but has really been MIA on Inferno thus far here. So if there's any time to get back into his streaming ways, now is when his team need him the most. But GZ gonna take this one a little bit more slower since the Mac 10s are gone here. Gonna take this one nice and easy. No barrel roll stampede straight on into a site just yet. But oh, Dexter. Okay, wow. Does force Damien towards the swing and eventual trade to come on in. And Alistair, this is ballsy. Oh, he was thinking about it. He was thinking about it, but knows better than to overaggress there. So gonna hang on back as GZ pushed out of Banana and looking to reassert the efforts over towards A.
Yeah, that's a bold claim if Alistair went for that. And ASAP almost catching one there on the conversion of the spray. You only find his one, but that puts Thunder Down Under in a pretty good spot now. GZ have to attempt this approach, and PZ, as I said, he doesn't hit the easy ones, but the hard ones look so clean from him, and now he finds another close to Liaz, and that looked a little bit worrisome, a coin flip. That could have went down too, but Thunder Down Under, they breathe a sigh of relief. Just one round, get them some cash back, get them some confidence. GZ, if they're starting to hit shots like that, this could be wraps on Inferno pretty quickly.
Yeah, map that Thunder. Incredibly adept at pure statistics. Show that Thunder should be winning this one with 0 questions asked. 100%. That is quite the achievement, 100%. But we could see the very first loss here, but I don't want to get ahead of myself just yet. Still got a bit of a way to go. 6 to 10. Very doable here if Thunder start getting that momentum down pat, which is a very real possibility here. Alistair on 4, still slowly warming up here. Dexter, very nice angle, but ooh, the nade falls a little bit too short to reveal anything. But a minute 20 left on the clock as a conga line making its way back up towards Banana as Dexter looking to be put under the pump here.
Yeah, Molly was held in the hands of Dexter. I thought he was going to throw that one as GZ were walking up, but gives them the freedom of space. Smoke towards top Banana as well to cut off GZ's approach. Vision still kind of poking around mid. You never know when Thunder Down Under just decide to flip the trigger and just go aggressive. They can go for plays like that, and that's the confidence that we normally see from a team like them, but they're looking a little bit more structured, a little bit more calm, a little bit more approachable here. And for GZ, still poking and prodding over towards Banana. That smoke's going to go down in just a little bit. In 35 seconds, GZ will look to try and hit this B site, and Dexter, TJP, they're going to have to be pinpoint precise.
But there will be. The curtain will drop very, very soon here. And the main act about to come on in. Dexter forced off, but TJP looking to mount his final stand, but brings up nothing. Dexter through the smoke. Apoc Dart taken out to the bomb. Still left in limbo to go down, courtesy of PZ here. Vision poking around in towards A. Looking to strike from the rear while the iron is hot here. As Thunder waiting patiently to mount their retake here. But Vision, still the unknown factor here, could be quite deadly here. But Dexter getting things done here. Damio to trade right on the back as Omnichella holding his ground. Alistair and Liaz last two remaining, and from the rear, Vision will strike as Alistair last a man standing with AWP, and Vision's not giving him an easy kill, not an easy out. As he put the nails into his coffin. Oh, nice B helps to come on in, and a nice shot on towards Vision. That's his way out, but not a way out in terms of the rounds here. Ground 0 with 11 and looking to go nuclear and hit that map point.
It was Alistair closing that round out star, but huge wrap there from Vision, catching timing that Thunder Down Under weren't ready for. I was going to say, I was starting to look worried that GZ were going to give that one up, because of course we saw some good kills from Dexter, but a great wrap in there from Vision just to threaten, even if he didn't do he got one kill there. Realistically, that's all you really want from your guy getting the flank. He applies that pressure, he instills that millisecond of doubt in Thunder Down Under, and tactical timeout now for GZ. They're on the cusp of closing Inferno here. They just need 2 good more rounds out, and we could be going to the third. We could be going to nuke, and what a fitting way to, I feel like, decide this series, right? Both of these teams, especially GZ, have been Thunder Down Under's kryptonite on that map of nuke, so yeah, if we go to that third, I worry for Thunder Down Under, and that's just like a complete 180 of what I said starting this series. After that Dust 2, we're like, yeah, Thunder Down Under just kind of got it like that, but GZ, I got it like that on Inferno, and this is going to be a fast mid-take already, throwing ASAP out of whack and up through Archway and through his own molly. Omnichella's going to wrap in a CT. This might be a wrap over towards B. They're going to fight Thunder Down Under in their own spawn. Omnichella taking out TJP and Alistair, but you have to be cautious. Dexter always there, ready to trade out his fellow man. Shots, the jiggle, Apoc and PZ combined. And it's just left to Liaz. He can't do a whole lot. He will find PZ there over towards the library. Well, now the brewery, of course, a few more kegs there than books. And GZ will get the bomb down. Liaz with a very unlikely clutch to pull off here.
I mean, what a call. What an absolute call. Just overwhelmed the hell out of the A defense. Force ASAP back. And then walk straight into Thunder's domain and hold them just completely unprepared, just caught out of the darkness. The rotations don't even get a chance to shoot back, and Dexter just bled dry off his ammo in that mag and facing certain death here as Liaz might not even get the save here as Damio just behind. No.
Oh my word, Damio.
That's what you get.
That's what
Karma.
you get. That's justice. That's karma. That's everything of the like. A knife kill on LAN. Come on.
Damn.
Against Thunder 2. Come on.
I respect it.
Yeah. No, you got to go for it, right? You got to go for the attempt.
That was unfortunate. Oh well. It happens. But what I didn't expect to happen is GZ to be on map point here on a map that Thunder have a 100% win rate on. That's a big number, 100%. Completely clean. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. But this one far from perfect, as it was a pretty relatively close first half, but now just a huge disparity GZ absolutely on the money, on the ball, on their T side, conducting themselves absolutely beautifully here, and only 5 more rounds. Not rounds, kills? Excuse me.
5 more kills.
To Sour Thunder's completely clean streak here on Inferno. And the buy looking pretty rough as well, I must say.
Yeah, buy's not looking the best. Few MP9s, AWP, M4, and hit to go towards B here from GZ. And only 2 this time from Thunder Down Under to stop it. They'll blow away the smoke, they'll throw a molly in front of it. Omnichella will look to scale up that box, but Dexter and TJP have something to say about it. We'll find Omnichella and Vision. Oh. Dexter collecting on the final clip of the MP9. And for APOC, it was a good call, a valiant effort, but Thunder Down Under, sometimes they just have that magic in them. Still the bomb in his hands, and Alistair to take him out. 7 rounds Thunder Down Under to the 12 still of GZ. Of course, still 1 more from claiming Inferno. But for Thunder, again, some magic in the pipeline that is probably needed right now. They've looked a little bit shaky this time on Inferno. Normally their Infernos, especially their CT sides, very clean, very, as you saw in Dust 2, very structured. They're able to rotate freely and get some really good CT reads. But for GZ, they've just outpaced it. They've outread it in some of these occasions. And for round number 20, only pistols here for GZ, so going to be taking this one slow, prodding for a little bit of info, I imagine. Just trying to see what lands.
We'll see what happens going into GZ's eco here. Just the smallest water pistols going up against rifles of Thunder Down Under. They'll look at dole out to Justice as Omnichella. Crouch peek. Gonna go too well straight in towards crosshairs of Alistair. As GZ still milling around brackets here for A-Site. On lockdown here. 3 players all zeroed right on in. Leo's down towards pit. Does take a bit of a flesh wound, but not too much else to speak of. Nade comes on in. Damio and APOC on critical points of health. So, should be around number 8 here, unless something does go catastrophically wrong, which in OCCS is known to happen quite more often than you think.
And I was going to say, these 2 teams are really the beacons of that one. TJP, just a few ecos. And, well, Alistair will get involved as well. A few kills to Alistair's board. A guy that, you know, when he's on, but, you know, sometimes when he's off, you can definitely feel that impact. And for a team like Thunder, they definitely want him on right now, so you know, get him a few ecos, get him going, and we could see Ali reborn into this late stage of the second half. For GZ, again, this I was going to say the same point we're making about Thunder Down Under. They've already found that match point. They just need that one more, but Thunder, they continue to bite at that pie. And GZ aren't going to get their wish just yet. Ooh, great jump spot there from Alistair. Throws the molly, falls back. HE as well for good measure. And Thunder, they need to be cautious here. ASAP's in that smoke too.
Gets a little bit hairy, a little bit sketchy. Sitting inside the smoke waiting. As ASAP needs to be on red alert here. Omnichella just hiding around the corner. There we go. There he goes. And he gets run down. Absolutely run down. And I'm getting a sense of deja vu here. They're spilling out in towards CT here. Dexter well aware of this possibility. Omnichella taken out, dispatched here. But there's still another agent of chaos in the back lines here. APOC Dodge is waiting for an opportunity to strike here. As GZ have essentially carved this map into 2, spreading like a disease right on in as APOC is agent of chaos. Like I've been saying, we'll find Dexter, and this might just be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it was interesting as well, just checking out the map. Damio was kind of sitting there towards T-stairs, just making sure nobody slipped through mid from Thunder Down Under, and now it's going to be just TJP to hold down that B site, the world at his feet, to keep Thunder Down Under's hopes going. Vision finding TJP, and that will crumble to ash. GZ now will get that bomb down. And a 2 versus 4 retake from Alistair and Leaz, the old guard here from Thunder Down Under, to do it. And they're not going to clear the sandbags. Vision will be able to be traded out. And Leaz, he looks to plant some Ute Cell flash over the top here, but GZ, they're playing the time. They're hiding, they're waiting for their moment. to find this victory here on Inferno. APOC will hold the cross. Liaz finding APOC, but it's all she wrote. And GZ will close it out on Inferno, 13-8. A little bit close, but it's still a map victory of their board, and they'll end Thunder Down Under's unbeatable streak.
Indeed they will, and that's the second time that I've sort of gone into a series like that one and thought, yeah, this should be Thunder Down Under. I remember last time it was going into the Nuke. They have a 100% win rate on Nuke. They're not going to lose this. They surely can't, and they did. And then that's the same kind of conversation that we were having on the desk just now before and saying, yeah, they're surely going to get this one done on Inferno, and then they didn't. Now, again, can I just say... It's just such a ground zero way to play a series, is it not?
Bro, what have you got against them every single time? Ground zero, oh my god, I can't believe they're choking this series. Oh, ground zero, I can't believe they won this game. Like, can you just say they played good, bro?
But they won on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's good.
Can you win on your own map pick?
Bro, they had a 100% win rate. Like, 9 maps in a row last 3 months. That's not good.
No, that's fine. I've got no.
Can you give Damio some props for once in your life?
I've got no issue with that. I've got no issue with that. But just do it on your map pick and then maybe get us 2-0 win. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, all right.
I don't know if they've considered that as a possibility.
I don't think they've considered that as a possibility, and that's not going to be a possibility. They'll have to grind it out in 3, which means they'll be 6 max deep if they can even get through this series and proceed in towards the playoffs. And if not, then they might have to be 9 maps deep to get it done.
Yeah, and again, I think it is those 2 barometers for them, which is APOC Dart, Omicella really didn't show up early on over towards map number 1. This map, the top 2 frag is APOC Dart. He's had a great series. That kill, by the way, yeah, we sort of all went, oh, sneak up on him, son. It's going to work out perfectly. That is why you never pull out the knife in that situation. Always just go for the kill.
Especially against Liaz. Like, come on, he is the guy who's going to knife people, right? Like, you can't knife the knifer.
Yeah.
Anyways, tell you what. Did we really expect to be here? I don't think so. Did Ground Zero even expect to be here? I'm not sure that they did. But the thing is, the beauty of it, you know, I keep going on about these Ground Zero games, is they give you so many opportunities to feel like, yeah, they might do it.
But
they might do it.
That's the thing. They have that grind set because they put themselves in that position every time. So, like, they're just
Right.
like, oh, we're down a map or we're down, like, you know, X amount of rounds, and then they just bring it back because they can never win cleanly. So they're like forged in the fires of struggle, Jordan.
The thing is, they've done this to me so many times, and I just want to see them pull it off. You know what I mean? Like, just win it. Like, if you're going to get it to 3, win it. You know what I mean? Like, can we actually see there be some value in this going to a 3rd map? That's surely now has to be the best possible time to do that as Ground Zero. You know, talk about all these online tournaments, whatever. Yeah, it'd be nice to beat Thunder there. They did beat them in the CCT final last year. That was a different feel, though. That was a very new Thunder Down Under roster. Obviously, Ground Zero had at that time, quite a lot more legs under them than what Thunder Down Under did, but it was also a best of 5. Now, here we are on LAN, BO3. Possibility that they could win this series?
I mean, they're there. I don't think we really expected them to actually get past the 2-0. I think the funny thing for that map was the complete opposite of what happened on the first, where no one could get anything done on T side, and then that map, everyone got everything done on T side. So, yeah, look, they're in a spot they can do it. I mean, they've done it before in a best of 5 series. Possibly, I feel like Thunder Down Under should reset and still take the final map, but the fact that Ground Zero are there, the opportunities for them.
I mean, Nuke is a map that they've beaten them on in the past. I think, actually, the knife round's going to be very important for this 3rd map here, Pilsky, because we know CT side for both these 2 teams much more favourable than the T side. It's Nuke as well. I remember watching a Ground Zero game. Was it in ECL? Were you casting that with
we were
me?
casting that together,
where they absolutely destroyed Thunder Down Under. They were on the CT side. Thunder was on T side.
Yeah.
So if they get the CT start here on map number 3, I think it's possible.
I think it's less about CTT side. I actually think the super important part of this map is the yard fight for both of these teams. You see, actually, Ground Zero like to prioritize the yard fight a lot. PZ gets active on the AWP. You always see APOC Dart or some combination. Daimyo, aggressive rifling, getting up under Silo. They like to get active around T-Red. And you see similar kind of patterns from Thunder Down Under. You'll see Dexter get active out on outside as well often.
Yeah, all right, before we go to a break, who you've got?
I would probably still say Thunder Down Under. I think the big thing is going to be the AWPers. That last map, both just didn't really get going at all. So whoever can get the dominance there, I think it should be Thunder. I think Alistair locks in.
Okay.
I think they take it 2-1.
Yeah, I think they had 2 or 3 players that were just not firing on that last map, and they needed to get beaten to achieve the levels of lock-in that are desired here to win this in 3.
All right, well, I'm going to just choose to be different and choose to,
oh
once
my
again...
God, I'm not like the other guys on the desk.
Once again, throw my hope in with Ground Zero. Can
Your
they do
favorite
something?
team.
Bro, you just whinged about them for like the whole desk segment, and now you're going to say
Got to give them some props, right? I just want them something to make it worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One time, just make it worth it.
100% hope.
Yeah, let's see whether or not whether or not I'll be right or these guys will be right. Either way, we've got another map of Counter-Strike coming up in just a minute. First, though, we will head to a short break, and then we are going to be jumping onto map number 3 of Nuke to decide who tops Group A.
And we see here Thunder Down Under and Ground Zero in their natural habitat, frolicking away on their PCs, clicking away on the keyboards and their mice, locked in what we call mortal combat between two mortal enemies here. As we do finally go to a map 3 on the nuke.
That was beautiful. I think
Oh, well and truly.
I think Attenborough better eat his heart out. I think I think you'll spawn that.
I think if he did that, he'd die. He's like 90.
Yeah.
I don't think he has much left in him yet.
I hope he's
I
doing
mean,
well, though.
we love him.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I love Attenborough, but I don't think he's got much left, which
Yeah.
really does make me sad. But who do you think's got much left here?
Look, it's a hard question to answer because, you know, statistically my heart says GZ, but also, like, Thunder Down Under's a pretty good team, so... This one, I want to see a little bit more back and forth. I want to see close rounds. I want to see some crazy, crazy stuff. But for GZ, they've gotten down through Secret pretty comfortably. Thunder Down Under kind of just letting them walk that way while the rest of GZ try to wrap through ramp. TJP, though, and Dexter... collecting 2, and GZ now, they still have the site realistically, but they don't have the bomb to help them. And they're going to have to take these fights to the ramp players. TJP falls to PZ's P250. And he's looking for another shot there, but TJP is the only one he'll find. And GZ, they'll make that mad dash down. They've gotten Damio onto the site, but they're not going to clear behind the silo. Liaz, you little lurking man, you. Damio falls. And it's just left to PZ. And he's trying to retrieve that bomb, but also he still has to clear Liaz. He now is joined by Alistair, and they double swing and they take him out. Thunder Down Under with probably the weirdest pistol round, but still a pistol round nevertheless.
Walked out?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how you get to it, as long as you get the end result that you're looking for.
Something my mom said once.
Yeah, did she?
Yeah.
Shout out Tony's mom. If she's watching, shout out.
I don't think she is. She's a hard-working lady.
You sure? She could be.
She could be.
Yeah. Did you tell her? You
Mum-
told her you were coming here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mum, if you're in chat, send me a text right now.
You think she would? Oh.
Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh my.
It's a Foggers round for him.
Who's that?
I'm sure he's on here. Unlucky. Name over us points,
Damn.
buddy. Hey, but he made the other LAN.
True.
ANZC.
That's true. He's gonna turn up here. He's gonna
Straight up.
he's gonna have a lot of things to say about you.
Either that or we get angry few messages from him at 2 AM.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
It's one or the other.
Yeah. I mean, ooh, Thunder. Dexter will strike down on towards a buck dud here. As GZ slipping a little bit early here. 2-0, not off to a great start, man. Disadvantage as well as Alistair, very, very rare miss. Trying to squander the opportunity, but Thunder still sitting with the man at advantage. Stamio making a bit of a foray down in towards Secret, but Dexter going big once again. PC taken out. So Damio on Michela Vision. Last remaining stragglers looking to get cleaned up by Thunder here. A minute left on the clock. As Vision's trying to walk it in through the smoke here. Interesting play, but ASAP up top as well, reinforced by his teammates. Damn, alright. Damn, alright. Okay. Damn.
Yeah, Dexter's got like killer mentality. Just, you know, ASAP's in a great spot, but Dexter's just like, I'm just going to go get the kill. ASAP finding Omnichella and over towards out as Damio will fall. Dexter a 4 for him. And third round, Thunder Down Under. I was going to say, you know, we heard on the analyst desk that GZ like to play for that yard control, and they're given it. But Thunder Down Under just, they don't mind. They'll just happily let them take yard, and they'll play everywhere else on the map to shut them down from taking sites. And, well, for GZ, already relegated to the pistols here. Strong start for Thunder Down Under so far. Of course, still yet to see what GZ are capable of here on this T-side of Nuke.
Yeah, that we are. It doesn't really seem like much thus far. Dexter again. Jesus, 8-0.
Yep.
This guy's got it all. He's like a carrier, but he can actually kill people.
True.
He's like a carrier that can actually shoot.
I don't think Dexter's IGLing though.
Isn't he?
No.
No? Who
No,
is?
he's...
I swear he is, no?
No, I believe it's Ali. I was gonna say
Really?
Dexter's. Yeah, Dexter's just a rifler these days.
Oh. Huh.
Maybe not a rifle. Not this round.
He's a killing machine, and so is Liaz. Just waltzing right on in. Bomb will go down unperturbed. But Omichella stuck behind the silo with just a Tech Knight in hands. Really does seem like a lost cause here. Omichella, you peek out left or right. You are a dead man walking. So Damiel looking to provide some presidential escort here, but not to be. Up and towards the rafters. Up, down, and over. Liaz will take down Omichella. Damiel last one standing. Double. Oh my god. Okay, damn.
Yeah, big double from Damio. The bomb's down, and Damio's just going to play for the time. Alistair has to swing smoke on the bomb here. And Alistair, I've seen this trick before. I've seen this happen before, and it's going to happen again. Thunder down under with another ninja defusal from Alistair. Is a 4th round to their board. GZ. Again, I said it in the first map. It's heartbreak.
Yikes. He can't keep getting away with this. He can't. Oh, that's crazy. He's gone for 3 ninja diffusers and stuck 2 of them.
Yeah.
That is a crazy statistic. 66% of all ninja diffusers that he's attempted have been successful. I mean, it's a really small oversight, but damn, GZ. That one's a bit of a heartbreaker to lose, but they still do have rifles to work with, and a man advantage as well. Alistair gets taken out, so no more crafty business here. As they do have the man advantage. Slowly making the way down in towards Secret single file here, but they do have to deal with Dexter on the outside.
Dexter towards Garage, and ASAP willing to swing from Mini. And again, GZ, this yard control has been their bread and butter, and Dexter, he snuck out to the left-hand side here. He's going to go for the swing. Damio actually finds that pick. I thought it was PZ for a second, but missed shot, but not a missed opportunity. GZ still holding that outers control for the moment, but they've still got a minute to work with. They've still got time to play and plot where they want to go next, but Thunder down under. They're the ones now feeling a little bit threatened. We've got TJP tucked here and Squeaky, Liaz and ASAP just trying to take up control of outers over towards Secret. And this could just potentially leave either ramp or A open for the taking if they can find TJP.
Yeah, he's in a very important spot here. Goes toe-to-toe with Vision, gets dispatched. As Liaz will find one, but TJP1 is all she wrote there. So it's a mad dash on towards A side here, but it's fighting from Annex. Liaz just guns him down. ASAP joining on the fight as well. Damio lost man, standing and not to be, as ASAP will secure the final frag. As Thunder down under, absolute red hot start here on the CT side here. I mean, Ground Zero, I mean, like the name insinuates, they're an absolute nuclear force to be reckoned with, but it seems like Thunder down under are well and truly in control here of the nuclear button, and just button mashing it over and over again. 5-0. What a start.
Yeah, it's not a round GZ should drop either. That's, you know, man advantage and such a winnable site take if they either go for A or just go down through ramp onto B. Feels like they overthought it, and that's sometimes GZ's downfall, as they'll find APOC taken out by Dexter there on the edge of the smoke, and look how many members from Thunder Down Under are already on A and already willing to shoot their shot. Alistair will find a few, and same with TJP, they'll collect. And yeah, I was expecting the tactical after that last one, but definitely now needed for this one.
Yeah, that's for sure. The buy that's going to go into this next round here going to be sketchy as all hell here. Rifles most likely not coming out. It's on Team Economy. Oh, that's pretty fancy. Oh, fancy little graphic. I do like a fancy little graphic.
The nosedive from like the first few rounds.
Yeah, it's starting to dip here. Thunder remaining relatively consistent on an upward trend here. But GZ really can't say the same here. But a hero rifle brought out by Omichella with a collection of pistols joining in on the fray here, looking to deal some damage against Thunder. It's just a matter of how much damage they can deal here against Thunder that is well and truly on the ball.
Yeah, and this is, you know, looking at it statistically, not what we expected to see from the start of Nuke. Expected to see a little bit more of a closer affair. GZ maybe getting the lead early and then Thunder Down Under bringing them back down to earth. But this is just some lights out CT performance from Thunder Down Under. And that's how they've been playing so far this entire series, right? You know, go back all the way to Dust 2 and we're like, yeah, the CT side was pretty good for them. Inferno not the best, but, you know, it was alright. Omnichella, TJP, and GZ looking to maybe get out on say, hey, Omnichella's just on the lurkabout. Damio's found Alistair, and all of a sudden this is another winnable round for GZ. And more winnable than the last here as Liaz will fall and Vision will find the shot. GZ one on the board.
Damn. I mean, the easy ones they lose and the hard ones they win, but big kudos to Omnichella there. Double kill on the entry with the hero AK. Pays off. And the dividends come back. They're relishing first round on the board here for Ground Zero by to come on in as well. And at AWP, I mean, they found pretty much maximum success in that round there. But Thunder still able to herald the bye and an AWP to boot in the hands of Ali, who's fortunately getting active very early on here on Nuke. So he's turned up to the party here. Looking to go in towards Secret and bring some hush-hush against Ground Zero.
Yeah, I like this kind of CT float that Thunder Down Under go for. Alistair normally a very aggressive AWPer. We normally see, you know, takes fights towards outers very much with this AWP, but he's gone for the Secret Stairs approach. Dexter's been caught there over towards outers. GZ have an interesting crunch now onto the A side if they want to go for it. APOC poking around hell. And TJP just hugging that vent. ASAP, of course, his fellow man to join him. Holding from Hut. GZ. Again, they've got themselves in some interesting positions. It's about holding it down for the moment. They'll lose vision in the process. Well, Flash will go out. They might just have to cower back down towards B here, but little do they know that Thunder Down Under are probably already there waiting for them.
That he is. Ali. It's a shot that he will never, ever miss as Omnichella will hit the deck. And Man Avenge now in the hands of Thunder Down Under. And slowly but surely GZ running out of options there. Forced back up in towards the A side. That's not going to work. ASAP looking to hold it down. Does burn in the molly. APOC Dud got a pretty difficult fight. It looks like GZ might just have to put up the white flag for this round and surrender here around number 7. Hold on to this very valuable assets that they've got. An AK, AWP, of course. They'll let the round slip here. 6-1, now a 7-1. A 6-round differential. It's ever so difficult to make up for.
Yeah, it's about closing that gap round after round for GZ. I like the approach towards outers again from them. It's been, you know, their bread and butter of the T side, but you know, I felt like they overthought it a little bit. Maybe we could have just split up. APOC had all that positioning in hell that kind of just went to waste, and already another tactical timeout. GZ felt like that was a round they definitely should have put away.
Yeah, well and truly, I mean, the opportunities presented to them. It's just a matter of whether they can take them, seize it, and run away with it. Doesn't really seem like that's the case here. It's just by looking at Thunder. Liaz. Heavy hitter. Dexter, of course. Doing some really heavy lifting here. Ground Zero is still relatively quiet, relatively MIA here. And, I mean, that's really not what you want to be seeing on map 3. Definitely not. Another rifle round to ensue here. And the AWPs on both sides as well. It should be interesting to see if the AWPs can come alive here.
Yeah, Analyst Dev's had it, at least has said it, you know, Battle of the AWPers, PC and Alistair had a little bit of a quiet one there on Inferno, and ASAP, molly into deep squeaky with a shot on top on the vision, and the AWPs don't even get to do battle because PC's team has already gone by the wayside. It's just left to him, and a 1 versus 4. Smoked off deep into trophy room here, so he's going to have to make his slower approach be known. Liaz tucking behind the box. He's got such a great off angle. Peeks his head over though, so PC spotted. He's just going to hide and wait. Play a little bit of whack-a-mole here with PZ. How quick are you to react? Not quick enough. Liaz with a nice shot there, and what an explosive take there to Squeaky. Was not expecting that out of ASAP in the slightest.
Yeah, I mean, just held them absolutely perfectly. GZ met with just a steel wall placed right in front of their noses. Just breaking their heads in one by one. 8-1 now. It's red alert for GZ. Starting to really well and truly fizzle out here. Slowly but surely running out of options. But I mean, mind you, first map, they were down 10-2 at the half. And did bring it back to a 13-8 no victory. But it was pretty close. Can they do the same here, but actually manage to pull it all the way across the line? Only time will tell here, but it's not looking good.
It's not looking great. Ooh, this is a interesting spot you don't normally see. Dexter going to be playing in that close off angle. Normally, you know, CT players, they opt to play that stairs line, or they play a little bit further back in secret. But Dexter willing to fight GZ as they come to him. And well, for GZ, they're not really showing all too much out as presence this time around. Interestingly enough, opted to go for a little bit more of an inner approach. And I guess for Thunder Down Under, they're just going to have to bleed their utility and expect this one to come through. Re-smoked Squeaky. ASAP up on Mustang, and GZ, again, still taking this one slow. Minute left to play with, and I feel like they've probably got a little bit more of a chance if they go to A here, considering Dexter's position, and that's why you play that spot. It's an off angle, not everyone clears, and ASAP will find vision. He'll duck down the vent, and it's just already left to Omnichella.
Yeah, as of late, a very popular spot for a lot of outside players. I see Rain playing that spot quite a lot, even back when he was on FaZe as well. Now, on a bit of a strange roster.
100
Thieves, a little strange, but
are they climbing?
They are.
Can they veer us points up?
They got a lot.
Yeah.
They did. And Rain's still quite adept at outside. I feel like he's still one of the best outside players, in my humble opinion. Does play the spot quite a bit as well, and does bring a lot of impact there. And Dexter, his impact well and truly felt here. 9-1. As GZ are one step away from subjugation here, trying to walk it in once again into A. You know better than to try and bust right into A like that. You will be met with fire and fury here. As APOC Vision PZ last ones standing with just pistols, cowering in fear. Down towards lobby. PZ still out though. Yep, firmly in the hands of Thunder Down Under. This is looking like round number 10 if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's probably set in stone at this stage unless we can see some superhero heroics out of Vision and APOC. I'll try to clear through ramp here. Could potentially get the backstab onto the Heaven player, but of course it's Liaz. You know, not one to sly away at the chance of a flank here from GZ. And he's just kind of checking down the ladder here. APOC over towards Squeaky, and yeah, this is not a scoreline I was expecting, and as you know, the analyst desk, and as we've said, this is around the map that GZ normally are pretty comfortable on. What a shot. USP as well from Alistair. Vision trying to run up the ladder, and Leo's is having none of it. Statistically, this is a blowout, and you know, statistically and figuratively, all of those big words. It's 10-1 for Thunder Down Under here on the CT side. GZ, one more final hope here on T, and at least they have guns for it.
That they do. They don't have the rounds. They don't have the insurance policy here established. I mean, 9-round deficit. It's quite a big number, if I have to say. 10-1, definitely not a position where you want to be, and especially not on map 3 where you fought so hard on Inferno. And beat Thunder on a map that they had 100% win rate on relatively easily. What the hell?
That was a shot.
Wait. Oh. Okay, this is interesting. Okay.
That was a quick one from Vision, and yeah, to follow up your point, last time these two teams went toe-to-toe, it was 13-9. GZ were able to do best Thunder Down Under, so this is a completely turn of tail here, as we'll see GZ walk down through Secret. They will be met by Liaz, but this is a great look as well from Damio. He's going to turn his tail. And he's not 4x3, he might be 16-9 because he spotted that one pretty quickly. Dexter, though, with a quick trade. And now they have to deal with Leah's back of the red box here. In a pretty safe spot to shut down this play. GZ haven't cleared it out. No discipline. They'll try to come over the top as Alistair finding vision. Leah's will find PZ. And they will not clear out. Leah's Dexter to take out APOC and Omnichella. Now 3 versus 1. Double door red box and single. He'll find the first on Omnichella. Alistair will fall. Nade at the feet. He's found Leah's as well. Omnichella versus Dexter, the young gun versus the veteran. We've seen this story go so many different ways. Dexter, he'll retreat to the vent. Omnichella will retrieve the bomb. And Dexter, he's played this one masterfully. He makes all of the sound cues. He's going to go back to single door where his teammate just died. Omnichella's looking that exact direction. He'll turn to double. And this might cost him dearly. Dexter has walked out. Omnichella double checks for just a second. Just a second too late. Dexter will be able to pick up that round, and Thunder Down Under will end the half at 11-1.
Oh, just when you feel like it's in your hand, it slips out. Just flew a little too close to the sun and fell straight down into the abyss.
That was an shrug. That was a TJP shrug. He's like, yeah, I don't know how that happened.
Huh. Oh, well, something happened. And there's something that's happened here. Is 11-1 scoreline.
11-1.
Yeah. On a map that GZ are quite good at as well.
That could have been so big. It's just the potential of that round spirals confidence back into GZ. They go into CT, they win the pistol. GZ could have been back with just that one round, that one clutch, that one kill.
Yeah. It's rough.
But that 1 millisecond he turned. Omnichella, he's going to be kicking himself about that.
Well, no point dwelling on the past as APOC gets the open. Just comes waltzing right on in. ASAP will take him out. There's, oh, okay, Damio. Oh, whoa. Hold up. All right. GZ are on one right now. Liaz, last one standing, an absolute massacre. Shooting gallery down on towards the outside.
Flank from Vision. Liaz is kind of pincered. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. He has to fight his way out. Damio will deliver a 3K in the pistol. Damio's starting to fire up a little bit. I was going to say I was very impressed with his performance on Inferno. And front runner here for GZ.
A lot of noise downstairs.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Damio is a player that's been around for quite a while.
Yeah.
Have had my eye on him for a while. He's a very, very strong performer, and I mean, just look at him, 12-10 right now. Huge, huge performer. I've created a term for when he's doing well. I call it Portungus power.
Portungus power.
The power of Portungus.
And what happens when he's not doing well?
Then it's not Portungus power. Then
What
it isn't? I haven't gone that far yet. I haven't gone that far yet.
We need to come up with a term for when he's not doing well. We need a little yin and yang, you know?
That's true. Little equal and opposite reactions. Shout out Isaac Newton. If he was alive, he would love Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of whatever you know, what was he doing?
Gravity.
Gravity. A lot of gravity in Counter-Strike.
He invented gravity. You know gravity didn't exist before Isaac Newton invented it.
That's so true, actually.
Yeah, didn't exist. And neither does Liaz in the server and the rest of Thunder Down Under, except Dexter, who's managed to slip the net and get the bomb down. Okay, that's a pretty big plus.
Yeah, money for Thunder. If he gets another kill, it's a,
Imagine if he won that.
Imagine.
Whoa, okay, PZ, calm down,
buddy. Whoa, Vision getting involved too. What the hell?
What? Everyone's just dogpiling on him.
Damn, GZ, what the hell? Who hurt you?
Damn. That's not very nice.
They even dropped a spray. There's an eyeball there.
Yeah. It's a power move.
Power move, yeah.
I see you. That's why the eyeball's there.
Playing mental warfare.
Playing
with
mind
Thunder.
games. Psychological warfare.
This deep into Nuke?
Yeah.
Respectable, honestly. I was going to say, that's probably to speak very highly of GZ's mental fortitude.
That's true. They're still looking relatively upbeat, relatively high in spirits. The Thunder now going to bring the Thunder. Well and surely 5 AKs across the board here. Is GZ AWP on PZ is going to be easy peasy, or is it going to be not so easy peasy? We shall see very, very shortly here in this next segment of this pretty interesting show so far. Didn't expect it to go to 3, and PZ Dexter didn't expect to get his head blown off there. But PZ, beautiful opener to put ground 0 in winning shape into this round.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Impact on that AWP. Finally. Brought it out on CT's side, and it's successes right now here for GZ. Thunder, though, they'll take up ramp control for free. Nobody there to really fault them. And Vision will at least find Alistair. TJP's poking around through hell right now, and PZ needs to be a little bit careful. He does have a teammate to help him out, though. That's the beauty of the CT side. Very easy to rotate and help a teammate out, but TJP actually finding PZ there. Well, Thunder Down Under have found themselves a potential to plant that bomb on B.
That they have found an opportunity there. ASAP looking to try and find something there, but it's Apoc Dud looking to stop him at the gates. Sentinel of the B site there. Damio joining in on the scrap as well. It's another round over towards GZ here. 4-11 now. Slowly but surely they're playing this out round by round. Still no major expectations as of yet, but they're taking it step by step. I mean, like they say, a journey begins with a single step.
Yeah. GZ is one of those teams as well. You know, we've seen time and time again that can grind out these games. As you see, the scorelines 13-8, 13-8. And when we saw a blowout Dust 2 from Thunder, GZ slowly pieced together a few more rounds and made the scoreline a little bit more respectable. And I feel like GZ, in this one especially, you know, they're pretty mentally sound and still fighting for that win. You know, we were speaking to the Omnicello downstairs, and he's like, game begun. Game gonna be won.
Game already won.
Game already won, he said.
Pretty strong words. But can they deliver on that? That's the question. Ooh, Omni, where are you looking? Where are you looking, bud? We're getting ran down on towards A, and I mean, this is just classic OS, isn't it? Classic OCS down on an eco, and somehow you win. It happens way too often. Like, OS has got to be some kind of statistical anomaly when it comes to winning eco rounds.
And sometimes overseas it kind of pays off, right? We pick up a cheeky little eco. Alistair will find Vision. And Damio just trying to save that AK, trying to get out with his life right now as the swing comes from heaven as well. Dexter knows that Damio's just going to be hiding garage. Damio doesn't need to make any fancy moves. Tech 9 spam coming through here from Dexter, just trying to instill some fear in Damio.
Yo.
But he'll find him. I was waiting for that.
Oh, man. Oh, look. Oh, Eddie's smiling as well. How do you expect to win the game when you play like that?
I mean,
he does have a point.
He does have a point.
He does have a point. This is map and series point right here. There's still 8 rounds to go before the O word that production doesn't like to talk about. So, I mean, that's good. That's slightly less good.
Good trade.
Good trade. 4-4 now, and Thunder are just conga lining down, straight down into lowers.
Well, Apoc's coming up.
Oh, okay.
Apoc's going to meet him on the top of the roof. And Leaz, he doesn't find that pick, but he's done some damage at least. And Apoc, he's still poking up. And he'll drop back down. Knows that it's unsafe and unwise to re-swing that same angle. Bomb will go down on B here for Thunder. ASAP in a great off angle here on ramp as well. Leaz found Vision in the meantime, so it's PZ and Apoc left to do it in a 2 versus 4.
that they are. It seems like a tall ask even for the most sharpest of players, and Peasy gets his head torn off as Apok Dud, last one standing. They fought so far. This rivalry between these two teams, everlasting, but it will be Thunder to sit them down 13-4. They're still the kings of Nuke. We expected GZ to go nuclear like the namesake, but it is Thunder to bring the final detonation. Damn. What a series. And we'll get now the analyst desk to take a bit more of a deep dive into it.
That's right. We love a deep dive. Pilski, I know you did a bit of diving back in your day. What was the highest height you ever dove from?
I'm not sure. I thought that I got brain damage from that, but it was mostly from listening to you talk on the desk, Jordan.
Oh, okay.
So, look, that game, very, very good from Thunder Down Under. Very dominant win from them. And so I think they're going to be happy and pretty confident going into the playoffs.
Can I just say something that might give you a bit more brain damage? Is that not the most classic Ground Zero series of all time?
That's so classic Ground Zero,
So
man.
classic.
And you had hope for them.
And you know
really
what?
Believe.
Do you know what? That's true.
Imagine predicting.
Maybe I'm the one with brain damage at this point. I tell you what, though, they're going to have to play another best of 3 after that one, and we might see them have another long best of 3 as well.
Yeah, I know. I'm a little bit worried about them. Honestly, when PZ rocked up this morning, he had eyes like piss holes in the snow. Like, he was looking real tired. And now he's about to play 9 maps of Counter-Strike, so...
Yeah, and considering he is sitting on the bottom at the moment down there with Vision, just 12 kills between them. And again, it was Damio who showed up, but I mean, again, this one was over from the sort of start. Again, the first half, so hard to come back from. So the first map where this did happen, they were able to fight back a little bit more, and we sort of saw a little bit starting to happen towards the end, or the start of that second half. But in the end of the day, I mean, Thunder Down Under, the better team,
Whoa.
they do the job. Oh, that
That's
was
his res.
wide.
Yeah, he's playing in stretched. Look, I think it's kind of what I expected, really. It's like Thunder, they just needed to lock in, and I think, unfortunately, they needed to lose a map to lock in. And then
Sometimes,
they really went into that form and that mode that you expect them to, where we expect them to dominate at this level of competition, and that's the kind of map that we want to see more often from them.
Well, they look pretty pleased with themselves, which is obviously what you would be if you don't have to play another game of Counter-Strike tonight. So, yeah, Thunder Down Under do take the top of Group A. I don't think there's too many surprises there. Someone that did have a lot to say in that matchup was, of course, TJP. And Has Daddy Slim, apparently it's your turn to have a break.
Oh,
actually.
really?
Yes, I will, because we've actually got the man himself.
We've got TJP in to have a chat. And
I'm not even sure. I don't think we needed to have him up here. I could hear you from upstairs already. So I think we could have just done like a, called him on the phone. Probably could have heard him.
Yeah, probably.
From
Hey,
downstairs.
TJ, how are you feeling? Do you want a serious interview or do you want a fun interview today?
Man, I just had to play against a bunch of bots, so whatever you feel like. I'm
All right.
pretty tired.
We'll start with some serious
Set the
questions,
tone.
and it might go downhill from there. We'll see.
Yeah.
Look, I've obviously enjoyed what I've seen from this Thunder Down Under roster so far, for the most part. But there just seems to be this issue against Ground Zero. You guys have these like 100% win rate maps. I don't know if you've noticed. Nuke, that was a couple of weeks ago. You lost that to Ground Zero. Now Inferno. So what's going on there? Are you guys just bad on these 100% win rate maps against Ground Zero, or lack of concentration, or?
Yeah, I think it comes down to lack of concentration, especially after that first map. I think we thought it was pretty much over
So did
before
we.
it was over. It happens. It does happen, but then again, it also comes down to we've played a lot of those maps. I think we've played a week straight against them.
Yeah.
The exact same maps. So I think they finally realise what's going on.
What is it like at the moment, obviously, for you guys? I think Alistair obviously still fairly fresh as an in-game leader, and you guys are still reasonably fresh as a team. Where do you guys kind of feel like you're at the moment? Is it like, yeah, we're good, or are you still peaking? You still got lots to work on? Where do you feel?
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of improvement. Lots and lots and lots. But right now, I think we're at a good base level. I think we've found our right level for this LAN. I think there's way more to be done. That's for sure.
Fair.
Interesting. How are you feeling about your prospects moving forward into the future? Are you keeping an eye on what's happening overseas as well, like some of the Asia events and things like that? Like, how is Thunder feeling about playing their way through OS and then trying to go internationally and stuff like that potentially in the future?
Yeah, look, we've been looking at all the games. I think there's a qualifier on right now.
There
actually.
is, yeah.
Yeah, we've been watching it closely because at the moment it's a bit of a brawl for the major. Everyone is very close.
Yeah.
But we just know that we have to play our own game at the end of the day. if we get through this and then give ourselves the best chance.
Yeah, and I think the big kind of like topic of discussion for this event is you guys playing against Semperfi. They've been a team that's been playing overseas quite a bit. Have you guys been keeping an eye on them? Do you have any strong opinions about Semperfi yet, or are you kind of waiting for the matchup?
TJ doesn't have strong opinions.
Oh, he always has strong opinions.
I mean, look, they're a good team. You have to admit, like they've done enough. They've been together a while now, which is one of their strong suits, but at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, I think they're a bit of a Mickey Mouse team. They fold under pressure. They're easy to crumble, and if we get on top of them early, I think it's a good matchup for us.
Okay, interesting. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time, so we'll do the old hot swap back. You can have a break. And
thanks, TJ.
Yeah,
thanks for coming on, mate.
Zaddy Slim can come back on in. Thank you for the chat, and we'll obviously, I'm sure, catch up with the Thunder Down Under guys a little bit later on when they do come back again on Saturday, because they don't have to play tomorrow. It is going to be Group B tomorrow. Yeah, any questions for us, Zaddy Slim?
No,
obviously we've asked a few questions now, so I feel like it's just your turn. Yeah.
I was just sort of, my royalty came in, of course I had to give up the microphone
That's
for
fine,
a man
yeah.
such as TJP, but yeah, I guess for you boys looking towards tomorrow, we go a little bit further forward because we still have the one series here. We just heard about Semperfi, but there's still the other three teams as well, Mindfreak, Arcade, Skelly. Two of those, of course, have to go through. I would say we lean towards Mindfreak, but could we see a possible little sneak in from Skelly? Arcade? I mean, they're the old underground roster.
Maybe Arcade. I don't really see it from Skelly, personally. I think they're a little bit too fresh to make that argument. I think there's more of a likelihood if it's anyone, it's going to be Arcade. But even then, I would say that group seems a bit safer than this one to me.
Group of death.
Yeah, again, reason being, obviously, and it's a conversation that we're going to have now going forward as well when we do jump into that next match. Ground Zero Rooster, we get that rematch again. Rooster just had a very easy game in their lower bracket match there against Time Waves. They were able to clean that one up 2-0, nice and easy.
Yep.
We spoke to Chell just in the let's say in the green room upstairs here, and
I feel like that gives you zero information. You know,
well,
he has the same disposition at all times.
Max chilling. He would love it here.
He came in. He looked at the score.
Craig the AC. Max chilling. You know,
literally. Like I swear he could have lost like the most important game of the career. Be like, oh yeah, hey guys, what's up?
You know, don't worry about it. But, yeah, I sort of said, you know, like I think actually he came in and sort of said, oh, what do you guys think? Were we playing better than Ground Zero? I was like, I don't know if I was watching the game that intensely, mate. He's like, yeah, we could have won map 1 and we should have won map 3, and I was like, yeah, I guess. So I guess in his head, they played better than Ground Zero.
Maybe.
It's time to prove it.
I think I asked him as well, is ADK's contract on the line if you guys win or lose this series? And he said ADK's life is on the line.
Oh.
So I'm a little bit concerned about that.
That's one way of putting it.
But we'll see based on the outcome of the series.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that'll be a conversation that we can get to in a little minute. It should be time for us to jump into a break here. And then get ourselves ready for the final match of the day. It is going to be a big one. It is an elimination and a progression match. So don't go far away. Take yourselves a little bit of a break, get some food, do what you need to do. Come back here. We'll be getting ready for Ground Zero and Rooster in just a minute. So we'll see you soon. Wildcard LAN presented by Logitech G. We are ready to jump into our final match of the night. And the night is yet young, fellas. I'm sure it's just one of those nights for you, Hazadi Slim. You know, you've been around the block a little while. You've done what you need to do. You're in for a big one. I know you're in for a big one with the boys. Are we going all 3 maps? Are we going OT?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I did one with Only Potence way back.
Right.
This will be about a year ago now, where it was Underground versus.
I think I remember this.
Yeah, it was like 36-34 on Nuke. You know, unpaid cast that one, so
hey, why
good
not?
fun. And it was worse because it's not the longest CS game, so no one cares.
That's it, isn't it? When we did was it you and me?
Yep.
Yeah, when we did the Mirage one.
We've always been together, me and you.
That's it. We have always been together, haven't we?
The hell do you mean?
I've just been
What do you
third
mean was
wheeling
it
this
us?
entire
Yeah,
broadcast.
maybe we should kiss for content later, obviously. I
Only
think when
for
we
pay.
did that, that was the longest. It still is the longest map of A and Z Counter-Strike at least ever. So I felt like we got something out of that horrible experience. Anyways,
That
speaking
was
of
Rooster as well.
that was
Wasn't
Rooster.
it Rooster Ground Zero?
No, it was Rooster Chiefs.
Oh.
But Apoc Dud was playing in
Close.
that game.
There you go. We've
And I
got some
think
of the
that- I
offenders
think that
on
might
the
be it.
line
This
right
is
now.
already
Skull would have been there too.
Oh,
but he was on
no, it's
Chiefs.
going to happen again.
Yeah.
Deja vu.
Anyway, we've got a graphic. I don't even remember what it was. They said we've got a graphic, so let's have a look at that. It's Vito's.
Oh.
Thank you. All right,
Okay, so
Anubis,
they're-
Inferno, Dust 2.
They've changed it up. Anubis wasn't the change-up, surprisingly. I thought that Anubis might have been shifted in or out there, but it does seem like we've got an Inferno pick instead of Dust 2, and then Dust 2 will be the decider with Nuke getting taken out, so we've got a little bit of a shift around at the map pool, but we're going to start out with Anubis in the first couple yet again. I can only assume that means Ground Zero picked it again, because we don't have who picked what on these graphics, which I would love to know. Maybe when it refreshes or somebody tells me. But yeah, it would be interesting if, Rooster picked that,
Ground Zero
obviously.
picked Anubis.
Yeah, okay, so they're just doubling down on what worked for them before in the previous series, and we've got different orders of the maps. Dust 2 will be the decider, Inferno going to be the pick from Rooster, which is interesting because we just saw Ground Zero beat Thunder on Inferno.
Right.
After Thunder had an undefeated streak
Right.
and Ground Zero hadn't won a map, they were looking actually quite good on that map.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting pick. I guess
Well-
Roosters looked at that and they've said, that wasn't very
But
good.
Can I just say?
Okay.
Can I just say? Ground Zero, quintessentially, it doesn't matter what map you pick. If they win map 1, they will lose map 2. If they win map 2, they will lose map 1. So
And if they win map 3...
If they win map 3, that's a miracle.
That's
Let's
it.
go. Let's go Ground Zero. You know what I'm saying?
And if we want to have fun, we go to a map 4 or 5.
We could do a BO5. I'm
Yeah.
down. I've got nothing else.
I'm actually, I guess we can go ask the teams.
I think the admin team's quite happy to extend us for another 2 or 3 hours. They
Yeah.
look like they're all
Personally,
pretty,
I think you
fresh.
should test the whole map pool. So 7 is where I'm at, honestly. But I'm fine with 5.
You're fine
I'm
with
happy
5?
to meet in the middle because I know
Okay.
most people want a best of 3. I want a best of 7. Let's meet in the middle. Let's do a best of 5.
Okay.
I'm all about compromise, personally.
BO5 sounds fine. Yeah, look, obviously, this series could really go anywhere. I think is probably the takeaway at this point. You could run a best of 5. You could run a best of 7. And we might get all the way to 7 in that world. It just feels like...
They could play 6 maps against each other today.
100%. These two teams are just quite evenly matched. You know, there's obviously still that X factor when it comes to Rooster of they're a bit of a newer team, but there's still quite a number of experienced players. So
Yeah.
expecting things to be a pretty tight matchup. So.
I mean, we heard earlier. He didn't say it, so I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I got the vibe from Chelios that he thought they should have won. And they didn't.
I definitely got that vibe as well.
I got that vibe, but I'm
I don't
not
think it was a
putting words in his
vibe.
mouth.
They just should have won.
Yeah.
They're up 12-9 and they had all advantages and they just let it slip.
Yeah.
So.
But he also thought he sort of insinuated that he thought they could win map 1 as well. So in which case it would have been a 2-0. Anyways, look, obviously we want to hear from the teams too. We've got a little bit of a video prepared to see what both these teams have to say about one another. Let's hear from Ground Zero and Rooster.
I think against Rooster, we should be the favoured team. We've played them quite a lot recently, and I think they haven't been practicing too much either. So yeah, we should be the favoured in that matchup.
Our matchup against Ground Zero, I think they're a very prep-heavy team, and we have played a few online qualifiers that they could probably look at, but I don't think it's enough to fully prepare for what we've got in store, I suppose.
I think Rooster's new lineup is definitely interesting. Bit of a merge between two different playstyle teams, so don't really know how they play yet, but it'll be fun.
In the match against Ground Zero, I think we're going to do pretty well. I think it's going to be a great match. They're a great team. You know, they've been together for a while. We're Britain new, but you know, I think we got the firepower to take them down, and you know, they're not. I don't think they're really used to our gameplay too much. So I think it'll be quite a good fight. That's what I'll say.
I think the chances that we win are pretty solid. We beat them in the qualifier for the second DFRAG, and we're pretty confident right now.
They're a good team. They practice a lot, you know, but they're kind of boring and uninspiring in the way they play, you know.
Shit talking, psychological warfare, everything. Maybe we have someone on the side ready to unplug a PC. See what happens.
Rooster are a bit of a rough one. I think they've struggled recently, so I'm not sure who the best player is at the moment, but probably Chelios.
The scariest on Rooster? Probably Chell, just because of his experience.
I'd say the worst player on Rooster would be Chell. I think we can always run at him. He just misses.
I lost to ground 0-2, definitely just blamed my teammates and not take any responsibility, and on to the next game.
Somehow Chelios keeps like getting his teammates poached and then keeps going, and I respect that shit because I've been there. So good on him, and he can IGL, like he can just mid-round with anyone, it seems. So always impressed by him.
Probably most scared of Damio. He's incredibly talented. He could easily entry into a site and murder us all if he wanted to.
If we lost, felt pretty bad straight after, and then for every game after that would just reset and go straight back into it.
Oh, it's just not going to happen. I think if we didn't beat them, I think that might be the end for me. That's CS done. I can't lose to Russo. It's not happening.
If we lost to Ground Zero, I'd be pretty sad because I think it's a match we should definitely win with how we've been playing. But yeah, I'd be very sad, I suppose.
For Rooster, good luck. I guess you guys need it.
Well, maybe they don't need it. It was pretty close in the last matchup, but what Chell said in that interview was actually correct. I don't know if you remember when he came upstairs and we sort of said to him, "Oh, you know what happened in that last game?" He was like, "Oh, it's ADK's fault." So he literally did blame his team and take no responsibility.
That's the best thing to do as an IGL, by the way. If you're changing your rosters, you want to bring in a scapegoat. That's the number one thing that you want. A lot of people think, I want a talented player, I want some fresh blood, I want people who are keen to play CS. No. Number one prospect, scapegoat.
That's right.
Yeah.
So who was that on your team?
Gotsalov, for sure.
Oh, yeah, he's a bit of a bot. He is a bit of a bot, to be fair. Look, any thoughts coming into this series? Obviously, we can go back and look at a couple of maybe the errors that we saw in Rooster's play on Dust 2, and when we did speak to Chell in that aforementioned conversation, like I said, he kind of felt like they probably could have won on Dust 2, and I sort of echo that sentiment. I think they were in a position where they could have won this map for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because you look at now towards Rooster, they've had the second series. Theirs has been a lot shorter. They've had more break time. They've had probably more time to think about what went wrong in this series where they could have won. And absolutely, they probably could have taken that first map. We look here, it was 8-8. It was, I think it was sitting at the 9-10, and Rooster had gotten in front. And then Ground Zero locked in, took the last few rounds. You know, the rest is history for the rest of the series. But Ground Zero, I mean, they've just gone through a best of 3. Yes, the last map was pretty short, but it's a lot to do through mentally. You would think that maybe they're ready for a bit more of, you would say, the extremities that Rooster are going to have because they're not as cohesive as a team. They're relying more on, you know, bigger, just star players coming through and making those rounds come together. So hopefully, and for their case, they can lock in, but I hope it's a best of 3. I hope it goes all the way. The other side of me also says no, because I would like to get home for a reasonable hour, but where's the fun in that?
I think it probably will be a best of 3. I don't know how many of Ground Zero's previous matches have been 3-0 or 3 mappers. I mean, aside from the games they played against Asian teams in the CAC qualifier, obviously the 2 matches today have been 3 mappers. They had a 2-0 loss to Mindfreak back in CCT, but every other game was a 3 mapper as well there. So they've got a bit of a streak going of going all the way to 3, and it does feel like another one of those series where it would be a little bit of a letdown actually if this ended in a 2-0. Even if it does end in a 2-0 though, because you have to feel this will be a very close 2-0, right? Like scoreline wise, we're probably looking at 13-10s, 13-11s, those kinds of scorelines if it ends up being 2-0, I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's down to individual inconsistency as much as it is these teams are 2 very closely matched teams. It's getting long for me as well, apparently. But yeah, I think that you've seen across the whole best of 3 that they played earlier today, players have their peaks and troughs. You know, you had a big map for Juicers and you had a quieter map and then another big map. The same can be said for some of the players on Ground Zero. In the map that they lost, they had a couple of players going missing on that one.
Well, speaking about big maps, what about big days? Obviously, this is now, like you said, getting a little bit late in the evening. I mean, in your experience as a player, did you ever have any like big
No,
long days like this?
I never
or?
made it to like
Right.
when I went to a nationals. I'm pretty sure I got banged out like every time. I think the first nationals I played, I was the lowest rated player. I might have been like 0.4 or 0.5 or something. It was pretty good stuff. So I got banged out pretty quick that I didn't have to worry about things dragging on to 9 maps of CS.
So still a long day, just continued afterwards, I'd imagine. Away from the server.
True, yeah. Just not of CS.
I mean, that is exactly what I expect from Daddy Slim on the analyst desk, I have to say. I mean,
You wouldn't want to see my CS gameplay, I'll say that much.
Yeah. Well, I would love to see some CS gameplay, and it looks like we're getting close to getting that one sorted.
I think this is going to be a total slog for both of these teams, though, honestly. And it's getting to the point where I think the same can be said for Ground Zero Thunder, but like Ground Zero is just a team that it feels like they play everybody over and over again lately. I think the Rooster players have played a lot of these players on this roster before. The tendencies are well established, they're very familiar, so it comes down to really individual performance, mind games. We've had a little bit of a shift in the veto as well to change up the map order, and as well as just who comes in hot to this game, because it's been a long day. The stamina is really going to be something that is important. There's a couple of players I got my eye on. I'm looking at someone like Skull to have more production. I feel like when he came alive on Nuke, and in general, he's the kind of player that when he starts having those impact rounds, he's absolutely electric, but he was pretty quiet in that first series for most of it. He was just kind of playing his role, and I think if he has more impact in this series, that'll be enough to put Rooster across the line.
Yeah, I guess, again, like, when you have such a closely matched matchup, how many times can you say match in the same sentence? I've just hit 3. A closely matched
I was going to say, you don't get many matches, so
No,
I don't think
Did you want to give yourself a pat on the back for that one?
Beautiful. Go me. Yeah, it at that point can really come down to like that individual, right? And maybe that is that player that didn't necessarily pop off quite so much in the opening matchup between the two teams. But if you really get rolling and sort of bring something a little bit extra to the server in what is essentially a more important game, there could be a world where today we have a matchup between Ground Zero and Rooster that goes 1-1, but ultimately, let's say Rooster walks away with the win here. Their one win is just more important than Ground Zero's one win. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the format, really.
And that's what makes it so difficult, this one. Because, like, usually if you're doing just, like, a group stage one where you've got to play every single team, you've at least got a sort of to look through there. I guess, in essence, it kind of works a bit better for Rooster in that sense, because you'd probably have them losing to Thunder Down Under, but they beat Time Waves, and now have the second chance to make that way through by playing a team again that they've got an opportunity against. We saw it enough in that first series. Perhaps we get the same thing when it comes to this one as well. Again, I think this first one of Anubis, if Ground Zero can lock in on their T side that they were unable to do when we first saw them.
Yeah.
Perhaps there's the chance for
I think it's interesting that they picked it again, because clearly they picked it, it didn't work, they've reflected on that, and they've gone, well, clearly things didn't go the way that we expected, and if we just execute a little bit better, then Anubis should go better for us this time around. So, yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I think we're just working through some things in the server at the moment, trying to get us ready to get underway with the game.
Do you like this format? I like this format because
Well,
I used to watch.
format.
I used to watch a lot of like GSL, StarCraft.
Right.
It's a little bit different in StarCraft, obviously, because the games are shorter. But this would happen a lot. You know, the two players play at the start of the bracket, and then they go lower bracket, upper bracket. Then you get a rematch for the decider. And I always thought it was super interesting in StarCraft because they'd have already played each other. Sometimes the vetoes would change, sometimes the builds would change, and things like that. CS, it's a little different, obviously, but you have seen the veto change. The maps selected have changed a little bit, and I think again it comes down to tendencies and mind games and who can be more creative the second time you play an opponent on the same day.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually like it. I do like the fact that we get this sort of lower bracket run. Obviously, it can be reasonably time intensive, and I think, obviously playing 3 BO3s in a day for the players is probably not ideal. If there was a way to avoid that, you would do that, but, what realistically are you going to do? You can't really tack a bunch of extra days on a tournament like this one. I mean, in theory, I guess you can, because everyone's pretty much staying for an extra 2 days for the next LAN, so that may be a little bit of a moot point. But realistically speaking, 4 days for a tournament in Australia is already quite a long tournament.
Yeah.
So, you either go and play BO1s instead, but no one wants to play BO1s, so it sort of feels like the best middle ground you can have, like you say, for the various reasons. Most importantly, of everyone kind of gets to have 2 bites at the cherry.
Yeah.
The only downside, I think, to the format is the team that wins the initial matchup, let's say in this world, Ground Zero then goes on to lose this game against Rusa, they go, well, we've gone 1-1 against you guys, but you guys go through. there's a little bit maybe of an argument to be had there. But everybody's had 2 chances. Everybody's got 2 lives, and that's really the end of the day how it is.
You could decide it with a rock, paper, scissors. Yeah. Or a flip a coin.
Or scissors, paper, rock. Yeah. Whatever floats your boat, really.
Yeah. I've said scissors, paper, rock overseas, and they've just looked at me like...
I've always said scissors, paper, rock.
Yeah. So I've always said rock, paper, scissors. What is...
You're a Melbourne boy, right?
Well, technically... New South Wales, on the New South Wales Vic border, so it's very hard to differentiate.
I feel like the further south you go, the more it becomes rock. Yeah.
Yeah. You're giving me that kind of border vibe, you know.
The border vibe, yeah.
You seem like someone who hops over the borders from time to time.
That's great, man. That's really grab the insight.
I'll just let you guys carry on, and I'll listen. It's fine.
Can anyone tell we're stalling for time a little?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think that's good. I was getting worried.
Can we maybe, I don't know, like get one of these props out from the back and just do something with that? Maybe.
I think I can end this for you right now, George.
Please. End it all.
And we have been banned on Twitch. Goodbye.
This is a prop.
It is a very realistic looking prop, I will say.
We do have the
this is not a
classical DFRAG hat. No other affiliation, of course. That was made last night. It's actually quite nice. The lettering itself, beautiful. I was going to do it.
You stitched this yourself, as
yes, I'm terrible at the drawing side, but the stitching I think came together very nicely. I think this was actually Mr. Wander's.
So that's an antique of sorts.
Yes, that's we're going to actually be auctioning this at the end of the LAN.
What's
so
that?
You, a lucky viewer at home, could take away this somehow if you come here and pick it up, of course.
Yeah, have you ever watched Antiques Roadshow? I feel like it's kind of your kind
Antiques
of
Roadshow. Yeah, I feel like you would have watched that before.
The one where they do the actual, they go and buy the stuff and then they have to make a profit from it. That one's quite entertaining. The Antique Roadshow itself, where they just show the stuff off, it's a bit of a bore. I mean, I used to watch the lawn bowls on the ABC back in the day because look, I did not have Foxtel on the farm, so you had to make do.
Counter-Strike space then, I suppose. A bit more going on, isn't there?
Yes, I was not a individual who had a lot of, let's say, Counter-Strike experience until I basically moved to boarding school. So
there you go.
It all came together.
Well, I might move us to a break here because it is evident that we have run out of things to talk about. So we might wrap that conversation up. But at some point soon, hopefully Ground Zero and Rooster are going to be ready to get underway with this game. And we'll be jumping back into that one when it's ready to go. So we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, time for you to see the casters for this fine event that we're running here at the DFRAG Wildcard LAN. That's powered by Logitech G, and most importantly, you know, we've got ourselves a bit of a special guest, right? And that special guest has a lot of comments to say, but he's gotten awfully quiet as soon as we turned the camera on. So I think we'll leave Mr. Birchall be. As Damio at least gets us started off with a nice little pistol pick on a Chell.
Yes, Damio. First point of contact on the pop flash from his teammate. He spots at least one player, but he's not going to be able to connect the bullets that he needs to. And with Rooster now picking up the pace, potentially going for a B split here. Ground Zero need to fortify their defenses. And Vision getting the first kill, followed by Damio and Omichella. Everybody's getting kills. It's absolute carnage all over the site. It's all down to Reckons, who absolutely can't do any more than that. The first round is going to go in favor of Ground Zero.
I mean, a good start for GZ, right? We sort of saw on that analyst desk before that, you know, the big thing for GZ, it's a bit of a rough pick to pick Anubis, but if they believe that they've seen enough of Rooster on Anubis to be able to go out and beat it, I mean, credit to them, right? We didn't see, you know, Nuke get picked back into by either of these teams as our third map. You know, we had Inferno to be our second, Dust 2 to be our third that we did get. And the big thing at the moment for Rooster is that consistency on Anubis. Is it a fluke of a map? That's what GZ are looking to test at the moment. In my mind, I don't necessarily think it was a fluke, but there is a chance that, you know, you can make that argument.
Well, I mean, look, I don't like the ideas of flukes, but it does happen. I like to see where everybody's on form and everyone's performing at their best, especially at a LAN, especially at DFRAG Wildcard LAN of all the LANs. Why not?
Powered by Logitech G.
Ah, yes, indeed. Good sir. Good reference.
Of course, powered by Logitech G, of course.
For round number 2, of course, we've got heaps of aggression coming in from Ground Zero. Look at this, PZ already up towards the middle of stairs with this MP7. Nice up close and personal. With Vision there to kind of aid and abet his vision.
No.
Oh my god, he's popped out 2 kills out of nowhere. And there it is, PZ does strike in with his MP7. It's all left down to Reckons and ADK, but considering they've not got nothing but Glocks, it looks like this might just be all she said and done. Reckons, not ready to give up just yet.
All she wrote, perchance.
Perchance,
because you never know what sort of happens with Reckons and a Deagle. Because have I told you the story of the Reckons 1v4?
Go on.
So he found his first pick in through stairs at Anubis, right? And now everyone sort of like scattered because they're really scared and they don't want to deal with the Reckons Deagle. Bear in mind, he does have an MP7, but he doesn't know that. We know that as the audience. And see, Reckons gets himself a second there on Division. And because he's been able to isolate these fights, Churchy, this storyline just continues. Yeah, right. Cheers, APOC.
All right. Well, so you like.
He always ruins everything. Always ruins everything.
That's all right. Look, I think considering the circumstances, Reckon still had a good attempt. You know, to come out of that with a few pistol kills. You know, nice one tap towards the baskets. But ultimately, Ground Zero, of course, with the superior weapons, will get the better of Rooster as we go into round number 3. And, well, I'd say the first gun round, but considering 2 of them don't have enough money to even get primary weapons, they're stuck with nothing but pistols. Well, they'll make do with what they've got. We've seen Rooster time and time again in these specific circumstances. If they're able to live up to their expectation to convert this round, well, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Ground Zero feeling like they're on top form at the moment, especially we are versing Rooster earlier on. Rooster, a lot of noise outside A main. They'll be up to contesting with Vision. The problem is, if Vision does go down, he's the only line of defense at the moment for the A site, so he really needs to make some magic happen, and there you go, opening kill with him, taking down Juices.
Yeah, and it's just going to be down to Vision here to try and hold down on this A site, but Rooster do not want a bar of it. They're going to look to try and rotate away. They won't have any water pressure, which, I mean, for them right now, that's exactly where they want to be.
Nice and slow. They've still got a whole minute to be playing with.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time, of course, but you know, are they actually how are they going to utilize that? I mean, they've kind of made a bit of presence as if like they were going to rotate back toward Canal and hopefully maybe get a rotator off from the A side. But Ground Zero, they've still got 3 members over onto A. Of course, with this boost from Skull Hunter, this might actually be the factor of the catalyst for change that Rooster need for this round. Oh my god, the timing! APOC does turn at just the last second. It's going to cost him his life. And there's the opening that Rooster need to get out onto the A side. But Vision, he's still here, the main point of defense for Ground Zero. He's kept Rooster at bay for the time being. The bomb has dropped down to the floor, and this man is watching it like a hawk. With 15 seconds left, though, Rooster, it's all left down to Skull Hunter. 1 versus 3, and what can he do? All he can do, I guess, is probably hope to die before the timer runs out, surely, so he gets a bit of bank. Ground Zero, they're happy just to squeeze every inch of life out of him and make sure that timer does go down.
And Damien's still go looking for that kill if he's able to get it, and he won't be able to. And I mean, for GZ right now, picking up, you know, your opening 3 on Anubis, that's a great start for them, like, realistically.
Indeed. I mean, look, we also did kind of look into the, I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was Anubis earlier on in the day when in the first series that they had against each other, where, you know, we've seen Ground Zero play this map, Anubis, a lot more than Rooster. You know, you see it in their map rotations, at least 8 times, I'd probably say by now, where Rooster had only played it like 3 or 4 times. So, of course, Ground Zero feeling a lot more confident on Anubis, and that is showing here so far in the start of this best of 3 series, which hopefully could be another blockbuster thriller.
You'd really hope so. I mean, it's an interesting setup that we're seeing at the moment for GZ. As this A-hit's about to come in, Vision has a fair bit of work to do to try and defend this A side. If he's able to dance around, jiggle around, the Tech-9s will look to potentially be a bit of a problem. They will take A. APOC Dud will find Skull in the meantime, but as the bomb does go down, reckons there's a bit of work to do with this Tech-9. He's looking for some work, but the AWP PZ catches him first. Juices, is he able to get anything going with this Tech-9? It's a bit of a deadly crossfire between him and ADK. And as flashes do go out, the swing from Juices nets him 1, but Damio doubles up, leaving Chell by himself as Anubis continues to go the way of GZ. And it'll be PZ who's able to find himself a nice little set as the double kill for him comes through with that AWP. Nice little round from PZ there.
I do like to see players showing up into the server. You know, of course it is a team game, but you know, of course, at the end of the day, people are still individuals that make up that one big coherent unit. But I'm sure as an individual player, you know, they want to hear their name in the spotlights, popping off multi-frags, and maybe going back to watch the VOD and be like, "Oh my God, this guy's amazing! He's tearing them at something." But
he's terrifying.
He's
terrifying.
Per chance. Now we do have a pause coming in.
Oh, we've got a pause?
Yeah, we've got a pause.
Beautiful. That means I get to talk about numbers. Do you like numbers, Churchy? Dude, I love numbers. I'm going to give you some numbers. All right. So, on Anubis, GZ, they win about 70% of their rounds when they do get that opening kill. That's a fairly important stat. That's what we call the opening round, the opening kill statistic. And it's a tech pause? A tech pause. A tech pause at 8 p.m. at night, Churchy.
Let's go.
Do you know what that means, Churchy?
We're ready. It means you got to get ready for that corner to start rocking back and forth.
Oh, don't point me at the corner. Do you want to know something interesting about Rooster, though?
Absolutely.
On Anubis, less than 20% chance of winning the round if they get the first death. They lose the opening duel, they only convert 1 out of 5.
Oh, jeez. May as well pack it up and go home then. Nah, well, 20% they don't really need to. I mean, hey, look, they're staying in it for the long run, which has been a long run through today. And today's obviously not even the last day. We've got a few more days ahead of us, depending on which team makes it to the next stage for playoffs.
That 20% number for Rooster after getting that first death is very, very scary if I'm Rooster, right? That means that I either want to be winning that first duel or I want to be, you know, at least able to instantly get a trade to bring it to a 4v4, which is something that, you know, Rooster as a team, when they do get aggressive, that's the type of statistic that shows that they get aggressive alone. They don't necessarily get aggressive as a team. If I'm Rooster, I want to get aggressive as a team. I want to be able to take fights in a pack of 2, potentially a pack of 3 early if I want to dominate some space. That's sort of not what we're seeing from Rooster so far, but that might need to be a change that's made during our beautiful tech pause.
No, well, you are right in saying that because we have mentioned a few times throughout today where the confidence levels throughout a lot of the Rooster roster, is basically what they're renowned for, especially a player like Chelios. So obviously, where it seems to be where Ground Zero appear to be controlling the pace of the game, Rooster can't really play the game that they're comfortable playing, in which case, we find ourselves in this type of scenario where Ground Zero at the moment still not allowing a single round in favor of Rooster.
Well, yeah, I mean, overall for Rooster, right, I don't necessarily think there's a comfort thing when it does come to these Rooster boys. Like, there's obviously a level of chemistry that they do have, especially between Chell, between Juices, between ADK. There's always been a consistent level of chemistry between those boys. There's just a really important sort of point to be made when you talk about exactly how Reckons and Skull Hunter are meshing. That's the like awkward bit, you know what I mean? Right. When you see that these players have come from a different team, they came from that Fury roster, they've come over into Rooster, they got rid of Viridian. I was speaking to Chell before and he said Viridian was one of the, thank God he's coaching, essentially, is what he said to me.
Shots fired.
And he said, the best thing that's happened to Rooster was TJP and Sap leaving. So, I think you might have been over-exaggerating just a little bit, just personally between you and me. But, seeing the roster and how it's sort of developed since they've moved on from Viridian as a placeholder, fairly interesting to me because they've brought in two guys who know each other very well, who are able to play off each other, who are the new boys in this roster, were leading Fury for such a long time under the helm of Cheeseball and co. And that's exactly where, we sort of need to see this Rooster roster develop. Instead of being a 3-stack and a 2-stack, become a 5-stack, please. Please, Chell, please.
Go on, get him in the server. We want to see a great match. We want to see a great series. We want to see what Rooster's capable of. We've seen what they're capable of in the past, and if Chelios can make magic happen again, well, I mean, look, this guy's a long player. He's been around the scene for a long time. I remember him back in the ES.
Tall.
What? No. Yeah.
He's a long player.
Very long.
A very long boy. He's lanky as hell.
But yeah, I remember this guy back in the ESCA days. It always a talent, to be versing inside the server. Just versing him, the type of experience that this man has, as well as what he's capable of in terms of aiming mechanics. So I am really interested to see how they're going to form after this LAN. Now, obviously, this LAN is very important to very interested to see how this goes on. But, of course, with constant roster changes with Rooster over the last few months, especially with the departure of ASAP and TJP, it seems to be that the Roosters seem to be struggling to really find the pieces that feel right for them. Because obviously, if it felt right, they wouldn't be, changing more players and finding, I guess, the one that they need, or the two that they need, or whatever reasons that Rooster need to kind of show up with more consistency throughout OCE matches up against the top teams in OCE. Because of course coming back from DFRAG Open Series, we see them put up decent numbers against teams like Mindfreak, Semplify, but it's not as consistent. Whereas before it's like, oh, they're dominating everyone.
Well, you know what, Churchy?
What?
I love two things in this world.
Oh, all right, what do you love?
I love Counter-Strike and throwing the brakes. So which one would you like to see, Churchy?
Oh, man. Imagine if I just said Counter-Strike right now. It seems like we're really itching for a break at the moment. I don't know.
Unlucky, brother.
Feel like a break?
Unlucky, brother. We're going to a break. We'll see you guys as soon as this tech pause is done and dusted.
Ha ha.
Well, looks as if Chelios's smack talk about his old teammate Viridian has finally caught up with him.
Woo.
Looked as if we had a bit of a PC issue for young Chelios, but we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We do apologise for the tech delays, but we've got Anubis to play. We've got Anubis to play, Churchy.
Anubis, welcome back indeed. I am very excited to see the rest of this game, hopefully without any more issues. But, hey, there are no issues,
Don't
right?
jinx it.
Viridian came in for a fight. He heard what was said over the stream, and he's like, well, say it to my face. No, sorry.
That is something Viridian would do, actually. That does check out, unfortunately.
He seems
Oh,
like a
no.
very peaceful person. Wait, what? Hello?
He tried to extinguish the molly, but it just didn't pop. And so Reckons has just walked straight into the molly. Rooster got a man down early.
Jesus, great start. Wait. What was that statistic you said before? They've gone a player down. What happens now?
They have a 1 in 5 chance of winning the round.
Yep. All right. So ground 0, 5-0, ladies and gentlemen. No, obviously we're still 4-0, but we'll wait to see what if those stats check out. Of course, Rooster minute to be playing with, and all remaining players left alive, gearing up for a B execute with only 2 players of ground 0 ready to defend it at all costs.
PZ. Michella, what can you do here to hold this site down? Try and hold everything back. Chell hits his mark. That's on Michella to fall away. A double up in through E-box at the moment, as we do see Rooster being able to hit this B site. Not only hit the site, but also get the plant down. PZ to at least claim another victim. Doubles up. Why not, PZ? That all is doing some significant work right now. And Damio will leave ADK to be the last man standing as APOC dud. will eventually look to take him down. 5 to be picked up for GZ. Churchy, you were right.
Hey, mate, not me. It was you. I'm going off what you said, you know, but...
You shouldn't be influenced by me that easily. I'm scared for you now, actually.
Look, I only influence when I allow it to happen, you know. Now, of course, now with ground zero, 5-0 against Rooster. You know, Rooster really need to show up in that. Yet to be or announce themselves that they are playing this game, because all I'm seeing right now is red and also ground zero. We have Rooster with the full stack of AKs, of course, so there's a chance they have to really convert their first round. Of course, though, PZ with the sniper, the only person in the server with a sniper at the moment, could prove to be a bit of a nuisance for Rooster. So Rooster, once again, lots of noise being made out toward. Now look at this flank coming in from Damio. He's gone aggressive toward the canals. Oh, he can't even get a single kill. He certainly tried, but Omichella will pick up the pieces to where Damio could not. And it will be now Rooster on the back foot by one player. Apocdad might just be able to drop those numbers even more.
Man, Apocdad's been able to catch the timing on the Juices. Is he aware that Chell and Reckons are both lurking underneath him? It looks as if the response has been to avoid E-Box at all costs. And look to potentially try and isolate an E-Box fight for Omichella and PZ. They did a great job holding down B last round. Do they have what it takes in this round? That's got to be the question. Reckons looks to cross his T's, dot his I's. Can he dot PZ's I's? That's got to be the question. The answer's no. PZ holds strong. Drops that bomb out. Now it's just Chell by himself. Nade will go down. Chell doubles up, however. So that B side unlocked here for young Chelios. There's Vision and Apocdad. Have to try and work out this 1v2. Chell will be swung. Apocdad to finish him off. That's going to be 6 on the trot here for GZ. They are playing fantastic Counter-Strike at the moment.
I was feeling a little bit of sense of deja vu from that. Just seeing Chelios pick up that nade kill and the follow-up with the gun. I'm thinking, oh, we might just see some Chelios magic here and maybe put one up on the board for Rooster. Unfortunately, unable to secure the 1 versus 4 clutch. It would have been great to see. I would have loved to have seen that. That man is definitely capable of pulling off miracles like that. Well, I mean, well, in his case, I don't even think it's a miracle. It's like more like a
expectation.
Yeah, right. I was like, okay, opportunity, but ultimately ground zero again, with absolutely fortified defenses, not allowing Rooster a single round thus far. As we go into round number 7, and Rooster, once again, they've only got a Galil and Tech-9 to work with, but Juice is making it work, dropping down Vision, and even recovering that AK. So there's a step in the right direction for Rooster.
We're going to start to see now. Apocdad has to hold these lines on this A site. PZ helping him out with that AWP, however, as Apocdad gets himself one, wants a little bit more, wants to try and take on this fight, wants to try and take on a bit of action. Omichella able to best ADK, however, Juices ends up falling. Reckons to be the man by himself. 1v4. A Tech-9 in between his fingers. Gets one, no more than that. And GZ, they get 7 up on the board, and they are looking to make light work of Rooster.
Very, very strong showing from ground zero now. But let's also consider a few other factors here, right? That, you know, of course, we've seen these teams versus each other in the day, but you know, not only just is there raw talent, skill, and chemistry, like team chemistry, on display here, but you know, the fact that it has been a long day, where it has been constant games after games. You know, the resilience is also going to be put to test from every single play in this server. Because yeah, of course, you know, maybe you can be like Donk, right? But how long can you keep up with that performance? You know, you made an hour's worth in the bank, but all of a sudden, you know, you turn into a flam.
That's crazy.
Who's-lad?
That's crazy. Kiss Tony was generational, I think.
Yeah, my bad.
But, I mean, we are getting one of those rare Apocdad performances where he's just, like, unkillable, right? He's currently 8-1 at the moment. Chell does find Damio in the meanwhile, however, as everything starts to settle for Rooster at the moment, as they just look to take themselves a bit of space. And PZ to be that first rotation over towards that A site, I mean, it looks as if it's a good read.
Potentially. I mean, PZ, he's kind of calling him back up as well. So Vision coming in from at least middle, and with ground zero now having a third player coming over toward the A side, but it looks like Rooster kind of prepared for this. I mean, this almost part of the plan, because they've made a little bit of noise toward A, expecting those rotations, and with still players, one in E box and one outside toward B main, and the bomb slowly starting its transition over to the site.
Do they expect the Vision push? Juices gets caught off guard by it, but won't be able to best it. Vision does find himself one. The information at least gathered at the bare minimum. That B site now looking to be under duress. Omicella has to hold his line, hold his life more importantly. The water and E-box retake starts to come in by who else but APOC Dud, who has been playing fantastic Counter-Strike today. Skull is going to be left in that hard corner. Is he going to be cleared? Does APOC Dud clear this close corner? Answer is no. Skull bests him. And it looks as if Rooster should be claiming their first round here. Omicella will just look to keep the M4 as Rooster get there first here.
Oh, welcome to the game, Rooster. About time we've seen you show up into the server. It's only taken to 7-1, but look, better late than never at this point. You know,
That's right.
of course, going into saying that, it's not the first time I would have seen Rooster have epic comebacks either. You know, so even if it might take them a little bit late to get to the game, right? We have seen them even like have strong showing to the point where, you know, these types of games can even go OT. Imagine me saying that right now. Imagine.
I might actually like toss you for Pilski. I'm going to put you on the analyst desk, see how you go with that, and replace you with Pilski if you say the O word again.
What Overwatch?
You got close. You got close that time. You're on very thin ice, young man.
Overtime. You can't
Where's
test
Pilski?
me.
Where's
I'm a
Pilski?
rebel at heart. You can't tell me.
I need Pilski. Where is he?
All right, we're into round number 9. Vision, look at the aggression on the man. He's to see if he can double up with Damio, who's already gone down toward middle canals. And they have taken Reckons out of the equation. Once again, Rooster onto the back foot. And, you know, with them, the first death going in favor of their way, going back to those statistics, 1 in 5 chance of even closing out this round, you know. So, again, this already ground zero looking like they have the advantage to kind of move forward into this game. Of course, a minute 10. Rooster still have plenty of time to be working with. Players gearing up for an execute, potentially for a split A. They've got player A main and 3 toward middle.
Do they know that Vision's pushed up so aggressively? Because it feels as if Juicers can get caught off guard here. If Vision just checks at the right time. Looks as if Juicers might even be knowledgeable of the potential push, but camera presence starts to show up. Vision does catch Juicers. APOC Dud to hold down this A side. He'll look to scramble back into A main. Rooster will take the site with little to no resistance. But here come the troops. 5v3 on the retake. Flash. Sorry, it's a Molotov. My apologies. Pushes Skull Hunter away. APOC Dud to find himself one tagged quite heavily, though. If there's anything he can do, it'd be off the back of the push that's now starting to come through CT, and that's going to be APOC Dud to double up. And GZ get themselves 8. They are loving life right now here. And a bit of a story for you, Churchy. During the break that we had between series,
right,
GZ decided to go out to Macca's.
Oh, okay.
As they rock up back to the LAN, I forgot whose car it was, but someone's car, they've accidentally held the horn down the entire way up the street.
What?
I don't know why.
How do you accidentally do that?
And as I've said to APOC, good for you to show up, and he goes, I had to make an entrance. They have made an entrance here in this series. An 8-1 start for them has been incredible. APOC, a man of his word.
Yeah, well, at this point, there is an obnoxious horn in the ears of Rooster right now.
Who's the obnoxious horn?
Ground zero.
Oh, just the whole team.
The whole team. They're being a thorn up Rooster's backside because Rooster have only been able to muster up at least 1 round so far. And of course, Juicers to see if he can change that fact, of course, trying to get some entries out onto the A side, but a lot of utility from Ground Zero to basically stunt that for the time being, and Rooster now have to rethink their ideas of where they're going to take this round. So far, Rooster are all around the map. They haven't really focused any specific area as of yet, with Ground Zero potentially trying to take more control. You can see PZ on this line with the sniper. Any second now, if Juicers steps 1 foot too far into the line, it's going to be good night, mate.
Juicers has done well to draw rotations over. Going to start to see the rotations for GZ go back to B. Rooster, they had their opportunity to hit a weakened B site. Now that opportunity is completely done and gone. With that smoke going up, GZ are still stacking B on what is a camera smoke. GZ have gambled well here, and with 30 seconds to play, Rooster, they're going to look to hit B. Omicella finding himself 1. Is there anything more that he can do? Does have teammates falling. As Omicella doubles up before falling. ADK gets 2. Keeping Rooster in it. Back to a 2v2. Long-time teammates, APOC, Dud and PZ, here on this retake. Is there the opportunity? There most definitely is. With ADK falling, it'll all be down to Chelios. The one remaining member for Rooster cannot get it done, and not double digits, it's 9 picked up for GZ. I just can't read numbers apparently today.
Well, I mean, technically we're in double digits for how many rounds they have consistent so far in the map, but at Ground Zero only got the 9. I'm trying to save you, man. Come on, let me save it.
Don't get me out on technicalities. Don't get me out on technicalities.
Yeah. Well, it seems to be time and time again, Rooster keep trying to rely on Chelios, who so far into this game hasn't really been able to pull through with a clutch, but you know, the fact that he's always, most of the time last alive, you know, he's always put in these scenarios, you got to be like, come on, guys, what are you doing? Stop putting it down to me. You got to get fragged yourselves too.
In my face at Pugs, this is what we call baiting.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of that term before.
Look, I've heard plenty of that term when people call me a beta. If you see me play Counter-Strike.
Some are saying that I'm a master of it, apparently. But a 3-man stack over towards B, a little bit of a skirmish, and nothing more. Rooster not necessarily wanting a bar of it so far here in this one. A bit of mid-presence out of Skull Hunter too. If he's able to get himself a little bit of magic, it'd most definitely be helpful. But GZ are still petrified of this B hit.
So they should be. Great kill coming from ADK. The aggression from Ground Zero has granted passage for Rooster toward the B side. If they continue onto this, they will also meet Damio. It's going to come down to what this man can do to try to fortify the defenses on the site. And with one more player on his team falling down, he's not going to have backup for a long time, as the one player on his team is rotating all the way through A long.
Yeah, long rotation's just going to leave Damio in a position where he just has to keep himself alive. He's going to keep himself alive through CT. Chell to get that bomb down. And that 4v2, Damio can only find one. It all will fall to Vision. A man with a storied career. Here now in this GZ roster, a man who has had his moments for GZ, I won't lie. But 19 points of health, a kit and play, full belts of util. This one may be a little bit too far out of his reach here, Church.
Well, he'll probably at least be trying to reach for an exit kill at short. Wait, no, imagine. Hang on a second.
No shot.
It's too late for it. He can't. Yeah, he's given up. He's going to go for the kills instead. And this actually might work out to be great damage. Okay, well, a little bit of damage. At least one kill. I thought maybe, Chelios might have died to the bomb there. He was still kind of just outside E-room as soon as that exploded, but he does get away with his life. And Rooster welcoming themselves their second round conversion. Let's go, Rooster! Toot toot!
Is that their theme song now?
What? Toot toot!
Is that Rooster's theme song?
No, I think this is Rooster's theme song.
I don't like how accurate that was. That was scary. I don't know if I should be scared or impressed with you. I won't lie.
What are you talking about? That was Rooster.
I'm horrified.
What do I got to do with it?
We'll see a bit of mid-aggression coming out here for GZ. As APOC finds himself the opener. Chelios at least gets one back from Omichella. I mean, the mid-aggression here for GZ has reaped rewards. As AWP v AWP, PZ continues to shine on the big green. Is there even a second here? Depending on where Reckons wants to line up and depending on what he wants to do. He's already tagged pretty heavily, so it wouldn't necessarily be too far out of the realm for young PZ.
PZ, I have seen him win those duels quite often against Chelios. Whether it's a today thing or whether it's just a PZ's better than Chelios thing, I'm not going to comment on that. I'll let the game speak for itself. But
we know you've got opinions about it.
I've got opinions on a lot of things, mate. I'm not going to keep my mouth closed, but. Well, we see currently Rooster now 2 versus 4 with 45 seconds left, and they kind of have a little bit of leeway toward the A site and get that bomb down.
I mean, that bomb plant for ADK will at least secure Rooster an opportunity to come out with a 9-3 scoreline at the half. ADK has all the HP at the moment. He'll just look to keep himself alive. Juices helping out where he can, but it's just going to be left to Juices, who falls. Vision doubles up. And GZ gets to double digits.
And that will be the first half now. Of course, Ground Zero closing it out 10-2. A very, very strong start for Ground Zero. Not just for this map, of course, but imagine how this, what type of impact this would have to the mindsets of Rooster. You know, going down with such a deficit on the scoreline into map number 1. You know, in their heads they could be thinking, oh gosh, man, how's the next map's going to be going, right? Or hopefully we're not going to be sucking this much into the next maps, but or maybe just Ground Zero feeling on form specifically for that hour we talked about, that 1 hour you get where you get to play like Donk. You know, maybe it's that hour, but after this map, that hour potentially might be up, and hopefully, assuming Ground Zero close out this map, hopefully Rooster might have a stronger showing into map number 2.
Feels as if there's two very different vibes going on in these camps as we do take a look at the both of the rosters. Vision smiling, very rare for him. He very rarely lets out a smile.
Poor guy.
I will say for Vision, it's been interesting to see him grow out a beard. Because we always saw him as this like Giga Chad that was always clean shaved. And it's a bit of a... I'm not saying it looks bad.
Right.
I'm just saying that it's not like the expectation for like a guy with his facial structure. You know what I mean? Like he's handsome without it. I don't...
Maybe he's trying to be like get a lines man like TJP.
Well, look, there. I'm actually not going to finish that thought.
yeah, fair enough.
Skull Hunter, though, does at least put a thought into Armichella's brain. Skull finds 3. Any more for young Skull Hunter? He is hunting skulls. He's living by his name at the moment. Any more runs out of bullets. The trade is there for ADK, however. He's done a fantastic job. Just leaving Vision by himself. The opportunity for him to continue to be the hero here for GZ. He was top fragging in the first half, and he's looking to try and keep Rooster at bay. Does have juices and ADK to find, but ADK will finish it off. Skull Hunter single-handedly has kept GZ at bay in the pistol. Can Rooster build off this?
That was such a great round from Skull Hunter. Honestly, those one taps I was feeling, I was potentially feeling that one more kill. He's kind of tapping for dear life. He's like, please, just let this be a headshot. Let this be another skull shot. But ultimately will not work out in his favor. But ultimately, it will come down to converting the round for his team. And it's exactly what Rooster need, considering such a decline in the score deficit against Ground Zero. At this point, they'll take what they can get. And we go into round number 14. And Ground Zero reduced to nothing but rubble. They've got Glocks, they've got a P250. And Rooster, they're rocking the SMGs, M4s, they're FAMAS. They're looking to build up their bank. As Ground Zero now set to take the B site.
Well, spray down from the MP9 does the spray down from the MP9 things. ADK to double up. Chell to double up as well. I think that's all that she wrote. As Rooster get themselves another up on the board, dealing with the pistols. As easy as you like, really. But GZ now come back with rifles.
They're kind of like a meat grinder scenario there. You know, they've got they had a few SMGs throughout, and they're just basically, you know, whether it's a crossfire set up outside of B main, as soon as Ground Zero step foot in there with nothing but their little pistols, they're like, we're going to take the V site, guys. Like, woof. What, guys? I
feel like size doesn't matter when it comes to the pistol rounds.
Pew pew. Oh, yeah. That's what she said.
Oh, let's not go too far down the rabbit hole now. Let's not go too far the rabbit hole.
That's also what.
Do I have to put you on a leash?
Oh, man.
Because I've been the one that's confident today for being too loose.
I feel like I got it.
You're taking the mantle from me. I like that, actually.
Widen up a little bit, you know. Yeah, learning some great, valuable lessons here from old Flamboyant. Young old Flamboyant.
I think it's a bit awkward if you call me old, just personally.
I say old in the sense that you've been doing this longer than I have.
You've been playing Counter-Strike longer than me, so technically you're old.
Yeah,
old. Anyway.
Got to remind me of that.
Skull Hunter gotten aggressive here alongside Juices. As they lose that pick of Chell, they'll fall off. Don't necessarily want to be caught over-aggressing all over the map. But GZ, they've got the setup here for potentially an A split. Double up into that B site for Rooster, still not moving. He'll actually look to potentially even drag over a few of the Rooster boys as Skull Juices find themselves kills. I'm a Cello to at least get one back, but Juices has to defend this A site with all he has. He can't fall too quickly, just needs to stay alive. Gets one. Is there any more? That's got to be the question. Juices, how big's the hold going to be? Gets himself two, no more than that, but the trade will come through. As Juices, fantastic to hold down the A site. Rooster get themselves 5.
PZ looking like he was gearing up for a potential clutch situation until he literally caught that nade on his chest like a soccer player. You know, when they go for that, I don't know what you call it. But anyway, so I'll just stop that one real quick. The Rooster, 5 rounds now. 5 rounds. So what do you think, Flem? Do you think there is a comeback in the cards for Rooster on Anubis?
There's always a comeback. There's always a chance on the cards for Rooster. There's always a chance. But I think what's been a little bit more interesting to me is the fact that they're able to start stringing rounds together on the CT side without Juices being the focal point. Because he's continued to be the focal point here for Rooster for the past 6 months. He's not performing well at the moment. I don't think he'll kill me for saying that.
Yeah.
Because, I know a lot of players are very unhappy when we point out that they're not playing well. He isn't playing great this map. Right, he's gone 6 and 13. A lot of his lurks have been ineffective. We've seen GZ just completely read straight through them. A lot of the holds that he's having on this A site aren't necessarily working out. Sometimes it's just luck of the draw. But Chel gets himself a nice little pick over towards Vision. They double up in through E-Box. Does see Reckons also get himself caught up in towards the mix. Kills left, right, and center as the B site. Really under some significant pressure as GZ just aren't able to get any momentum going. There will be ADK who does lead the charge, but yeah, for Rooster, it's interesting to see how they're playing without Juices necessarily having all of the impact.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, outside of, not to say that it's always coming down to Juices or Chelios, right? But, I mean, look, a little bit of slack for Juices is the fact that he also does have Chelios on his team. But, of course, we'd like to see other players show up. Of course, with new players coming onto the roster like Skull Hunter and Reckons from, I think it was Fury, of course, they'd be wanting to make a name for themselves, make a statement as to why they belong on a team like Rooster. Of course, I would like to be seeing these players step up more often. Of course, not just like a once-off really good pistol round.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is a longer game than just a pistol round. So, honestly, come on, Rooster. Come on, Rooster. Bring it back. We want to see what Rooster is capable of. Show us what this roster can do.
I was about to say, if you said the O word again, I was going to be angry at you.
Obviously.
You don't say it now. Where's Pilsky? Bring Pilsky in, please. We'll see now. That mid split coming through for GZ there. Bread and butter here on Anubis. They'll look to potentially see if they can wrap in towards this B side. They do have Juices to deal with, however, to be that first rotation. Juices gets one, no more than that. And the acceleration coming through now for GZ. They look to potentially split A. The question is, does Chelios find himself a kill on this push through A main? He doesn't. It's just going to leave Skull Hunter in a position where he needs to fight for his life. He's got so many angles to watch. He's got so many things to consider. Will at least be getting a little bit of help in through A main. Skull gets himself one, no more. ADK and Reckons, however, in this 2v2. The old and the new gen here for Rooster to deal with Ground Zero and probably their best duo at the moment between PZ and Vision. Molly does go down. PZ gets himself one, will fall to the Molly, but Vision's got the trade. So for GZ, picking themselves up 11, they get themselves out of the rut. And more importantly, they're able to, not necessarily break the economy of Rooster CT side, but definitely start to push it, definitely start to challenge it. And GZ have themselves an opportunity here where if they win this round, they could have a very easy run to finishing off map number 1.
Absolutely. It is definitely a step in the right direction. And again, a testament to such a strong start that Ground Zero had. Now, of course, now Rooster being like, maybe picking up the morale a bit like, yeah, we're on the comeback, boys. We're now 6 rounds. But they're, again, still considering that disparity where it is now 11-6 after Ground Zero only had to win that one round. So Ground Zero only have to take a few more steps, whereas Rooster kind of have to climb a bit of a mountain just to bring it back.
Yeah.
Any mistakes Rooster have is just basically compounded like a snowball effect. And really shows up into the whether or not Ground Zero are able to close this out in just a few rounds or if it's going to be overtime.
I can't believe you said that word.
Well, now that you've told me not to say it, I have to double down on it.
I'm going to replace you with, like, Oni or something.
Oni Potence. Oh, is that the
He's
guy
been
that...
going around telling people he works for Zowie.
Oh, yeah? Oh, really?
I don't know why.
I kind of thought I heard about that. I thought I heard he works for Zowie.
I can't believe it. He's been... Yeah.
Word on the block.
It's a lie. It's just a lie.
Maybe he looks like the guy that works for Zowie.
Can't be saying that.
Saying what?
We'll see, Juices. Now looking to hold down this A side. Does have Skull Hunter in the mix to potentially play off, but Skull can only get the one. A site will crumble. GZ, they've gone quick into that A site. They've shot very, very hard. They've got themselves the man advantage, and his bomb starts to tick. Will be the camera presence in for Chell and 80k. Rooster look to save it. They just don't have the money to go for this. They're going to give up map point here.
Oh, no, this is really not looking good for Rooster at all. Again, one round. If you allow Ground Zero that map point opportunity, right? You can't. There's literally nothing you can... Okay, I say there's literally nothing you can do. There's almost nothing you can do, right? You know, you can't take those risks because you want to avoid making as many mistakes as possible, because all they need to do is... all Ground Zero need to do is just sneeze and they can cross the finish line. Now, Rooster, they need to be scaling mountains to avoid that happening if they have any chance of bringing drawing out this first map and potentially even closing out in overtime. But, you know, we're obviously not seeing that happen right now. Ground Zero continue on their pursuit to closing out map number 1, which, you know, time and time again, we even pull up the statistics that we even mentioned before, where Rooster just don't seem to be finding any good footholds on a map like Anubis. You know, again, they lose a player early on into the round and they only have a 20% chance of actually converting that one, which, you know, with Ground Zero, with players feeling on form, you know, especially with Apocdart and PZ currently on 14 kills. You even got Vision topping the server on 21 kills. It's very likely that Ground Zero are going to be opening up each round with at least a kill.
Yeah, and I mean, for GZ, right, a lot of their game does come from the fact that they're able to find these opening picks and they're able to play off the opening picks, which, you know, it takes itself more to the fundamental basics of Counter-Strike, right, which is what, you know, GZ have sort of come up with, especially in OCE and OCE Team Counter-Strike, which is always a bit funny. Oh, console, perchance. Anyway, we'll see Chell finding himself that open up. That AWP hits its mark. Everything starts to slow as GZ might look to potentially see if they can find a pick on either side.
There you go. Well, Omicella does find a kill. Finding a second, actually. Hang on a second. This isn't all over just yet. Now, Ground Zero one step closer as Omicella finding a third kill. Have a go at this man. This man is on a tear, not allowing any hope whatsoever for Rooster, the literal boogeyman. As it's all come down to Skull Hunter and Juices. 2 versus 4 with any hope to redeem and save this first map. Of course, what can they do? Skull Hunter on 12 kills, Juices on 7. Do they have a hope? Is Ground Zero now planting that bomb?
Start to see Skull Hunter try to get himself into a position for the retake. Juices to be late to come over. Won't be caught out by Apocdart though, so it will be a 2v3 in this B site. Bomb slowly ticking down. I imagine unless we see a miracle, we will be heading over to Inferno, our second map of the series. Yeah, that's a great way to... Yep, look, hey, you fumble through it. And you know what else I like to fumble through, Churchy?
What?
The fact that we get to throw to our brand new host, because we've sacked Elfish Guy.
What?
We've sacked Elfish Guy. Thank God. He knew I was going to get angry if we went to 3 this series, and thank God we've got a brand new, more handsome host in Pilski.
Thank you so much, Flamboyant. I mean, we're into the last series of the DFRAG Wildcard LAN. Day number 1. And look, Jordan, I wanted to ask you as an expert analyst.
That's right, that's me.
Last time around, earlier today actually, in this series, we saw Ground Zero play Rooster on Anubis. And Rooster won.
Okay.
Now this time, I don't know if you were watching the game or not,
No,
but
I
Ground Zero won.
They did?
What happened?
What? That was amazing. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Vision, I mean, he kind of popped off, didn't he? And that's really a big difference maker. So one thing there, obviously Ground Zero also getting started on the CT side. That's a bit of a barn burner for them. They love the CT side. We've been seeing that all day long. And they got off to an absolute belter of a start, as they traditionally do on that CT side. So when you get off to a 10-2 lead, it's pretty hard to lose a map, Pilsky, and that's my analysis for why they won.
Yeah, what do you think about the side selection there being different this time around? Do you think it helped starting out on the CT side? We've seen a lot of bad T sides today, but look, that was another one of them.
Yeah, it's just been a struggle for a lot of teams there. I think Ground Zero actually locked in a bit there towards the end, but Australian CS usually does rely a bit on CT sides, I feel. Our T side playbooks can feel a little bit flat at times, and we'll also give it, it's a little later in the evening. You get to hold a angle a bit more. You're not thinking as much on that CT. We're going to have to be making calls on T side, so it works for the Ground Zero boys there, but they'll most likely have to start on T side for the next map.
Exactly. I was going to say that's my concern going into this next map, Inferno. Obviously, going to be their map pick, which means Rooster get the choice of side. And if I'm Rooster here, I would be picking CT side to start. I think that would make sense. So Ground Zero, look, again, classic Ground Zero fashion. They look great on this first map. We're going into another map here, and it is their map pick. And we're thinking, hey, you know what? They might be feeling pretty good about things, so they're probably going to lose Inferno.
I think it's worth mentioning that because you forgot to label the Vito graphic earlier, Jordan, but actually Rooster was the team that did pick Anubis after winning it last time.
Yes.
Now Ground Zero has picked Inferno after just beating Thunder Down Under on it, so they're probably feeling pretty good about that, Has.
Yes, and it does mean, of course, going off how things usually work, again with this tournament OCECS, means that they will lose this map, and we will go to a third, and all of our wills to live will disappear with it.
I'm keen for it, to be honest.
Yeah? You're just fully invested.
Well, you see, what happened
Play
was
the max amount of maps.
He's been enjoying himself with the banana a bit too much out there.
That's right. I did get a big human-sized banana.
You went up to coughs or down to coughs?
No, it's here in the studio. We turned all the lights off in the production room, and we were having a great time.
That changed up the vibe.
Yeah,
all of a sudden you were feeling yourself a little bit. You're getting down with it.
That's right. That would be how I would describe it.
The
yeah.
RGB lights have awoken something in you.
Yeah, but is there a 2-0 on the cards for Ground Zero? I mean, surely not. Like that's just not their modus operandi, is it? So I think we're definitely going to 3.
Look, hopefully, but look, there's only one way to find out about that, and is to take a little bit of a break. So we do have Inferno coming up shortly, right after this, and then we'll get into the casting.
this series after what was a very, very dominant performance out of GZ. On Anubis, the question is, can they finish off this series on their own map? A home field advantage, some would claim, Churchy.
Well, I mean, that is a good question indeed. We'll get to see the answers play out right before our very eyes. Of course, Rooster already wanted to start this off with a bang. This aggression coming down through mid. Look at them. Any second now, Chelios finding up a kill. It's just got absolute carnage back and forth as Apok finds up a double. Vision also finding his one. It's left it down to a 2 versus 3. Reckons and Juices.
I mean, they've got to play around this smoke perfectly here. Reckons only can find bullets flying towards his head. He isn't able to get anything through that smoke. Apok Dud should have himself at least a clean sight to plant. But in the 3v2, we've already seen so much chaos from that mid push out of Rooster. It'll be Reckons and Juices to see if they can bring it all back together. But I mean, as time ticks, right, there's just... I mean, there's no kit in play. There isn't a lot that Rooster can sort of do.
Well, they're just going to give it to him.
They're just going to give him the pistol.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, we've seen Stranger Things.
I haven't seen Stranger Things. Apparently it's a good show.
Too tired.
Yes.
You are learning too much from me, actually.
What?
You're learning too much from me.
Yeah. Have a look in the mirror, buddy. Sorry.
I'd like to apologise to anybody I've ever casted with Lifetime.
Oh my God.
I'm kidding. No, I don't apologise for anything.
You've already said it, mate. The damage has been done.
Damage has been done. Speaking of damage being done, Rooster, they've got themselves a hero FAMAS.
FAMAS. Look, good looking FAMAS at that too. Into the hands of Reckons to see if Rooster can recycle this weapon as Ground Zero already making an explosive advance toward the B site.
Very quick up B here, Churchy, as Damio can get the one. There will be 1-for-1 trades all across B. We'll see the rotations coming through at the moment for Rooster. Skull will take a small tick of molly damage, but smokes go out to try and at least deal with that. GZ already up in towards leaving. Wanting to hit that A site. Chell will be the first to read it and the first to get over there, but I mean, there's 2 SMGs to be picked up over at B. May as well see if they can keep them because their economy is definitely not going to be great. But as time ticks, bomb will go down nonetheless, and it'll be interesting to see if Rooster do go for this.
I mean, if they didn't go for the first round, you think they're going to go for this one?
Yeah, I think they are. Juices is going to go see if he can get himself an SMG and save it over. Chell will be looking for an exit, and
ooh,
well, he just got his head taken completely off. We've seen 2 saves in 2 rounds.
Good night, good sir. So it'll be down to Skull Hunter and Juices to see if they can at least bring these weapons into round number 3. Of course, Ground Zero happy to not really go hunting. They're just going to take the second round and run off, I guess. I mean, like how far are Rooster going to let them run off with it though? That's the question, right? I mean, after now 2 rounds, they just really allowed Ground Zero to open up Inferno, of course, with the T side now. I mean, if you're a Counter-Strike player, who plays Inferno, a lot of the time people would argue that, Inferno is a counter-terrorist sided map. Look, it's not always the case, but, the majority of the time, of course, usually when you see teams get the choice of what side they want to start off with on a map like Inferno, generally they do start off on the CT side, in which case Rooster just happy to give these first few rounds over to Ground Zero, and if Ground Zero are able to capitalize on that, maybe Rooster might just be regretting those decisions, but, these are all lessons too. At some point, if they look behind us and say, maybe we shouldn't have done that.
I mean, their economy's all over the place, Churchy. What you're talking about is just not working. It's just all over the shop. You got Reckons on 1500, Juices on 50 with the Hero M4, and everyone else just sitting at about that 2k mark. Chell saving up for the AWP with 3k.
I guess we were considering Juice's force bot with the M4, so they would try to, I guess, recycle the M4, maybe have him play a bit of an aggressive role and catch off a few kills, and maybe, if he goes down, obviously palm it off to the next team player. But right now, Ground Zero aren't really going.
Good nade.
Oh my God. Omnichella.
You hear the chat tick as well.
Yeah,
the chat.
Yeah, I heard it.
I mean, it's good to see that Skull Hunter is fitting into Rooster quite well. He'll end up just being completely whited. But Vision doubles up, as the B site will crumble to ground zero, and the might that this T side is offering quite early on here. One of the rifles is gone, however, for Rooster, so, I mean, the economic strategy that they're using at the moment is really not lending itself into this being passable. Will be an AK to be recovered at the bare minimum. We'll see at least a trade from Juices, so that Hero M4 doing a fair bit of work. That'll be upgraded in the meanwhile as well, just leaving Juices as ADK default. Does Juices keep the AK? Doesn't necessarily have the money to go with it. It looks as if he'll try to scramble his way out. They do get 3 kills though, so that's enough to be able to at least damage the economy of ground zero, even if it's by the slimmest of margins. Even if, you know, you're forcing PZ and Vision to drop over a gun, they'll be able to buy themselves up. Damio should be able to buy himself a gun in the next one. But with GZ picking up 3, right, Rooster just haven't had the start that I think they wanted on Inferno.
No, absolutely not. I'm sure it's not the start that they wanted either. I mean, look, a little bit of a silver lining is with Juices kind of recovering that AK. It is going to be an extra weapon in favour of his team, where, you know, it's just another gun that they don't have to invest in. But again, 3-0 down to ground zero, opening up on Inferno, which is map number 2. And also the fact that ground zero also closed out Anubis. So how far do they really want to allow ground zero to take control of this map?
I mean, the series, really. They've sort of just laid over and just let GZ walk all over them this series. This isn't the Rooster that we saw in the first series. This isn't the Rooster we saw in the second series. This is a Rooster that's looking very exhausted.
Yeah, well, exactly as we mentioned before, right? You know, it's just, you know, long days of, you know, not just versing each other, but versing other teams. You know, whether they have to drop down to the lower bracket and then fight their way back up. I guess, you know, again for a rematch against ground zero. Of course, we get to see if they have anything left in the tank to take the fight back to ground zero. Ground zero still appear to have plenty going for them. Of course, going into round number 4, we will see a full-on stacked gun round. We'll see the typical sniper off between Chelios and PZ.
The question is, who's going to win it out in this map? Because it's been very back and forth between the two AWPs. Always is fairly back and forth between them.
I'd say very back and forth. It's not like one player is dominating the other. You know, I think we're given the right circumstances, but you know, either Chelios or PZ can come out on top winning those duels. Ooh, all right, bit of information. It's a small tick of damage against ground zero. Of course, Chelios got to be careful. So aggressive. Finds an opening kill, but again, PZ coming on top with his own sniper just to retaliate. Now with Vision also finding an entrance out onto the A site, taking down ADK.
Question is, GZ, how much pressure do they put on Juices at the moment? We'll see a Moto Smoke at least going out. Juices, his vision will be limited. There won't necessarily be all too much that is happening at the moment here, and it'll be yet another save for Rooster. 4 rounds into this game, 3 saves, and at least they're keeping 3 rifles this time, right? And that's the big thing, is that they're going to at least be able to kickstart the economy. They'll be able to drop at least something over. They've got that $3,400 loss bonus as well. Yes, they lose the AWP, but, you know, it's a very expensive loss for them, but they will be happy that they're keeping guns somewhat here.
Well, I mean, a matter of perspective, I guess. I mean, the fact that they are now going to go down 4-0, they've got to find a silver lining somewhere, right? Just to keep up that positive mentality. Hey, at least we survived with 3 guns this time, guys, not just 1. But we'll take anything we can get at this point. Guys, we need some rounds, please. But ultimately, there's not really anything against Rooster. It seems to be at the moment, ground zero have got their form. They've got their team chemistry. Everyone seems to be in the flow state, in sync, playing with each other. And Rooster just don't seem to have any answers for it whatsoever. Similar to, what did we get to in the first map? What was it? How many rounds did ground zero get before Rooster converted one? Was it 7? 6, 5, 7.
Good. You didn't say it. Good. Otherwise, the people on TikTok, because we've got a TikTok editor for this apparently.
Oh.
His name's Coops. He's a small child.
Oh, okay.
Big fan. But yeah, he's our TikTok editor, and if you said the cursed numbers, he would have been like, Anyway, we'll see Juices being able to find himself at least a little bit of damage, but not able to best the AK of Vision. 1-for-1 trade early on here, and I mean, it's still ADK left by himself in that site in a really uncomfortable position. We'll see the mid push coming through for Rooster at a little bit. Damio is holding that line, so we'll have to see how aggressive he does get. But 3 kills, 3 different spots across the map will just leave Chelios by himself with the AWP. And for Rooster, This is not going well.
No, absolutely not. And it seemed to be that Roosters have kind of caught off guard with how early Ground Zero secured up, arch control. They had, it wasn't even like 20 seconds into the round. You had someone almost deep inside of CT.
Yeah.
And then, you have players from Rooster getting picked off, caught unawares coming with, Ground Zero members coming from Library, coming from Arch, apartments, and they just drop one by one. And while we see Ground Zero now on a 5-0 lead, Rooster still yet to show us why they're at this LAN. Come on, guys. What's going on? I mean, another chance, of course. Chelios back onto the AWP. But again, this inconsistency in their arsenal. Chelios with a sniper, ADK and Reckons with rifles, but Skyhunter with an MP7 and Juices with nothing but a 5.7 to his name. Look at the Ground Zero arsenal.
That's one of the rifles.
There you go. Already taken out of the equation.
I mean, that's one of those rifles that was getting aggressive down mid. We're seeing Rooster try to continue to play that aggressive style that they do tend to play a little bit more. Will be trades up through Car, however. And that's just early damage yet again. I mean, Skullhunter, his elbow was poking out. And he's already been tagged down for 40 points of health. We're seeing Juices recover that AWP from Chelios and looking to try and turn something back around. This is still, a 2v3, but look at the timing that Omichella has through CT. He's going to be able to potentially cause a bit of pain to Skullhunter, but with those CT smokes up, his presence could be null and void. Skull needs to go big here. He needs to get 1.5, potentially 2, just to make this winnable, and that's a bit of a good start here. Being able to find tags over towards Omichella. Nades will go to blow that smoke open. Molly's to go into new box, and Skull will be dispatched with ease. As Juices with the AWP will have to run yet again. 6 picked up for GZ.
Please tell me you know what I just tried to do there. I don't know how accurate it was, but are you familiar with the Benny Hill theme song?
Who's Benny?
Benny Hill theme. Okay. I think it's a show.
You've got 40 seconds here to explain who Benny Hill is to me.
I don't know who Benny Hill is.
It's like Hilltop Woods.
So you do know who Benny Hill is?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I just know the hill in Hilltop Hoods, and I know the hill in Benny Hills.
Benny is a lad.
Does he live on a hill?
He lives on a hill.
Like a big one?
I don't know if it's a big one. Probably just a small one.
I feel like size kind of matters when it comes to hills. Because it sort of tells you which type of hill.
Yeah, but I mean, look, what if you're one of those people that don't have legs? You're like, oh, I want to go climb Mount Everest.
I feel like it's a poor business decision.
People do it though, sense of achievement. Why not? Give them something to strive for, something to work toward, and prove all the haters wrong. Just because I don't have legs, I can walk up Mount Everest. Why not? I'll show you those guys.
Speaking of senses of achievement, Rooster taking a time out to work out where their sense of achievement may come from this next round, because they've got themselves the full bar here. Reckons are still on 2k, so it'll be a fab asset. It's dropped over to 8k. That'll be an M4 given to Reckons. And GZ, at the moment, they are playing some lights out Counter-Strike. Their economy is looking very, very stable early here, especially after 6 on the trot. Roosters just look as if they've run out of gas.
Should go ask him. I passed Chelios and he seemed kind of pretty happy. Not happy, but it didn't seem like he was like, what's the word?
Too upset.
Very fatigued. I thought he kind of seemed like, oh, maybe there's some confidence that they're going to actually turn the tides back into map number 2. But ultimately, still again, Ground Zero 6-0 to start off this. Ooh, all right. Bit of action coming up toward the top of Banana.
That half-wall boost just doesn't work out. That's Reckons falling. That's the M4. One of those M4s that was scraped together. Taken away near instantly to open up this round. And for GZ right now, if they're able to just go quiet, force Rooster to panic a little bit, at least a good trade there. Maintaining that man advantage, this is where we do start to unfortunately see GZ at their best when they are in these sort of long-form battles, when they are being able to just maintain man advantage, when they're able to just maintain a lot of control in the server. That is where GZ is at their best.
Well, it seems to be Rooster are really hoping and praying that GZ aren't at their best, but praise they might. Ground Zero have been showing up into the server time and time again throughout the day, closing out the first series and, of course, the first map for this second. Oh, my God. What can you do against Omichella when he's hitting shots like that? Looks like Ground Zero trying to pick up the pace now toward hitting the A side. And it's all come down to Chelios with the sniper. And, oh, would you believe it? Surprise, surprise. Might be another save here.
What are we going to talk about during this save, Churchy?
let's talk about baby. Let's talk about you. I didn't say it. That doesn't count. Oh, if you guys could see what this man is, he's just absolute.
I'm broken. I'm a broken man. I'm disheveled.
It seems to be Rooster also pretty broken at the moment. They just can't string around at the moment. They just can't convert anything. Ground Zero just seem to be putting their ground and pound against them.
What do you mean string rounds together? They haven't even got one.
They can't convert anything.
They can't even keep the AWP this time.
Chelios, E for effort, buddy.
Oh, Allah, Habibi. I mean...
Oh, sorry, English?
I mean, look. 0-7. Right, GZ are stomping on their T side of Inferno. It's late at night. This is where GZ's at their best.
Honestly, one point to their Ground Zero's credit is the fact that it has been a long day, not just for Rooster, but also for Ground Zero, and yet they are still able to maintain a dominant performance against a team like Rooster throughout this second series. You know, it's so dominant, of course, at the start of Anubis, even at the start of Inferno, with them, of course, up 7-0, which I'm shouting like a broken clock at this point. But
I mean, Chelgo's one and done. Will be traded out by Vision in through apps as the rest of the GZ boys, I'm not sure they are aware. They're walking into a 5-stack. The pop flash does hit its mark, but reckons gets himself one nice little pick. Is there any more for Damio to get? They're going to know that there's two there at the current moment. And finally, Rooster have been able to fend off GZ, but Bomb is still going to go down nonetheless. And PZ with this AWP has opted to hold the line and hold the push that is eventually going to terrorize him through bottom mid. A rare missed shot from PZ. The AWP will settle yet again. The jumping from ADK is working an absolute treat at the moment, but the Tech-9 can't find anything. It'll be Vision by himself. 1v3 for Young Vision. Does have Juice's ADK quite low. Finds one, no more than that. So Rooster pick up their first round off the back of an absolute chaotic car hold.
I think, is this like almost a repeat of the last map? Was it 7-0 on Anubis?
Yeah, 7-0.
Alright, I think, and then obviously Rooster finally getting themselves into the game. Welcome aboard, Rooster. Finally, glad to see you've shown up to the server. And
took a while.
It did. They took their time, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
Is that right?
Well, from what I've been told. Whether that's true or not, just passing on information like anyone else. Regurgitating. Oh, I found this on the internet once. Of course, going into now round number 9.
I'm just trying to let you run out of steam here. I'm not going to lie.
You'll be waiting forever, mate. You're waiting forever. I don't think I ever stop. You have to tell me when to stop,
Yeah, I tell you to stop and you continue to do it. We'll see on Michela. He's gotten himself that time to get through CT, but Juice is expecting it now. We'll at least be able to pick him up. Vision there for the trade in through apartments. The question is he aware of the potential of ADK? He is, and he deals with it accordingly. He's dealt with it near perfectly. Will be the plant going down on that A side. A double up in through apartments. A bit of a cheeky high-low setup, and don't do it. Rooster, don't do it.
It's like we might just have to go for the save here, lads.
don't save.
No! There it is.
Oh, there it is. Why? Why? Why?
Oh, man. There you go. All right.
You have $6 grand! Why?
Oh, my. Oh, shikes. Oh.
I hope they heard me.
Yeah, they'll probably start stomping on their ground, making those vibrations.
Have I broken a VRS rule by screaming?
Oh, boy. Well, there you have it. The bomb does explode, granting Ground Zero the 8-1 scoreline. Rooster, they will be able to get themselves another gun round with that 3-man save, but of course, they have to make up a huge deficit. How are they going to be able to come back with this? I mean, they haven't shown us what they're capable of through this map. Like, they're going for the save for the next round, and the next round, and the next round.
They haven't shown us anything. They've shown us they know how to save. They've had one failed save this entire game. I don't know what to make of this, Churchy. This is just GZ being GZ. You're just completely dominating here.
Oh, boy. Come on, Rooster. Prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. Show up in the server. Yeah.
Sorry, Tony's just come to give us a hug. Love you, Tone.
Well, I mean, maybe some people are getting their wishes. I mean, you know, I'm definitely one of those people who like to see close, intense battles, but I mean, obviously that's not seems to be everyone's favourite. People wanted to kind of wrap this up nice and quickly, and it seems to be Ground Zero have got that memo.
Rooster haven't.
Rooster. Yeah.
I mean, a 4-man stack on this A site now looks as if GZ are looking to shy away from it and attack Skull Hunter over on that B site. There's still 40 seconds here. They're playing this. They're just slow rolling at the moment. Eventually, the rotation from Chell will come over to that B side. But if Vision's able to activate, find himself a kill on A, most likely brings Chell back. But they're starting to make noise on B here. 30 seconds. As Utah will be crossing all over the entire map. So will gunfights. Juices to find on Michela. Vision will have to run and try to at least help out this B hit. They don't know that Skull Hunter's in dark at the moment. Skull gets himself 1. Make it 2. Why not? Chell, a rare miss for him. But PZ still has to fight for his life in this B site. Hits his first. That scope, as accurate as ever. The plant won't go down, however, Rooster. They prevent it. They'll pick themselves up second because there's just no time here for Vision. And finally, GZ are forced to save.
Well, that's what you call a save, ladies and gentlemen. Great timing for it. Well executed. Gets away with his gun. As Rooster now pick up their second. And we have a timeout. Tactical.
What were you saying about GZ wanting this game over and done quick? You lied to me, Churchy.
Look, I thought it appeared to be. I mean, if I can read their minds, I'll tell you exactly what they're thinking. But we're all human at the end of the day, and apparently so are Rooster.
Are we all human? I'm still convinced Stony Potence is an alien from outer space.
Does the Owie guy?
I'm a broken man.
We're all broken men at this point.
To anyone who I've casted with previously, I apologize. It will happen again, but I apologize.
Can't apologise for being you. You gotta double down.
Not for being me, dude. Not for being me. I'm not gonna double down on being me.
You don't like the look of your reflection in the mirror?
No.
Fair enough.
It's too handsome. I get scared.
Yeah. All right. Seeing as you're on that tangent, you ever kiss yourself in the mirror or what?
To get rid of my mirror.
Maybe you could blow it a kiss.
I was late every single time, kissing it too much. Didn't make that noise, no.
Why'd you do that?
You did that.
Did what?
You made the kiss noise.
You made the kiss
noise. I only make the kiss noise.
Bro, why are you putting on this me? Wait, what?
Why are you putting on this me? That's how I know you're lying. That's how I know you're lying. You stumble your words when you're lying. I'm working you out, Church.
Today, 0 ground, face off against Rooster. Rooster, still yet to show us why they're one of the top contenders in OCE. Ground 0 just absolutely all over them.
The swing will come out from Chell. He'll hit his mark. That's on Michela. He'll have to back away as quick as he can. Barely scrambles away. Smokes will go up in through library, but it does not matter. Juices through it. With 40 seconds left to try and get this bomb down. Oh my days. ADK is just staring at Vision through this smoke. Mollies will go out. Damio doubles up, however. Has Juices to beat here on this site. And it's all but Ground Zeros. And who else but the AWP of PZ to really start to force Rooster to struggle. It'll be a man advantage for that T side, but Skull brings it back to a 2v2. Reckons and Skull Hunter, the new boys for Fury. Are they able to do enough to change the tide? Skull does at least find Damio, but the molly does go wayward, and Vision with 2 to find. He gets the first. He scrambles away, tagged up, but with time ticking, nades will go out from either. And Skull falls. Vision picks up a 9th, screams about it to let Rooster know. And the final round of this first half is upon us, Churchy, after the only word I can describe this half is dominant.
Dominant. Dominant, that is Ground 0, of course. Rooster, very submissive. If you're into the...
Into what?
The lifestyle.
Nah, double down on it.
The lifestyle.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing. I won't elaborate on that either.
I don't know what you mean, man. You gotta explain it to me.
If you know, you know.
Explain it to me like I'm 4. Chel hits his mark. That's Damio. Falling quite early here. The nades won't really hit anything as everybody scrambles out of that car area of the map. No one wants to be there. I can understand why. It's not a very pleasant time of year to be in car.
Few shots being ripped off from PZ. See if you can go for the wall bank. So far, the only damage that's gone. Actually, a few members of Rooster have been tagged a little bit, but Ground Zero, they've got a lot of headway. Rooster do have some making up to do, of course, with Vision trying to seize control of jungle. They might, in this smoke to isolate outside of library, they might even go for a B wrap here.
They probably could. I mean, it looks as if they're setting up for it. Chell aware of it at the bare minimum. The only player in through CT, the only player in through that long side, he'll potentially look to get a little bit more aggressive and swing out, but he'll be just completely ripped apart by Vision here. As Juices looks to push the molly, APOC Dud dispatches of him. And ADK, I mean, just falling. There's just nothing that Rooster can do, especially against the dominance that we are seeing from GZ. Vision on 15 kills, Damio on 9. We're seeing PZ on 9. And another 4v2. Reckons and Skull Hunter, your 2B players, have to try and make some magic happen. That's a good start, at the very least. You find Vision, you find the troublemaker here. The nade stack will go in. Reckons somehow alive by the skin of his teeth. It's Ground Zero. They're just fending them off one at a time. APOC Dart on Michela to find themselves kills and a 10-2 scoreline at the half. GZ continue their dominance here. And Churchy, what can Rooster do, if anything?
They can win some rounds, if anything. That might help their case, if anything.
Really?
Yeah, I think if they win some rounds, maybe get a few kills, maybe get all 5 kills before Ground Zero kill any of them, they might actually close out some rounds. I think that might be the play.
And to win the round, do they need to plant the bomb on T side? I'm confused. I'm new to Counter-Strike.
Look, they can plant the bomb. It doesn't always. It's not always a prerequisite to actually winning the round. They can actually win out by killing every single member of Ground Zero. But the option
eliminating the opposition.
Eliminating the opposition. Indeed.
Understood. Yeah.
They do have the option or the avenue to go down where they could plant the bomb, which case that puts a lot of time pressure on Ground Zero to go for the retake. But
so the bomb's a timed thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Only a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Kind of puts a stinter into the round.
Yeah.
Or it could actually prolong the round.
Yeah.
But speaking of prolonging, we are now kicking off pistol round of the second half.
You're going to start to see just the charge in from Damio. He's found himself 2 APOC Dud to get himself another. But Rooster have fought their way back right now. Back to a 2v2. Reckons Chell will have to deal with Vision and PZ. The two AWPers continue their battle against one another. And with Vision coming in through Banana, he'll take that space quickly. There isn't a kit in play. Ooh. As PZ will end up falling, it all comes down to Vision, who has had an absolute heater of a game. And with footsteps being made, he's got very little time to make something work with these dualies. Reckons will tap him away. Was that the ace from Reckons? That is an ace from Reckons.
Mr. Reckons giving Rooster their third round on Inferno, but we're currently on round 14. It's got them this far to get a third on the board, but maybe, just maybe, Rooster are telling us Inferno is now
change.
Well, that or this is what maybe Inferno is a T-sided map.
This is what they say. They're moving the river. They're changing the current. Yep, they're moving the river.
All directions point.
All directions are pointing big cheese right now.
Big cheese.
And Rooster's big cheese.
Cheese. Oh, cheese is good. How good's cheese on pizza?
I feel like pizza is slowly getting overrated.
Overrated? What makes you say slowly getting overrated?
I feel like there's been such a cultural dependency on pizza in the last decade or two that's making it overrated.
Well, I mean, if maybe you've had authentic Italian pizza, maybe you wouldn't think that. But honestly, I can't say that for sure. But I know that there are a lot of Italians in the culture that are known for their making great pizza.
Speaking of making stuff amazingly, Rooster have gotten themselves this A site. They're looking to make the A site a pile of dust and ash, perchance. The 3v3 Ground Zero looking to stop them at every opportunity that they sort of can. Vision and Omicella through apartments. Well, it's now only Omicella. There's Juices and...
Ooh.
Oh, nice little shot. Juices and Skull looking to try and hold down the site. Omicella can only get the one. We'll leave it all to Damio. I mean, with 80k still dancing around, that's going to be Damio falling. 4 to be picked up for Rooster here, and I'm not too sure that Ground Zero are very much concerned by it.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I don't know if that was like a lack of communication or something, but the fact that Ground Zero had 2 members aggressive toward the apartments and, Damio is still kind of sitting toward Arch. Even when one player dies toward the apartments, it's on at least one more player to start swinging out. And even once he had enough time to... He even secures a kill, mind you, right? And Damio's still nowhere to be found. So it's like, is Damio thinking this is a save? Like, there's just no communication as to what they were going to do for that round, or, maybe Damio's timing was off by like 10 minutes or something. I don't know, but ultimately... we will see Ground Zero now picking up the pace on the pistols. They are going to be charging straight down toward middle, all the way towards second. And so far, it's just going to absolutely be a back and forth slugfest until it's dropped down to a 2 versus 2. Damio recovering a Galil just as Rooster now getting that bomb down to the B site.
I mean, the bomb goes down. Vision, Damio have a fair bit to work through here. I can't imagine that they're going to go for this. I imagine they're going to try and find themselves AKs and save them.
Ah, they're doing a Rooster.
They're doing a Rooster. They're doing a Rooster. They're clucking. What was that?
I don't know.
No, explain yourself. What was that?
I think it was probably more of a chicken than a Rooster.
Sounds like a skinwalker from The Walking Dead.
Skinwalker. Dude, bro, they actually had another zombie movie, but like instead of like the stereotypical, these ones like grinded their teeth constantly. Every time there was a zombie on the screen, you just heard this really off-putting sound, and obviously it shows them just. And it's just, you can't do it. And obviously that whole movie just kind of made a thing out of it. They were like, oh yeah, let's go with that. If we want to put the audience off as much as possible, just get them to grind their teeth 24/7. They don't feel that they're zombies, obviously, but...
Well, if it was a TV show, they're technically actors playing zombies.
Wait, for real?
That's usually how movies work, yeah.
I thought it was like reality movies.
So Chris Pratt isn't actually Mario.
Who's Chris Pratt? Wait, who's Mario?
All my days.
All my nights.
All my afternoons.
It might not be a long night, to be honest. I mean, look, Rooster slowly pulling the rug back against Ground Zero. Of course, managing to at least get 5 on the board for themselves, but they still have to double up that score if they want to match Ground Zero and meet them head level. Of course, they're going to round 16. Quick math.
Nice and quick math there, man. We'll see APOC done. At least able to find Reckons. If he's able to double up, it'd be a beautiful start here for GZ. Now is APOC at least able to double up. It'll leave it all to Damio. No rotation has come over yet, but it will need to. And for GZ, yet another 3v3. And as Rooster cross their T's, dot their I's, they will get the bomb down.
It's like Ground Zero potentially might even go for this. They did initially have 3 toward middle, but we also see the Vision now. He rotated all the way back towards CT spawn, so they're going to try to pincer on to the B site to retake this. Are Rooster ready for this?
Well, we're going to have to wait to find out. They've thrown more flashes than I think they ended up bringing into the game. There's Chelt. Finds himself one. 80k a second. Will leave PZ by himself, who grabs an AWP and will look to skedaddle out. Rooster get themselves 6.
Skedaddle that'll do.
Got themselves 6. But yeah, do you not know that pizza's Italian?
Is it actually?
Might be. I don't know. I haven't checked.
I mean, I feel like a cliche. Well, I mean, look, I think Italian culture is known a lot for maybe its pasta and also its pizza, but don't quote me on the pizza. Like, that could just be like an experience only unique to me and the life that I've lived,
I thought you were running a bit when you said that pizza wasn't Italian.
Wasn't?
Yeah.
I thought I said it was. I said it was Italian, didn't I?
I heard wasn't.
Oh, you heard wrong. You heard wrong.
I was about to say, Jesus Christ.
Unless I'm wrong, unless I have like a shocking memory, in which case I did. But I don't imagine myself saying pizza is not Italian.
Coops, have we got a clip? Coops will have a clip. There'll be a TikTok about it.
All right, $10.
I'll see you on TikTok.
$10 on the line.
I'll see you on TikTok.
6, 7. Hey, you said it. You said the magic words.
What, TikTok?
Yeah.
Jesus, whoa.
Wallahi. All right. Now, Rooster continuing on toward their comeback. So far, been able to put a stint into whatever Ground Zero has been able to really, I guess, defend toward them. But in this round, Ground Zero do have the opening kill. So Skull Hunter has fallen. And Rooster at the disadvantage to have to retake a site with only 4 members. But if they continue on this pathway toward the B site, the only player for Ground Zero to defend this is going to be Apocdud. And just now they might call in some backup defenses. Damio is on the way through CT spawn.
And Apocdud doing enough of the job as is, just keeping Rooster at bay. They've gone together as 5. The rotations will start to come through nonetheless. 40 seconds to try and get this bomb down in a 5v5. Omachella does find the pick on Juices, as that mid presence will be completely dismantled. Chell, ADK finding themselves kills, and now they'll look to potentially try to wrap back in towards this A site. Actually, they pump fake even me. But GZ aren't aware. They've sent 2 over to 8. Damio will have a mountain of work to do here on this B side as smokes do go down. The rotation's already coming through for PZ. The molly won't actually hit Damio.
That's going to work out to his credit.
He's going to be able to get himself one. Is there more than that? There is. Damio, he's done enough. There's no time to get the bomb down. No time at all for Chelios, who gets himself a kill. Vision and PZ just need to stay away, and GZ pick themselves up 11.
Flamboyant, can you believe Ground Zero converting that round was off the back of a Rooster molly? Because Rooster used that Molotov to try to clear the site, and obviously once they're clearing site, they see that Molotov down toward the back of second oranges, and they're like, oh, you know, that Molotov appears to us, you know, that's cleared second oranges, we don't even need to worry about that. They don't even check it. And guess what? Damn, Yo was in the prime position of getting himself a double, and Ground Zero now picking up their 11th. How come you don't like that? I feel like I'm at East.
What am I going to do?
You do nothing, you just let me be free. You can't cage me. I will not be silenced.
I feel like a lot of commentators in OC, it'd be really funny to just like trap them in a jar and just like study them for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Where are you going with this,
like
Mr. Flamboyant?
Science. Like for science.
For science.
Just to study their behaviours. Archers will be taken by Rooster, at the very least. I feel like it'd be really funny to trap Tony in like a small box and study him. As Rooster look to try and get themselves into this A site, they'll be met by the absolute meat grinder that is Vision.
Oh my God.
Make it the ace. Why not Vision? He's already had an absolute blinder of a game. And Vision will let Rooster know that he is absolutely balling tonight. Map point, match point, series point, finals point here for GZ to get in to Saturday's games. 12 on the board. And GZ have been absolutely dominant.
Wow, Vision just absolutely putting them on the spit and letting them roost.
Was that a Rooster pun?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It took me a whole 10 seconds to try to come up with that one. You know, I was just waiting for that time.
I could tell. The cogs were turning. Not
still
turning. They were just, you know, fighting against each other, I guess, for a little bit.
We'll
get the tack pause, though.
Well-timed tack pause. Hopefully called in by Rooster. Hopefully. Hoping for the best.
Hoping for the best.
I'm sure Rooster at this point are hoping for the best, or maybe they're just hoping to get a good night's sleep nice and early today. Seems to be, if we got this 12-6 scoreline.
Great nade.
Ooh.
That nade's going to tag Reckons down. PZ is just going to finish the job off. This is not getting any better for Rooster. The Tech 9s that they've brought in already suffering a man disadvantage, as Skull Hunter will do his best to avoid fate. Apocdud's still just dancing around that smoke. He's eventually going to be tagged up a little bit. Skull to finish him off, and that pop flash will come out just to keep Rooster on their toes. Joe gets himself a little rifle, and Rooster look to take their little wins at car and leave towards A.
Yeah, a bit of breathing room for Rooster, of course. I mean, look, if they continued on their pursuit straight away, just, charging willy-nilly through that smoke towards the top of Banana, I think this round would have been over by now. But the fact they've been able to maintain that I guess, that sense of pace, slow things down, and see if they can work up another approach toward the map. And, of course, re-approaching toward middle. There has been a back-and-forth trade. Ultimately, now Rooster have passage onto the A site. Look at this lurk, though. PZ's coming out toward the top of Banana, but there's going to be so he's not going to check this corner. Uslad! Chelios deals with it immediately. The bomb goes down, ticking away on the A site. It's all left down to Damio and Omichella for the retake.
Just because Chell is in through bottom mid, Omichella is going to have to take this fight, and he's going to have to win it, and he does. Leaves it to a 2v2. Skull Hunter and Juices have to make this work for Rooster to keep their chances alive as Omichella continues to clear everything. We'll see a trade from Damio. Damio doesn't have it. A very, very good opportunity for GZ to put this game to bed is missed. And Rooster continue to defy fate.
Hey, well, remember that O word you hate so much?
If you say that word right now, I'm going to leave.
I probably don't have to say it. The game's going to speak for itself if it does that.
We let the game do that. We don't influence it.
Who said we're influencing it?
Have you never heard of the commentator curse?
What's that? Please elaborate.
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you when you're older. Car push comes through for Rooster. Damio is just somehow alive. Chell will at least find Omichella elsewhere, but how is Damio still here? He's bumped into about 4 or 5 of them. The Skull works his way around the smoke. We'll see Apoc Dud falling away. Damio executed. Doesn't check his corners, but with Apoc Dud finding one stuck on the wall. He's going to end up losing his life too, and the B side has crumbled. Rooster have 8 here. They just have 8 rounds at the moment. Don't look smug.
What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
The game will speak for itself.
I'm basically just calling what I see. That's my job. Call what I see. Maybe spin it. Maybe say it indirectly. Spin a story.
You've influenced this. I'm certain.
Are you saying I've got superficial powers?
I don't know what you have, but I don't want a bar of it because it's not normally.
Nah, it's not. You're not used to seeing it happen that often. No, I get it. Nah, well, that's what happens when you and the universe become one. Work in sync together. Just anything you think, anything you say, just starts to manifest.
Are you comparing yourself to a god, Churchy?
What we are, I and me and we are all. And
You're comparing yourself to a god.
Okay, I'm comparing myself to the entirety of everything in the universe, which includes.
Is that why you named
also,
yourself Church Dog?
What?
Is that why you named yourself Church Dog? Because you're comparing yourself to a god?
No. Look, dog, God. I see where the confusion is. I get it. All good. But.
Touch
Oh, my bad, dude. My bad. Sorry, I'll respect your personal boundaries.
Juices no longer will have a say here as Apoc Dud. He's able to get himself another pick. ADK to at least fight back here for Rooster. Man advantage belonging to GZ yet again, but it seems that every time they have a man advantage, Rooster somehow look to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Oh.
PZ will be the only test on B now.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
We don't need this right now. Vision gets himself a major pick on the lurk of Chell. As ADK and Reckons look to challenge PZ. Look to challenge one of the best AWPers in OCE. ADK doesn't fare very well. How will Reckons fare? The new boy into the roster. To keep Rooster alive. Does he have what it takes? Is there anything for Reckons here? Is there a stroke of luck, a stroke of genius? Finds one. Any more? Two! Is there 3? Oh my word! GZ, nearly a generational throw, saved by young PZ. And ladies and gentlemen, Ground Zero will send Rooster home. My word, what a performance. Unthinkable. You know what else is unthinkable, Churchy?
Please.
The immaculate analyst desk that we have to bring you the best of that game. Jordan, can I please go home now?
Well, I'll ask him in a second to make sure we can do that, Flam. But, gentlemen, what a series. What a day it's been. But finally, it took a bit longer than we probably thought. Again, Ground Zero, they got out to a very early lead. Rooster started to reel them in, but in the end, I think the better team walks away with this 2-0.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely fair to say that. Obviously, 2 series in a row now, we see Ground Zero get themselves the dub. This one a little bit easier than the last one. I guess they finally switched on at the end of the night. They decided, you know what, we want to go to bed, we want to sort ourselves out, and they were able to do that. Interestingly, in a bit of a different fashion to what we had seen from some of these other series. Obviously, starting on that T side there on Inferno. They got off to a great lead, 6, 7, 8 rounds, something like that, to kick things off. And typically when you see that kind of lead, you go, yeah, they've pretty much got it wrapped up. But I still had in like the back of my mind, okay, well, this is Ground Zero. You know, they don't often get through these series cleanly. They've had a long day. Mistakes could happen. But yeah, Vision, especially here in this round in particular, stepping up in the second half, stepping up in that first map as well, picking up a really, really solid performance from him over the course of this series. And I think that potentially, again, a big difference maker in comparison to that first series. The fact that he's been able to have that kind of consistently high level over 2 maps has, again, been a big deal as to why Ground Zero is able to push that one over the line in a 2-0 fashion as opposed to a 2-1.
Yeah, he's dropped almost 50 across the whole series, so done very, very well for himself. Absolutely love to see that. And look, I think at the end of the day, totally agree. Ground Zero win both series today over Rooster, so undeniably deserving of heading through in towards the playoffs.
That they are, and we've got a chance to have a chat with one of them. This time we do have 4 microphones, so none of us have to leave the set for this one here. We have APOC Dud, or we can come on camera if you want.
With the person selected for the interview.
This is going to get a little bit tight of a squeeze.
How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. It's been a long day.
Yes, it has. We've been here since the start as well, actually.
Yeah, but were you putting in fucking crazy effort?
We were putting 110% effort on this analyst test, mate. I don't think you understand, all right?
No, I've done your job and it's pretty fucking easy.
Oh well, you haven't done it. You haven't done this job here today. I'm just saying. Look, ask Has Daddy Slim. He's been working hard all day long.
Yeah. Yeah, no, first time on the analyst desk. I don't think I've ever looked whiter in my life as of right now. But it's a tough gig. But you guys had it pretty easy in the end, you know.
Yeah, look, mate, I'm glad we got that done in 2. I'll tell you
Me
what.
too.
Yeah. I think I saved everyone's day.
You did.
Yeah.
We're stoked. We're just glad to be talking to you.
The night is still young.
Yeah. What do you mean we got it done? Vision got it done in 2.
Yeah.
Like, what were you doing, mate?
Okay, do you want to get the rating? And then come back to me? I'm out here leading the fucking charge.
I mean, he's 24-9. Like, you can't complain.
Yeah, but how many? Look at his ADR. How many of those were knocked
ADR in the round swing.
Yeah, true. I've seen 88.9.
Whoa.
88.9 and then 92 from APOC Dud.
Looking pretty good at that.
He's got you by 0.4.
Oh, okay.
All right. Anyway, look, obviously, a bit of an up and down run from you guys in the last sort of, let's say, 2-week period. I felt like at the start of this year, things have been looking pretty good, obviously. But at this point, coming into this tournament, I kind of felt like maybe you guys have even taken a little bit of a step down a little bit in the last couple of weeks. How are you guys feeling on that regard? As we'll swap you another mic, because apparently your mic's having a bit of trouble. So we're just talking to that one and
so all that shit I said was just not.
Yeah, it was just a joke between friends. Don't worry about that.
No,
anyway,
to summarize,
it's a bit of a draft.
Vision's better than me. He really carried me over the line in this series. Thank God for that guy.
And I'll just repeat the question just to make it easy for everyone to understand what's going on here. Yeah, what's been happening in the last couple of... Yeah, why are you stuck lately? That's the TLDR.
Look, there's a lot of reasons. I think we had a lot of back-to-back officials, which wasn't super helpful because then we just couldn't fix the problems that were happening.
Right.
But in terms of why the problems were there in the first place, I think it was kind of what I said in the interview here, like the pre-game stuff.
Right.
which was that like individually we just all peak at different times, and we generally have like that first Dust 2 game against Thunder where everyone was just shitting the bed. It was terrible. Like that was the weakest T side of all time.
But then I think
we
you went on to Nuke.
CT a bit, and then Nuke, and it was also like we had some. At least we were in that game a little bit, but we were still getting melted. But then we'll turn around and we'll just like 11-1 them sometimes on a side, and it's so inconsistent. I'm not entirely sure if it's like I'm kind of calling the same way. I think our individuals just have like a lot of ups and downs, and as a team, I think we don't play well enough together for it to be consistent. So we like rely on people hitting their shots too much sometimes. So when it works, fucking Ethan drops 24 and 7 or whatever it was, but when it doesn't, we look a bit stupid. So it's the main thing to fix.
What's the expectation for this event? Like obviously we would have you as probably a pretty solid top 4, but is that like enough for you to feel happy, or?
I would be disappointed with anything below 3rd.
Right.
Which is what I said. I think I would. Obviously, everyone has their own opinion, but I would firmly say we're 3rd.
Yeah.
We're obviously not 2nd or 1st. That's pretty clear. But we're,
for now,
in my opinion, definitely 3rd. And I think like we lost to Mindfreak recently, but I think that was one of those games where we were not performing very well. Let's put it that way, politely. But I would say on like an average day, we would beat them. I think we beat them 3 times in a row before that. So yeah, I would put us comfortably 3rd. I'd be disappointed with anything less than that. I think we definitely can beat Thunder. We've gotten fucking farmed by Semperfi every time, but they've gone off to Europe, so now hopefully they'll be worse because
that could happen.
That's how it works.
It's possible.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Yeah, we've seen you lately. Look, you've always been kind of like playing some aggro rifles sometimes, or like getting in there, making some space. You were talking about that a little bit with Vision's performance as well. But I feel like lately, I mean, I've watched you play for a long time, but I feel like lately you've been very like consistent, and you're consistently like putting up the numbers and doing pretty well. Like I feel like you're usually, up the top of the ADR. You have some good games. You had some good maps and multi-frags. Are you doing like a leadership role in this team as well? On top of that.
Yeah, I'm full IGLing, and I think the way I'm calling now is different to how I probably used to call when you were watching me, which is like it's a lot more defaulty now and a lot less strats, because like everyone prefers playing that way. I prefer calling that way, but it just means I have to focus a lot more on making mid-round calls sometimes, which don't work out very well. So I think my stats are also pretty up and down because of that, because there's games when we play harder opponents, I have to think a lot more. But I'm also just very inconsistent because I don't spend that much time actually DMing, and I spend most of it just watching demos. So same as every
IGL drain.
Yeah, you know the story.
Yep.
Yeah, but I couldn't frag even half the time. At least you can frag half the time. Anybody else have a question for him?
I'm good.
All done.
All
right.
All
right. Thanks for coming on, brother. Enjoy the rest of the event. We'll see you playing again soon.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Awesome.
Yeah, we will, because we'll see you on Saturday.
Yeah.
So see you then.
You got a day of VODs to look over.
Love you.
All right. Bye. Don't forget to take the headset on the way out. Yep. There we go.
Apocdad leaving the building.
Yep.
Gives us the finger on the way out.
Thanks, Apocdad.
Absolute blessing.
He meant this one.
Yeah, of course, the thumbs up, because he loves us so
Big
much.
thumbs up.
We do such a good job. He really thinks that we provide a service.
Yes, that's what he was saying. He was saying in the interview there, before the microphone got fixed, he was saying, you guys do a really great job on the analyst desk.
He said, you guys do a great job on the analyst desk.
Yeah.
I could never do that.
Yes.
I can't even frag in the server. Vision carries me.
Something like that.
That's basically what he covered. Yep.
Yep. Should we recap the day? Or?
Yes, I believe we've got the bracket ready just to go over what has happened. If you are joining us for the first time, I'm not sure what you've been doing, but that's how things started, of course. We had 4 teams in this first group. Thunder Down Under went up against Time Waves on the B stream. Got through in a 2-0 fashion there. Ground Zero, of course, the game we casted first off, a 2-1 over Rooster. Followed it up with a 2-0 Thunder Down Under, the first to qualify out into the playoffs on Saturday over Ground Zero, the 2-0. Time Waves on the B stream again. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to see them ourselves today, really. They went down there to Rooster.
Yeah.
We saw that one, of course, there. Ground Zero 2 over Rooster, which leaves us with 2 remaining teams moving on to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think commiserations to Time Waves. It's a tough group to be going into, quite honestly. I think this was par for the course. Sucks to not see them be able to take a map, but what can you do? And for Rooster, I mean, a pretty new roster. I think the first series they had against Ground Zero was better than the second.
But, in saying that, at least for Time Waves, I think they've qualified for the ANZ LAN as well. So this is maybe a little bit of a taste tester for them. Who knows, maybe the group that they get in that LAN will be a little bit more manageable and something that they can, again, continue to try and improve from. And I think, again, this is just one step on the trajectory of a team like them. They are still a fresh team or relatively fresh faces to this level of competition. So it's all about taking one step at a time.
Absolutely, and of course we will have a look at what is going to be happening tomorrow, as well as a little bit of a look at the playoff bracket that's sort of just coming together, because that was just day one. This is what we've got in store tomorrow. 4 teams to try and make their way through to the playoffs on Saturday. Simplify, Skelly, Mindfreak, and Arcade.
Yeah, I would look at this and say it's probably a little bit more of a cut and dry group to me. I don't think Arcade have been quite as competitive in that game against Mindfreak as what I would maybe expect the Ground Zero Rooster game to have looked like.
Yeah.
We'll see whether or not that ends up being the case, and I also think Skelly, again, they're kind of just the odd team out, unfortunately, in the same way that Time Waves is in the initial group, so Semperfi should have no problems here at all. I think Mindfreak should get through pretty comfortably over Arcade, but that's not to say that Arcade is a bad team or anything like that. I believe I saw on, it might have been Liquipedia, that Humongous might be standing in for Arcade. I don't know if that's true here. I know he's a Brisbane boy, so he might just be stepping in. Yeah. We'll have to obviously check how things end up looking.
Humongous what?
Stat. Humongous stat.
Right, that guy.
Yeah, he's got humongous stat. Whether or not that's the case, look, either way, I think there's still definitely a possibility that that is a team that could cause a bit of trouble for Mindfreak. Whether they get an upset multiple times, because that's really what you'd be required. You need to beat them in that initial game and then probably also in the lower bracket final. I think that's probably a tough ask, but I'm prepared to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, look, Semperfi, this group should kind of just be their warm-up through the rest of the competition, but we'll see if Mindfreak's able to give them any trouble if the initial games go the way that they're expected to.
Well, they're vying for that number 3 spot, so if they manage to get a win over Semperfi, if they do even play them tomorrow, that will be something we do get to see there. But, gentlemen, I believe day one is just about done. I guess before we send things off, do we have any words about today? Anything that we want to add for tomorrow about what's to come over the next couple of days?
No, I mean, I think today kind of went to expectations, really. We had some competitive games. We had Thunder go through as the top seed. We had Ground Zero go through as the second seed. So no major surprises, and I'm sort of expecting that's going to be more of the same tomorrow. But I'm really looking forward, obviously, to Saturday and Sunday when we get that top 4 double elim bracket, because I think that's where things really will be very, very close, very tight. Some good matches that we actually haven't seen much of this year either. Notably, Semperfi getting to play against these other teams, so we'll get to see really what their level's going to be looking like, and I think that's what we're all kind of waiting for. So tomorrow we'll get through it, and then we'll jump into Saturday and Sunday, and that's where things get fun.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing Semperfi back on domestic soil, get to see their matchup against some of these teams that we've been waiting eagerly for a while, as they've been sent abroad like young Elfish at times. Exported.
One way to put it there. So, guys, thank you very much for being here. This has been the DFRAG Logitech LAN. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors that we have, including one of them that's showing up right there in the picture. Zowie, Omen, HyperX, and Intel, as well as just the DFRAG studio itself. We'll be back tomorrow with more CS action, so do not go anywhere. You know what? Just stay to computers, because we'll be back in about 8 hours' time or so. Maybe get some sleep in the meantime. But for myself, Elfish, and everyone, Pilsky as well, and also Sponge is off in the corner.
Shout out, Sponge.
We will
thanks
see you
thanks for showing
tomorrow.
up.
Yeah, he's been an absolute pleasure. But bye for now.
The DFRAG Wildcard LAN is brought to you by Logitech, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and DFRAG Media Group.